One word. But the sky roared in response. Thunder rumbled, deafening. The very air itself crackled with electricity, charged by Magnus' presence. Vexarius' rage twisted into a deep scowl as memories flooded his mind. The battle with Luminous. The moment Magnus Ravenstein had stepped in. The man who had put him down when he rampaged. And now, once again, he stood in his way. Vex exhaled sharply. His aura settled. The scowl remained, but his tone shifted, his voice carrying an edge of something almost like amusement. It's been a while, Magnus. You're still as fierce as ever. Magnus didn't flinch. His expression didn't change. The air only crackled louder. I will not repeat myself. A final warning. Vex's placid gaze held Magnus for several seconds before finally shifting to Atticus, his eyes lingering on him. I came to deliver news. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a scroll forward. Atticus didn't catch it. With the number of terrible situations he'd encountered with artifacts, he wasn't foolish enough to touch something blindly. Instead, he manipulated the air, suspending the parchment mid-air. Vexarius' words echoed before his departure. We'll continue this later, kid. And with that, he vanished. Multiple Ravenstein warriors burst into the area, weapons drawn. Their gazes darted around, searching for the threat. But their expressions twisted into confusion. Only Magnus and Atticus stood there. No one else. A small smile crept onto Atticus' face. Truly madmen. Their battle intent burned too fiercely for their own good. His gaze shifted, focusing on Avalon and the approaching warriors. They had felt the power, they knew it was Paragon level. And yet, they had still rushed over. Are you okay? Avalon asked, his eyes still darting around, his stance rigid. There had been a strong presence just moments ago. And now, gone. I'm fine, Dad. Magnus' voice carried over the murmuring warriors. Vexarius is back. A wave of shock passed through the gathered Ravensteins. That crazy bastard was back. But instead of fear, their battle spirit ignited. It was clear, clashes with the Sentinel Guardians were going to become commonplace. What did he want? Avalon's gaze darkened. He didn't even need to ask, he knew. Vexarius had come for Atticus. Magnus' eyes shifted toward the floating parchment. What's that? Avalon's gaze sharpened. That's what we're about to find out. Atticus still didn't touch it. He manipulated the air, unfolding the parchment before them. The moment it opened, a wave of energy exploded outward. The air shifted. The expressions of Magnus, Avalon and Atticus turned grim. That feeling, that bloodlust. Vampiros. Avalon's voice came in a low, serious tone. The Vampiros sent a letter. But Magnus and Atticus had already begun reading it. For beings of their caliber, it took less than a second to absorb the words. And then, silence. A silence only broken by Atticus. He chuckled. It was a genuine laugh, filled with amusement. It wasn't like Vexarius' laugh, which carried only contempt. No, Atticus was thoroughly entertained, amused. It had to be a joke. But only he reacted that way. Magnus' aura turned oppressive. Avalon's rage exploded. The rest of the Ravensteins had wanted to stay and listen, drawn in by Atticus' presence. But the atmosphere had shifted. The sheer anger radiating from Magnus and Avalon was enough to clear the area. Soon enough, only the three remained. Avalon's fists trembled as he reread the words, as if trying to convince himself that his eyes were deceiving him. But the words remained unchanged. The Sentinel Guardian Paragon had been right. He had brought news. Not even one day had passed since the battle with the Grand Elders, and already, the Vampiros had sent their demands. To the leaders of the human domain. You have trespassed where you were not welcome, defiled what was sacred, and dared to raise your blades against the eternal sovereignty of the Vampiros. You marched into our domain uninvited, spilled the blood of our kind, desecrated our cities, and struck down one of our Grand Elders. A wound of this magnitude cannot be ignored. The arrogance of humanity continues to reach beyond its place, yet we are willing to offer a path forward. The Vampiros are patient. We are above the petty squabbles of lesser beings. As an act of mercy, we will allow the human domain to correct its course before relations between our races are irreparably severed. You will adhere to the following terms without resistance. Apex Atticus Ravenstein will wed Lorraine Bloodveil, ensuring the union of our bloodlines. A regular tribute of human blood will be provided to sustain the lifeblood of our people. Sector 10 will be ceded to us, their governance permanently transferred under our rule. The military strength of humanity will be limited to prevent unnecessary conflicts. Vampiros representatives will take their rightful place among human leadership councils. Exclusive access to mana wells and energy sources will be granted to the Vampiros. Human advancements in weaponry and technology will be shared with the Vampiros. Human forces will provide military support to the Vampiros when called upon. Vampiros will be permitted to hunt within human territories without restriction. Key human paragons will be placed under Vampiros' command. Trade and economic systems will be adjusted to prioritize the needs of the Vampiros. The human domain will publicly acknowledge the superiority of the Vampiros race. A formal apology will be conducted before the council, including a ceremonial act of submission where Apex Atticus Ravenstein will bend the knee. Vampiros will oversee the management of human academies, military training centers, and key institutions. All future rulers of the human domain will swear loyalty to the Vampiros. Human forces will be made available to fight in Vampiros conflicts as required. You have 1 day to comply. If these terms are rejected, the Vampiros will recognize the human domain as an enemy. Our patience is not without end. Atticus read the terms once more. And then, he burst into another fit of laughter. Atticus, laughter could be described with one word: hilarious. He was thoroughly amused. The Vampiros had sent a letter trying to highlight their dominance, but to Atticus, it was nothing short of a joke. If he had been on Earth, he would have probably started searching for hidden cameras nearby. It had to be a prank. Atticus had never seen anyone so high up their own asses in his life. It was as though they were the main characters of this world. Because why in the living universe would the Vampiros think the humans would accept this? He had never seen such outrageous terms. But Atticus was the only one laughing. Magnus and Avalon's faces had long since morphed into anger, and even Ozeroth seethed in his mind. Those bastards. How dare they? The centuries-old spirit was utterly pissed. If there was anything Ozeroth hated, it was a challenge to his person. He took immense pride in himself, and now the Vampiros had dared to challenge that pride. A quick scan through Ozeroth's thoughts showed Atticus that the spirit didn't care about most of the Vampiros' demands. He didn't care about the human domain as a whole. Instead, bend a knee. He would like to see who in the universe deserved that action. Atticus, amusement only intensified as he realized why his spirit was so angry. Calm down. This isn't the first time, and it won't be the last. There will always be those too far up their own asses to see reality for what it is. Atticus, words had the opposite effect. Ozeroth's anger only intensified. If it were up to him, he would march onto the Vampiros' domain and unleash carnage upon their lands. Atticus could hear the sound of teeth grinding in his head. Enough of this farce. These leeches crawl in the shadows and drink from the throats of the weak, yet they dare to stand before us and demand we kneel. Bond. They can bask in their delusions for now. But when the time comes, I will rip that arrogance from their throats and watch as they choke on the truth. Damn. That's intense. Atticus couldn't stop himself from making that remark. He had been the one the Vampiros had targeted, and yet, it seemed as though Ozeroth, Magnus, and Avalon had taken it more personally than he did. Atticus smiled, meeting the gazes of Magnus and Avalon, who had turned to look at him. What will you do? Avalon asked. At this point, it was clear that the decision lay with Atticus. While the other human paragons might not agree, the Ravensteins were ready to go to war with the Vampiros if it came to it. Should Atticus accept, the human paragons would have no choice but to follow. Atticus' smile only widened. No, that was the only word he uttered. He didn't bother trying to explain his reason. In fact, Atticus hadn't even shown any signs of anger or annoyance at the Vampiros' audacity. To him, they weren't worth his emotions. He would handle them as one handled an ant. Good. Avalon and Magnus nodded. They were both in support of his decision, but their expressions only grew more tense. The Vampiros had made a move, and it was clear this wouldn't be the end. More was coming, and the human domain would soon be thrown into chaos. The parchment suddenly ignited in flames as Atticus burned it. It turned to ashes that scattered into the air. After burning the parchment, Atticus bowed to Magnus and Avalon before excusing himself to continue his training. As Atticus entered his training room, only Magnus and Avalon remained in the compound. An awkward silence settled between them, making the air a little heavier. Neither of them could remember the last time they were alone together. Avalon scratched his head. How has training been, father? Magnus turned to Avalon, causing the latter to instinctively look away. He stared at him for a few seconds before nodding. Good. Avalon nodded furiously. Great, great. This is awkward, Avalon thought. What had always brought the two together had been Atticus. But now that the rascal wasn't present, it was as though all the topics of the universe had disappeared. Something popped into Avalon's head, and he instantly turned to ask. The vampiros sure are insane for making those demands. Avalon was almost sure this would start some sort of conversation between them. But he couldn't have been more wrong. Yeah, Magnus responded, saying nothing more. Avalon cleared his throat, the awkwardness intensifying. Well, I tried. I should get go. Would you like to get a drink? As Avalon turned to excuse himself, his body froze at the words he never thought he'd hear from Magnus. He didn't respond for a few seconds, wondering if he had heard wrong. You don't want to? Magnus asked, staring at the frozen Avalon. Although his voice was as deep as ever, there was a subtle hint of sadness. Avalon snapped out of his thoughts, shaking his head. No, I want to. Magnus held back a smile from breaking onto his face. He nodded and started leading the way, with Avalon trailing behind, baffled. I'm missing something. Atticus. Thoughts churned. He was currently inside his new training room, scrolling through its data on the control terminal, all while thinking about his current situation with the vampiros. It was odd. The vampiros were acting out of character. Aside from Jezaneth suddenly retreating, Atticus had been expecting an all-out war against their race. In fact, he had expected to be on the battlefield. Yet, they had retreated and sent demands. Yes, it was a demand asserting their dominance, but that wasn't the vampiros' way. They didn't ask. They didn't demand. They took. There's someone behind the scenes. Atticus. Thoughts sharpened. It was the only explanation. Someone had stopped the vampiros from outright attacking the human domain. Which meant, regardless of our answer, they won't attack. The vampiros were avoiding war. For brainless cocksuckers like them, I'm sure they have other things planned. I believe so too. They will take action, just not directly. Ozeroth still sounded angry, but his point was valid. I'll have to be watchful for now. I can't handle their queen. Jezaneth hadn't used her full power during her battle with Whisker. Even while fighting, she had been controlling millions of blood constructs. The conclusion of the battle might not have changed even if she had used her full power against Whisker, but it was still too significant for him to ignore. Aside from handling Jezaneth, Atticus still had to account for the other Grand Elders of the vampiros. The human paragons still couldn't match them without his will assisting them. And in a battle against someone as dangerous as Jezaneth, he couldn't afford to have his attention split. Whisker. This was the only solution he could find. If Whisker could handle Jezaneth, he would be able to fight the Grand Elders and kill them. But the beast was too much of a wild card. Atticus just somehow knew that he would refuse. I also have to watch out for that person behind the scenes. Looks like information is key here, Atticus concluded. For now, he needed information that wasn't easy to come by. The kind that even a master rank like Dario wouldn't be privy to. The Silent Nexus. It was time for him to make use of the Ravenstein family's resources. In a brightly lit room, Lyanna Ravenstein sat with her legs crossed, gazing at a battered and bloodied man through a see-through glass. The prison floor was covered in crimson blood, and the man's limbs were twisted beyond recognition, his figure slumped on the ground. Lyanna's gaze remained fixed on him, her entire demeanor radiating a coldness that chilled the air. She looked at him like he was nothing more than a useless piece of meat. Spies within my ranks, how embarrassing. She spoke audibly, clearly talking to herself, and yet, the two men standing straight behind her couldn't help but tremble. After the Paragon meeting at the border, Oberon and the other Paragons had spread the news about the vampiros and Demensari imposters among select members of the Tier 1 families. The Tier 1 families were the ones who controlled the human domain, holding sway over practically all of its important sectors. Oberon's plan had been to start from the root before spreading outward. Naturally, Lyanna, being one of the leaders of the Ravenstein family, had heard. She wasted no time. She gathered every single member of the Silent Nexus who wasn't on a mission in Ravenspire and conducted a thorough check using mana contracts. The results had been nothing short of shocking. She had uncovered spies, a lot of them. They weren't at the surface. They were deep. Lyanna clicked her tongue. She was in a bad mood, a very bad mood. Her gaze shifted to the side, noting the different battered figures in the cells across the hall. Her expression darkened further. She was going to kill them. Definitely. But not before making them suffer. Mistress Lyanna. Lyanna turned her cold gaze to see one of the guards kneeling in front of her. This better be important. The guard trembled so hard he appeared as if he were vibrating. The Apex Atticus is here, mistress. Lyanna's gaze narrowed. The kid, she was a bit surprised. It was odd to see that monster child leave the estate, much less visit someone. But considering the situation, she understood why. Let's go. She instantly stood up and left the room. The silent nexus of the Ravenstein family was a group focused primarily on espionage, assassination, and intelligence gathering. Despite their work seemingly requiring them to remain hidden from the public eye, they had open branches everywhere in the human domain where they openly bought and sold information. Aside from this, they also had secret branches known only to high-ranking members of the Silent Nexus. Their numbers were endless, scattered across the sectors. However, a single question to Anastasia, and Atticus had found out exactly where to find Lyanna. In one of their branches, the Silent Nexus had used a beast pet shop as a cover to mask their operations. The shop was filled with different people who had come to adopt pets. And as Atticus stepped into the building, the commotion he caused was indescribable. The chatter died. People who had been mid-conversation froze, their words stuck in their throats as their heads instinctively turned. It was impossible not to look. His presence was unreal, something that demanded attention without asking for it. He was like a force of nature, impossible to look away from. They were all caught in a trance, their thoughts derailed as they tried to comprehend what they were feeling. Atticus Ravenstein, a living myth. What the hell was he doing in a pet shop? Each step rang out, sharper in the unnatural silence. He reached the counter, where the female attendant stood rigid, eyes locked onto him as if she had been turned to stone. Her hands trembled as she tried to steady her nerves. Atticus didn't say anything, but the subtle shift in the atmosphere was enough to snap the attendant out of her daze. She swallowed hard, struggling to find her voice. Would you like to browse our special section, Apex? Yes, sir. The room remained unnaturally quiet as Atticus nodded and followed the trembling attendant to the back of the building. As they left, everyone snapped out of their daze, shaking their heads. Then they felt it, regret. They had been so close to their apex and yet hadn't even spoken to him. Reaching the back of the building, the attendant shakily gestured to a door, bowing. As Atticus approached, a terminal scanned him before instantly turning green. The door opened, revealing an elevator. The elevator took him down, and as he stepped out, Atticus was met with an expansive room. It was brightly lit and resembled a control center filled with screens displaying different locations. Each station was manned by white-haired men and women, all of whom were staring at him as though they had seen a ghost. There's really no getting used to these reactions. At this point, Atticus was getting tired of people freezing whenever they saw him. It's natural. They're smart for recognizing greatness, unlike those bloodsuckers. Ozeroth remarked. Atticus found it amusing that the spirit was still annoyed by the vampiro's actions. He inwardly shook his head and scanned the entire silent room. But he didn't have to. A door at the far end opened, and Lyanna walked out. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. She smiled. Lyanna approached Atticus with a smile on her face. Even her smile looks cold. Atticus calmly assessed. He had heard different things about Lyanna from various sources. Most times, it was Avalon or Anastasia talking about her brutal actions. The Ice Witch of the Ravenstein family. She was as cold as she was beautiful. I can't say I'm not surprised. Lyanna finally reached him, trying her best to hide her shock at the overwhelming aura radiating off Atticus. Seeing is truly believing. He really is a paragon. Although it had only been a few hours since she confirmed the news, it was only now that she was seeing it with her own eyes. Atticus smiled slightly, causing the hearts of those watching to freeze. He lowered his head, paying his respects. Lady Lyanna, it's a pleasure to meet you once again. Lyanna had been his father's comrade in the past. In fact, she, Sirius, and Nathan acted more like his uncles and aunt. To Atticus, she deserved that level of respect. The smile on Liana's face only seemed to widen. He's still well behaved, she thought with satisfaction. A paragon was treated like a king in Eldorf. In fact, if not for the utter shock of Atticus' presence, everyone in the room should have been on their knees, paying their respects to him. He had that authority. Yet despite this, Atticus had still greeted her respectfully. Liana nodded. Her usual cold smile shifted slightly, turning a bit gentler. Come, let's go somewhere more secure. Atticus followed her to the door she had just walked out of, ending up in a simple office where two cushions lay facing each other on the floor. Have a seat. She gestured toward one, taking her seat in the other. As Atticus sat down, Liana didn't waste any time. So, to what do I owe the pleasure? Atticus observed Liana silently. After the betrayal he experienced during the trial of the fourth art, he had decided to start taking Ozeroth's advice very seriously. He observed everything, including the beautiful woman in front of him. And because of that, he could also see, she's observing me too. Liana's glacier blue eyes were fixed intensely on him, and somehow, she had lost her smile. Although Atticus held an unimaginable amount of power compared to her, Liana didn't seem to care. She still observed him as she would anyone else. You've heard about the situation. The spies. Liana's response came instantly, and Atticus could feel a hint of hatred seeping through her words. No. Atticus. Eyes flickered, and the air between them ignited, flame-like words flickering to life. The vampiros sent demands, Atticus explained as Liana read the words silently. It took only a second, and although she said nothing, Atticus could feel the room growing colder, frost-like mist emanating from her. Did those festering carcass drinkers forget how they bolted like spineless mutts? Or maybe they're too brain-dead to remember that their grand elder was wiped off the damn plane of existence. Liana clenched her fist hard, the frost intensifying. I like her, Ozeroth remarked in Atticus' head. The latter could only blink in surprise. He knew she was cruel, but he never expected her to have such a foul mouth too. Ahem. Atticus cleared his throat, causing her to reel herself in. What did you choose? Smart, Atticus thought inwardly. Liana had been able to figure out that the choice of accepting or rejecting the demands had been up to him. I refused. Good. Though her expression remained unreadable, a glint appeared in her glacier blue eyes, and the temperature seemed to return to normal. She was happy. I understand now. You need information about them. Consider it done. Liana reached a conclusion instantly. Atticus nodded with a smile. Exactly, but that's not all. The vampiros are avoiding war with us. Liana tilted her head to the side, gesturing for him to continue. They've been acting out of character. Think about it, are they the type of people who would send demands? Would they ever retreat? They said if we refuse the demands, we'd become their enemies. The temperature became warmer, and Liana's eyes became clearer. I've had the same thoughts. But why do you think that is? Liana was curious to hear Atticus' conclusion. She was in charge of intelligence gathering and knew what the vampiros were capable of better than anyone. She had always seen Atticus as someone cut from the same cloth as her, cold, ruthless, calculating. And now, he was just proving her point. I believe there's someone behind the scenes controlling them. Liana's expression broke into a smile. Talented beyond measure and smart. If only Joanna wasn't so stupid, she thought, recalling her aloof daughter, who hadn't seemed interested in Atticus. Yes, she was in her late 30s and he was 17, but what was age when it came to true love? If I wasn't so old, I would have had him for myself. I've had the same suspicions. Their queen's the one who called for the retreat. Hell, even their elders looked like they'd been slapped awake when she did. Someone's pulling the strings. And that someone isn't just playing around with the vampiros. The Demensari are using the same tricks. This isn't a coincidence, whoever is orchestrating this is tying their strings tight. Atticus' gaze flickered. It makes sense. The Demensari were using the same methods as the vampiros. If he understood what Liana was implying, it meant it was this mysterious figure that taught them how to create these imposters. Atticus concluded. Liana's smile widened, nodding her head. It felt good to speak with someone on the same wavelength. Exactly. Those freaks didn't just stumble onto this method by chance. Someone taught them how to craft these imposters. So we need to look into the Demensari and vampiros, consider it done. I'll report everything I find the instant I find them. Anything else? Liana asked. Yes. I also want to know everything happening in the human domain. Everything. What the people are thinking, what the tiered families are up to. Atticus thought for a bit before adding. The vampiros can't directly attack us, but they'll take action. We can expect them to inform the other races about my current power. I need to know what they're thinking too. Ha, ambitious, but expected. You want everything, you'll have it. The moment someone so much as breathes your name with ill intent, I'll know about it. Lyanna leaned back, her smile sharpening. Leave it to Auntie. Atticus left the secret base of the silent nexus more subtly than he had arrived. One moment, his overwhelming presence filled the space, and the next, it disappeared. He went straight back to the estate in his new training room. There, Atticus began his training. His huge power-up had given him a new avenue for strength, but this wasn't all good, it meant he had a new power to train. Coupled with his truckload of abilities, it was overwhelming. But Atticus wasn't complaining. It just meant he had numerous ways to gain power, it was a godsend. Regardless, he still chose one aspect to focus on for now. While his other abilities were indeed powerful in their own right, especially his Orlithian's abilities that were already at Paragon rank, he didn't like the idea of neglecting one of his main sources of strength, his elements. He was already this powerful with his elements still in a subpar state. He couldn't help but feel giddy and excited as he thought about how much more powerful he would become if he leveled them up. He was excited. And so, for now, Atticus decided to get used to his new power-ups, noting down their limits before focusing completely on his elements. But before all of this, Atticus first paid a surprise visit to the sanctums high above the sky. As they felt his presence, all the sanctum members rushed out to greet him. The news had reached them too, the monster child was now a paragon. Scurry away, you oldies. He's here for me. Alethi, the darkness sanctum master, stood between Atticus and the other sanctum masters with his hands stretched wide, gazing at the others as though he was protecting something precious from bullies. Look at you, clinging onto him like some desperate ex. TCH, embarrassing. The lightning sanctum master clicked his tongue in disapproval. If you want to act like a love-struck maiden, at least do it with some dignity, man. You're making all of us look bad. The air sanctum master smirked as he added his remark. The other sanctum masters stared at the pot-bellied man with varying expressions, ranging from amusement to embarrassment, but the darkness sanctum master didn't seem to care. The last time Atticus had visited, the darkness element was the only one he hadn't formed a domain for. Alethi wasn't going to take any risks this time. He turned to Atticus before quickly bowing. I'll escort you to the darkness sanctum. Atticus could only shake his head with a smile. He nodded to the other sanctum masters, acknowledging them before heading toward the darkness sanctum. This was the second time Atticus was entering the darkness sanctum, yet the whole experience felt different from before. Now, Atticus could see everything as clear as day. His darkness element was still at level 3, but the sheer power of his current perception made the darkness ineffective against him. You can use here. Alethi led Atticus to the peak before gesturing toward the middle and stepping back, his eyes fixed squarely on him. It was obvious he had no intention of missing anything. The other sanctum masters gathered above the darkness sanctum, also watching the scene unfold. How long do you think it'll take this time? The air sanctum master asked. 1 hour, the new fire sanctum master responded after a moment of thought. The others didn't say anything, instead choosing to watch. The last time Atticus had come, he had formed all their domains except darkness in less than a week. They each subtly expected him to surpass that level. However, none of them could have ever expected what happened next. Seconds. That was all it took. Atticus didn't even sit. As he stood at the middle of the peak, his thoughts shifted to the darkness element. It thrived in fear, the cold, creeping dread that gnawed at the soul. He had hardly ever felt fear. When Atticus encountered problems, he always thought about the solution rather than wallowing in fear. However, that didn't mean he couldn't feel it. When he thought about his powerlessness in certain situations, he felt fear. When he thought about his inability to protect his loved ones from the forces that reincarnated him into Eldoralth, Atticus felt fear. Weakness. This was Atticus' fear. And unfortunately, he was still weak. Atticus resonated with it. And then, a pillar of darkness pierced the sky, unraveling and encompassing everything in endless night. The gazes of the sanctum masters shot up in shock. Who the hell forms a domain in seconds? Atticus released his hold over his domain, turning to the side to see Alethi staring at him like a priceless treasure. Are you okay? Alethi wiped tears from the corners of his eyes, trying to keep his hands from trembling. He nodded, waving his hand dismissively. Ah yes, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Atticus didn't believe him, but he nodded regardless. He bowed to Alethi, thanking him for his guidance, before doing the same to the other Sanctum Masters. Although they had been following Magnus' orders, they had been kind to him and had taught him without hesitation. They deserved his respect. Leaving the Sanctum Masters with smiles on their faces, even the Ice Sanctum Master, Atticus made his way back to his training room. My strength increased slightly, but it's very negligible. The creation of his darkness domain had increased his power, but now that he had Paragon rank strength, it was subpar. Atticus didn't pay it any heed and started his training, all the while waiting for information from Lyanna. With his new and improved endurance level, Atticus trained for hours without rest, with only the food visits from Anastasia remaining constant. The next day came quickly, and he received a call he had been expecting. I see you're enjoying your new training room. Are there any complaints? Atticus smiled slightly, gazing at the holographic image of Oberon hovering in the middle of the training room. No, it's all good. Thank you for this. It's the least we can do for our hope. Let me know if there's any feature you'd like to add to it. Atticus smiled and nodded but said nothing. Oberon wasn't called the smartest mind for nothing. Have you read their demands? The atmosphere suddenly turned serious. Atticus nodded. And, I refuse. Oberon nodded, not expressing any shock. I thought as much. I'll let you know if anything comes up. In the meantime, we'll prepare the human domain for their retaliation. I'll leave you be. As Atticus nodded, the holographic image disappeared, leaving him to his thoughts. Why are you treating him with such importance? An irritated voice sounded in the otherwise quiet room. Oberon turned and fixed his eyes on the buff man who had just spoken. Vexarius. They were both inside an office that resembled a control room. What do you mean? Oberon asked. Vex clicked his tongue. That brat, you treat him with so much respect. Why? He killed thousands of innocents with his actions alone. He should be bound in chains and held accountable for. Vexarius. Oberon cut him off before he could finish speaking. In every aspect of my life, I have always aspired to make the best and most logical decisions. Do you know why? Vexarius remained silent, his eyes narrowing slightly. Because logic is the foundation upon which civilizations rise and upon which they fall. Emotion is fleeting, an unreliable guide. But reason is absolute. The smartest decision is never the one that satisfies one's conscience, nor the one that aligns with personal ideals of justice. It is the one that ensures survival, the one that tilts the scales toward longevity, toward prosperity. That is the only measure of wisdom that matters. He approached Vexarius. Now tell me, what do you think the smartest decision is here? The other races are stronger than us. If they wished, they could crush us, erase us from history with little more than an afterthought. And then, he paused, his tone dropping to a whisper, there is this child. A child whose talent defies every known principle, whose growth outstrips all logic, a force beyond our comprehension, and perhaps even beyond our control. Today, he is 17, and already, he is more powerful than we are. And tomorrow, he may stand beyond even them. His voice thickened as his aura grew more intense. What is the smartest decision? To chain him, punish him for the deaths of inconsequential insects, people whose existence adds nothing to our survival? Or to hold on to the one thing that may keep us from extinction? The silence that followed was deafening. Until Vexarius' enraged shout shattered it. You've gone too far, Oberon. The room trembled from the eruption of his crushing aura. However, Oberon remained unmoved. I only stated the facts. They're our people. It's our duty to protect them. No, it's our duty to prevent our extinction. And if respecting a 17-year-old is the only way to do that, then we all better get ready to get on our knees and beg. Oberon. Vexarius' aura erupted once more, encompassing the entire building and making it tremble with intensity. The enigmach in the area turned toward the top of the citadel, unable to move under the overwhelming aura that held them in place. They all wondered just what was going on. I would rather die, Vexarius seethed through gritted teeth, the air around him distorting. Bow to a child, he would rather die. Oberon's eyes only turned colder, not responding. That brat doesn't care about the human domain. He fucking destroyed an entire sector and didn't give a damn. You're right about that. But you've heard about the war between the Ravensteins and Stellaris, right? That child had been in this sector, and yet, he was ready to do anything to be taken to Sector 3 and protect his loved ones. He has a heart. We just have to get in it. Vexarius could only grit his teeth in anger. And the way to do that is what? Beg. Throw ourselves at the feet of some arrogant brat who doesn't even give a damn about us. Oberon's gaze was intense. It was completely different from his otherwise calm demeanor. He hated illogical fools, and right now, Vexarius was being just that. Today, he had decided to douse the man with the cold truth. If that is what it takes. Vexarius' anger only intensified. You're pathetic, he spat. Your perspective means nothing to me, Oberon responded calmly. If you want to rot, then rot. See if pride keeps you alive when the other races come to grind our bones into dust. Oberon turned and started walking out of the room. And also, Magnus informed me of yesterday's event when you went to deliver the list of demands. He turned and looked straight into Vexarius' eyes, his voice serious. I know your behavior well, Vexarius, but we're currently in a crisis where our survival depends on a child. Atticus is very unpredictable, but if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's his short fuse for nonsense, much like you. Behave yourself. Don't push him. He won't hesitate to attack, and he won't stop until you're down. If I had to choose between you and our hope, his gaze narrowed, my choice would be the logical one. Vexarius could only clench his fists as he watched Oberon walk out of the room, the door shutting behind him. Fuck. His aura exploded, shattering the hard walls of the room before he shot up, tearing through the roof and disappearing into the horizon. Deep within the Vampiro's domain, in an expansive hall situated inside the Blood Queen's castle, there was nothing but bloodlust. The Grand Elders of the Vampiro's race stood in two parallel lines, their crimson eyes glinting like pools of liquid garnet. At the far end of the long hall, on a throne of obsidian and bone that loomed over them all, sat the Blood Queen, Jezaneth. Clad in a tight-fitting black gown, Jezaneth sat with her slender fingers resting on her cheek, head tilted slightly. Her oppressive aura engulfed the entire castle, pressing down on every single person like an overwhelming weight. The Grand Elders were utterly silent, a fact that belied the bloodlust radiating from each of them. They were angry, but they could not speak. Jezaneth's placid gaze remained fixed on the elders, silent. Her body was trembling. She was pissed, trying hard to stop herself from going on a rampage. That man had stopped her from attacking the human domain, and she hated every bit of that order. And now, the Grand Elders of the Vampiros were irritating her. Meetings upon meetings. She had made them retreat. She had instructed them not to attack the human domain. The only thing she had allowed them to do was send a list of demands to the humans, and even then, the consequences of their refusal hadn't been war. Just what was their queen thinking? Had she gone mad, senile? The Grand Elders of the Vampiros wanted to find out. But Jezaneth hadn't said a single thing. In fact, the Grand Elders had been in the process of discussing the matter when her aura had suddenly encompassed the entire space, shutting everyone up. As they turned to Jezaneth, they caught her staring at the large doors at the end of the hall, as though waiting for someone. As they turned, the doors burst open. A guard entered the hall. He moved swiftly, and upon reaching a few meters from the throne, he bowed on all fours, paying his respects. Eternal Blood Queen, your will is law. The response. Jezaneth's voice was low, cold. The guard felt his blood freeze, his body trembling as his temperature began to drop. His voice faltered. They didn't offer any response, Eternal Blood K. Jezaneth's aura exploded. A shockwave of such intensity hurled the guard backward at supersonic speed, sending him crashing through the massive doors. The force of the blast pushed back the elders, their gazes trembling as they fixed their eyes on the oppressive red energy radiating from their queen. Jezaneth was angry. She was seething. They fucking dared. Her aura erupted once more, forcing the elders even farther away, making cracks appear all over the hall's walls. She had been restricted from directly attacking the human domain. However, the eternal sovereignty of the Vampiros had sent demands to the humans, and they hadn't even attempted to offer a response. A lower fucking race. The humiliation. Malric. My queen. One of the Grand Elders, a slender man whose youthful appearance betrayed his ancient age, bowed toward Jezaneth. Do it, as you wish. His figure blurred, disappearing from the hall. Time passed in a blur. Exactly a day after the vampiros had sent their demands, the humans had refused to offer any response. As the smartest mind in the human domain, Oberon had naturally been entrusted with handling the entire situation. However, the other paragons had been on standby, prepared for whatever might arise. Regardless, the choice of accepting or rejecting the vampiros' demands had been entirely up to Atticus. It was obvious that the vampiros were after him. And after receiving the expected response from Atticus, Oberon had chosen not to offer any response instead of outright refusing. He had done this for two reasons. First, it would buy them more time to prepare for the vampiros rather than shorten it by provoking them with a direct response. Second, the demands the vampiros had made had pissed even him off. However, he was too logical to be controlled by feelings. He too had already reached the conclusion that the vampiros couldn't attack the human domain directly, and so he had chosen to kill two birds with one stone, pissing them off while making humanity's stance clear. Although Vexarius had been angry about their situation, he had still followed orders and joined Luminous in guarding the border. They were two hot-blooded individuals. However, even they weren't stupid enough to butt heads in the middle of a crisis. At least, Oberon hoped. Vexarius and Luminous guarded the border. The rest of the human paragons prepared and waited in their respective territories. The apex of humanity trained like never before in his new advanced training room. They all waited to see how the vampiros would respond. And then, the vampiros acted. It wasn't just one move. They made multiple moves. Atticus, Lyanna, and Oberon had been right in their assumptions. The vampiros couldn't attack the human domain directly, so they took an indirect route. It all happened within a single day, and Lyanna informed Atticus as it unfolded. The vampiros spread the news of Atticus' strength to the other races. The vampiros openly declared the human race as their enemy, making public the demands they had sent, and humanity's refusal. The vampiros pressured the lower and mid-tier races with threats of war to sever all dealings with the humans. And lastly, they played their hidden hand well. They activated their spies buried deep within the human domain, sabotaging key locations. Explosions were set off in critical areas, collapsing vital roads, bridges, and teleportation gates. Fires broke out in major trading hubs, destroying warehouses and crippling economies. Key political figures in the tiered families were blackmailed or assassinated, creating instability. Rumors and false information were spread to turn factions against each other. They fanned the flames of internal conflicts, causing civil unrest. They targeted young heirs of tiered families, kidnapping or outright killing them. Damn. Atticus processed all of this instantly. Lyanna had sent word only a day after he had visited her. They can't attack us, yet they're causing so much damage. He had known the vampiros couldn't directly attack them, but they were still causing this much devastation. It was sickening to see that humans were being taken for a ride. It's as if they've been preparing for decades. It was no secret that the Aegis shield could prevent even paragons from infiltrating. However, maintaining one that encompassed the entire human domain indefinitely was monumentally expensive, impossible, and would only ruin the human domain. Regardless, the vampiros had still planned ahead in case they ever needed to cripple humanity. Destroying the nodes was the easiest option. And many of their spies are probably still hiding. From everything he had seen, Atticus knew the vampiros' true goal: to incite unrest. They had made their demands public, ensuring that the citizens saw the high-ups as the cause of all the destruction. Humans and lower races had long since lived in the shadows of the superior races. It had already been ingrained into their minds. The vampiros were superior. Because of this, the fear that surged through the citizens of the human domain when the vampiros declared them enemies was beyond staggering. Many felt their lives flash before their eyes. A superior race had branded them enemies. Their lives were forfeit. Markets were abandoned as merchants fled, hoarding their goods or selling them at impossible prices. Citizens rushed to stockpile food and resources, leading to looting and fights breaking out in broad daylight. Those who could afford it paid absurd amounts for passage to hidden or fortified cities, hoping to escape before the vampiros descended. Some humans, desperate to survive, sought to appease the vampiros by offering information on military movements, secret passages, and high-ranking officials. The lower races, fearing for their lives, abandoned their alliances with the humans, cut trade, withdrew troops, and swore neutrality. Some soldiers abandoned their posts, unwilling to fight a war they believed was already lost. The human domain was thrown into chaos. And it all happened within a single day. The human domain had descended into chaos. However, this fact held true only for those in the lower caste, the citizens and lower-ranked families. For the elites, the situation was much different. They knew of the plans. They knew who was on top of the matter. The smartest human in the human domain. Oberon's counterattack came as swiftly as the Vampiros' retaliation. In fact, he had acted before the Vampiros had even done anything. Working together with Garvin Emberforge, Oberon had been able to achieve the result he wanted, creating an artifact in the span of a single day. It had been draining, but neither of them had complained when they tested what they had created and saw the results for themselves. The artifact worked in such a way that once a user had been marked, there was no changing it. No alterations, and should the user die, so did the mark. Unfortunately, because the imposters' mana signatures had been altered to match humans, there was no distinct way to differentiate them from actual humans. Because of this, they had added a feature that alerted the marked person should they be in the presence of an unmarked individual. It wasn't foolproof, considering there were billions of people in the human domain who wouldn't be able to get a mark. For now, having the entire populace prove their identity by signing a mana contract was unrealistic, which made them focus more on select areas of the human domain. After the artifact was created, they deployed it in all of these selected areas, including the academy, making each affected individual sign a mana contract confirming that they were indeed human and had never been vampiros or of any other race. They were loyal to the human race. Then, each verified person was marked. Oberon had started from the most critical areas, working outward to the tiered families. Everyone who was not a paragon had been marked, including Avalon and Anastasia. Atticus hadn't been opposed to his parents getting marked. He considered the alert system, which warned the marker of a potential imposter, to be very useful. During the identity verification process, a large number of vampiros and even Demensari imposters were identified and instantly killed. The trick had been to make sure that only those who proved there. And just like that, they had rid every important part of the human domain of imposters and spies. Regardless, this didn't stop the chaos. There were still more Vampiros spies hidden in the human domain, and without the ability to locate them, they continued causing destruction and death. This forced the Sentinel Guardians to work overtime. Flooding the streets with their members, they tried their best to contain the chaos. As time passed, the citizens' fears only intensified. Many rioted, demanding that the higher-ups accept the Vampiros' demands. In their heads, they cared nothing for the consequences. They only thought of their survival. For this part, Oberon had been so tempted to instruct each paragon to make a public appearance. To him, the rioters were all far too useless to be causing so much trouble. There would be no need to say anything. Only their overwhelming aura blanketing the cities would be enough to halt the rioting in its tracks, the sheer surge of fear stopping any future stupidity. But it wasn't ideal. There was only so much a rule based on fear could last. To solve this, Oberon had decided on the best method. Reigniting their hope. With direct permission from Atticus, Oberon proceeded. Everywhere, on the streets of the human domain, screens appeared on billboards and buildings. It played like a movie. The beautiful scenes of the Nexus. Scenes where the apex of humanity had fought and dominated the apexes of the mid and superior races. The people paused their actions, watching every scene play out, reminiscing as though it had happened yesterday. They remembered their apex, their hope, their sword. But they weren't given time to think. The screens flickered, and another scene came on. One that sent a wave of shock and disbelief coursing through their beings. Their apex, Atticus, was battling paragons. Not just any paragons, but vampiros. No one moved. Their eyes trembled as they watched the scene of Atticus facing off against 7 vampiros paragons. And beheading them. Is this real? The question came from one person, but it was as though it reverberated throughout the human domain. It was all that was on everyone's mind. A child was battling paragons. Impossible. However, those who had sharper minds, especially those in Sector 10, who had experienced the tremors and attacks firsthand, began to piece everything together. Crimson Army. Vampiros. Tremors. A fight between paragons. It was true. It was fucking true. People reacted differently. Some struggled to comprehend everything. Others instantly rejoiced. Some fell silent, contemplating the implications. However, there was one feeling that was present in all of them. Hope. With one move, Oberon had ended everything. The populace settled, and the people went back to their homes. He handled everything better than I thought. Atticus, who had just finished comprehending the rest of the information, thought in satisfaction. From the beginning, he had never intended on stepping into this matter. Although he had been the cause, he had been curious to see how the smartest man in the human domain would handle everything. Atticus hadn't been disappointed. Oberon had called him some time ago to ask for permission to play his recordings, and after thinking about it for a bit, Atticus had given it. This meant that he would be unable to feign ignorance should the other races claim that he was a paragon and ask him to sign a contract. For this matter, Atticus had considered and weighed his options thoroughly. From birth, he had been given the innate ability to hide his rank from others. This meant that he could simply claim that he wasn't a paragon, hiding his true strength. However, that would mean he would be limited in the future. He would have to hide his power. Atticus didn't like that. Atticus had already learned the hard way. Hiding power was foolish on many levels, especially when the reason behind it wasn't worth it. Enemies would consider you weak. Enemies would consider you possible. They would come in droves, becoming nothing more than a complete nuisance. Atticus preferred to display dominance and overwhelming strength, a force that would discourage stupidity and whittle away the ants from his actual enemies. At least then, he could focus on what actually mattered. This was why he had given Oberon the go-ahead. He had no intention of hiding his strength. They'll come. Atticus' gaze sharpened. Now that Oberon had shown his strength to everyone in the human domain, there was no way the other races wouldn't hear. It was confirmation of the vampiros' claims. The human apex can battle a paragon. Because of this, Atticus was completely sure he would be receiving word from the other races very soon. They would insist that he sign a mana contract. Never. His gaze turned cold. However, Atticus had no intention of being bounded to anything. His gaze flickered to the side as the terminal of the training room began ringing. Someone was calling. Atticus approached and saw that it was Oberon. Already, accepting the call, Oberon's holographic image appeared. Apex Atticus, he greeted. Since the battle with the vampiros, Atticus had noticed that Oberon had begun addressing him with his title rather than speaking casually. He knew why, but it wasn't as if he could ask the man to stop. He had no reason to. Did something happen? Atticus went straight to the point, acknowledging Oberon's greeting with a nod. Oberon's expression turned grim. He nodded. The other races have sent word. They're sending their people over tomorrow to meet you. Atticus' expression didn't change. He had already expected this. But he was a bit surprised. Those proud fools are actually coming here. He said his thoughts out loud. Oberon smiled slightly. Initially, they demanded that you come to them. But I anticipated your refusal. I informed them that you were deeply engaged in training and less than pleased with recent developments. They didn't take it well. Rather than risk waiting, they decided to come here themselves. Atticus held back a chuckle, nodding his head. Where is the meeting taking place? He asked. Where it all began, Oberon said. The human vampiros border. After the call with Oberon, Atticus walked to the middle of the training room. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. What will you do? He heard Ozeroth's voice in his head, but at the moment, he didn't have an answer. So he said nothing. Jezaneth had been stronger than he had expected. But when he thought about it, it made sense. Unlike the human domain, which had multiple leaders, she alone ruled over the vampiros. I can expect the other races, leaders to be just as strong. In this world, only strength could lead people. If the other races, leaders were as strong as Jezaneth, then battling them was out of the question. He was outmatched. They're also not limited. Unlike the vampiros, the other races might not be restricted in the same way. They could attack the human domain. Atticus took a deep inhale and exhaled in the next second. He was at a crossroads, and his mind was running at full speed, trying to find a way out of this crisis. You seem to be in need of help, Bond. Should this amazing being help you? You have a solution. Atticus' eyes snapped open. HMPH. To think this minute problem has you so troubled, it's almost insulting to my intellect. Solving this is hardly worth the effort. I should be charging you for making me think about it. Atticus' initially excited expression turned placid, and his fingers twitched slightly. Then don't waste my time. Speak. TCH, no patience at all, Ozeroth clicked his tongue. Listen, Bond, I will give you another one of the great Ozeroth's advice. There's a need to have a very good grasp of your current abilities. The day passed quickly, and soon, the next day arrived. Showing the scenes of Atticus battling the vampiros had settled the people. However, there was still tension in the air. The people were well aware of the vampiros, spies lurking in the human domain and the chaos they continued to sow across the sectors. This unrest left everyone wary, unsure of who to trust. Before the day had ended, Oberon had come up with another new idea. He fitted those at the peak of the Grandmaster rank with the artifact, making them sign a mana contract with clauses restricting the artifact from falling into other hands. Afterward, he set up multiple locations around the human domain where, should the people wish, they could prove their origins and receive a mark. This created a divide between the marked and unmarked, and people hurried to get their marks. While the people of the human domain scurried about, their elites gathered in a wasteland. The buffer zone where the battle with the vampiros had taken place had been reduced to nothing more than a barren landscape. There was no vegetation, no life. A large and tall makeshift pillar had been built, with a large circular platform at the top, surrounded by numerous thrones. The paragons of the human domain had come to the border together. However, the majority remained in the citadel that Oberon had built in place of Fort Echohelm, leaving only Oberon, Magnus, Thorn, and the main character of the event, Atticus. The other races arrived one after the other. However, none had been late. The meeting had been scheduled for 11 a.m., and by then, they were all hovering in the air, feeling different waves of emotions as they saw the scene unfolding before them. The humans were undoubtedly the hosts of this meeting. While they were far too low in the hierarchy to host people of their standings, the situation demanded it. And as the other races arrived, they all saw the same thing. Oberon, Magnus, Thorn, and the human apex hovered in the air. However, this wasn't what shocked them. No. The first was the way they hovered. Atticus was at the forefront, while the remaining three floated just behind him, as though they followed his words. And the second, the overwhelming power that radiated from this 17-year-old boy. He was a fucking paragon. The pressure was intense. As the paragons of all the other races arrived, a suffocating weight gripped the area like an iron vice. If not for the fact that the platform had been created by Oberon, who had accounted for the pressure from people of their strength gathering together, it would have long since crumbled. Regardless, it still shook with intensity as the tension skyrocketed. Just as expected, Atticus calmly scanned the area. He had already anticipated this. The other races hadn't just sent representatives to this meeting. No, each of their respective leaders had come personally. It wasn't every day one would hear that a 17-year-old had become a paragon. It was a matter too serious to leave for representatives. They had come to bear witness themselves and see if the news was true or not. But Atticus knew that this wasn't the only reason they had come. Their gazes were fixed on him like predators watching prey. They were shocked. They were baffled. And lastly, they were threatened. He was strong at such a young age. His potential was unimaginable. He would surpass them. For most of the gathered leaders, upon seeing Atticus, these had been the thoughts that formed in their heads. And undoubtedly, because of this, the pressure radiating from most of them turned oppressive. This had been the second reason they attended the meeting themselves, a show of dominance. From the reports, Atticus had fought 7 vampiros paragons and won. His power had been that insane. It was a situation too serious to send mere normal paragons. They had to force Atticus to sign the Alliance mana contract, and only through dominance could that be achieved. They descended slowly, unhurriedly landing on the platform and taking their seats on the thrones. The number of thrones exceeded their numbers, allowing them to avoid sitting close to one another. Looks like they figured it out, huh? Aside from the tension directed towards him, Atticus could sense a weird tension between the other races, especially the superior races. Something was going on, something he had anticipated when he revealed the imposters to the human paragons. As Atticus and the human paragons landed and took their seats, an intense bloodlust engulfed the entire platform. You have no right to sit with us, boy. The paragons didn't turn towards the Blood Queen Jezaneth, who had just spoken. Instead, They turned to the one she had been referring to. Atticus. He was sitting on one of the thrones, a seat that was at the same level as them. Naturally, the seating arrangement would be divided between the superior, mid, and lower races, with the former at a higher position. But the shock of seeing a paragon-ranked child had made them brush it off, at least momentarily. The implications couldn't have been clearer. It meant that the child was of the same status as them. Their gazes narrowed in unison. She was right. He shouldn't be allowed to sit amongst them. But before anyone could add to Jezeneth's words, a voice, so calm it made the trembling platform freeze, sounded. The reason we're all here is because I have that right. You should make up your mind. A leader of a race shouldn't be so indecisive. Atticus. Words had been directed at Jezeneth, but the other paragons couldn't help but feel attacked. The reason they had called for this meeting was because they believed that, as a paragon, Atticus had to sign a mana contract to join the alliance. He was an apex, the representative of his race. And he was a paragon. He deserved a seat. Know your place. Jezeneth's aura flared, an abyssal black energy erupting off her body. The air grew suffocating. Regardless, Atticus' mismatched eyes remained placid. He tilted his head slightly, looking at Jezeneth as one would look at a madwoman. Jezeneth's anger peaked, her aura so heavy that cracks began snaking their way across her chair and the platform. Jezeneth. The Dimensari paragon, and Carius, father, Azrakan suddenly spoke up, interrupting the scene. He's an apex, a representative of the human race, and, shockingly, a paragon. Let him sit. Jezeneth didn't turn to Azrakan. She didn't acknowledge him either. Her rage was livid, and the bastard did not control her. Regardless, her gaze narrowed, and her aura settled in the next second. She could not attack the humans. At least, not yet. Azrakan was glad that Jezeneth had listened, but his face did not show any delight. In fact, there was only coldness as he turned towards Atticus. From the Nexus event, the Dimensari had hated the humans. Back then, Azrakan had wanted to force Atticus to stay in the Dimensari domain under the guise of training, in order to acquire his core. But Whisker had foiled that plan. Atticus had entered his list of targets to eliminate since then. Aside from the fact that Atticus had almost killed his son, Carius, the boy was too much of a threat to leave alive. However, this wasn't even what soured his mood now. Somehow, Azrakan knew Atticus was the cause of everything. The humans had discovered the imposters they had inserted into their domain. He wouldn't have complained if that had been all. But this action had a devastating ripple effect. The other races had become wary when they found out about the situation. Because of this, they had conducted inspections on their respective domains and also found imposters amongst their ranks. Unlike the lower and even mid races, the superior races had been able to voice their outrage. The backlash that the Dimensari received from this incident had been severe, and Azrakan was still trying to manage the situation. And as Akarzan met eyes with Atticus' calm gaze, somehow, he knew. He was responsible. Apex Atticus, or should I call you Paragon Atticus? Azrakan played the part of a politician well, masking his emotions behind a well-rehearsed smile. You've achieved such a monumental feat, and I think I speak for everyone here when I say that it still feels so unbelievable. His voice echoed throughout the space, seemingly calming the otherwise tense situation. However, seeing truly is Bell. How did you achieve this power? Azrakan's voice was interrupted by the Evolari paragon Genera Flux, who stared at Atticus as though he were a precious jewel. The Evolari paragon, Genera, gazed at Atticus with star-like eyes, as though he were a priceless treasure. She loved change. She loved growth. She loved evolution. And a 17-year-old boy becoming a paragon had activated that love. She took a second before adding, if you're willing to give me the unfiltered answer, the Evolari will ally with humanity. The gazes of all the other paragons shot up in shock. Genera's declaration had been that absurd. It was a well-known fact that the vampiros had declared the humans as their enemies, which meant that the Evolari making that claim practically meant they were ready to go to war with the vampiros. What are you doing? Jezeneth's voice was cold, icy. Her feral gaze fixed itself on Genera, her tone demanding. Genera diverted her gaze from Atticus, her expression losing its excitement, turning cold as it settled on Jezeneth. What do you mean? She asked, calm. Jezeneth's glare hardened. The humans are the vampiros, enemies. Do the Evolari wish to make themselves our enemies as well? Genera tilted her head slightly. Why should I care if they're your enemy or not? I see something I want, and I'm going for it. The vampiros' grievances don't concern me. Her fingers tapped lightly against the armrest of her throne before she continued, her words carrying an implicit weight. If we are attacked, we will retaliate. If war comes, then so be it. Jezaneth's aura flared dangerously, abyssal black energy crackling around her, but before she could speak. We're not here for petty bickering, a sharp voice cut in. I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't have the luxury of wasting an eternity on pointless disputes. The regenerary paragon spoke with a frown. He turned to Atticus before continuing. Human apex. I'll go straight to the point. It is a law of the Alliance that every paragon signs a mana contract confirming their allegiance to the Alliance. His gaze narrowed. That now applies to you. That said, Azrakan suddenly chimed in, turning to Oberon. I seem to recall the lively paragon that interrupted us during the Nexus banquet. We've sent requests to have him sign a contract. Why hasn't this been respected? There was a smile on Azrakan's face, but his tone made it clear that he was not joking. Yes, I remember receiving many requests. Unfortunately, his whereabouts are unknown, and all attempts at locating him have been unsuccessful, Oberon responded. The fact that they had sent requests for Whisker and had shown up personally for Atticus showed just how important it was. Regardless, they had received news that Whisker had matched Jezaneth. He was too powerful to be left unchecked. That is Una. The law is for paragons, Atticus suddenly interrupted, changing the topic. I'm a Grandmaster. The paragons' gazes flickered with confusion at his words. This overwhelming aura was a Grandmaster's. He might as well have called them imbeciles. But as they each focused on him, their gazes narrowed into pinpricks. Grandmaster rank. Your core is still at the Grandmaster rank. Intriguing, very intriguing. Genera's excitement returned, looking at Atticus as though she might dissect him right there. Your mana core was supposed to determine the rank and power an individual would have and be able to control. Yet, a boy with a Grandmaster rank core had the strength of a paragon. It truly was intriguing. The paragons gazed at Atticus as though they were looking at an alien. But Azrakan brought them back to the matter at hand. Unfortunately, Apex Atticus, that does not exempt you from signing this contract. The law was established to ensure that those with the power to threaten the Alliance are kept in check. Regardless of your mana core, the reality remains, your strength is on par with a paragon. That makes this contract just as binding for you as it is for the rest of us. The platform fell silent. Jezaneth was seated on her throne, staring daggers at Atticus as though she wanted nothing more than to rip him into shreds. The rest of the paragons also had their gazes fixed on Atticus, each with different emotions. Azard, the Aeonian's paragon and Aearch's grandfather, was still experiencing waves of shock from seeing the paragon-ranked Atticus. He had watched the battle between Atticus and Aearch years back and had witnessed his level. But now, it was insane. The other lower races felt a mix of feelings. Humanity was a lower race, as were they, but this single boy was lifting them from their lower status, it was inevitable. Even Oberon, Thorn, and Magnus were gazing at Atticus. Oberon had left the task of finding a solution to this problem to Atticus, asking him to find one that wouldn't end up with them dead. He had done that because there was no other choice. Atticus was not the sort of person who could be bent. He couldn't be forced to do what he didn't want to do. Oberon had come to learn that about him. Regardless, he wondered just what the boy had come up with. Did he somehow find a loophole? Was he simply going to refuse? The trio wondered the same thing. The silence was broken by Atticus. Okay. The gazes of the paragons narrowed. Everyone was shocked, and Oberon and the human paragons were no different. Did they just hear him right? They had all done their research about Atticus and knew his personality well. They had been prepared to have to force his hand. But he accepted. Just like that. Are you all right? Magnus had to check, whispering in his ear. Atticus' mouth twitched. He nodded reassuringly to him. Where's the contract? Azrakan had been so shocked that he didn't seem to register Atticus' words. He shook his head, regaining his composure. Is he planning something? He brought out the golden mana contract that had been marked by the members of the Alliance Council, sending it to Atticus. Grabbing it, Atticus didn't even bother going through its contents. He signed it instantly, and it turned into motes of light that dispersed in the air. Is that all? Atticus calmly asked, the paragons looking at him with disbelief. Receiving no answer, Atticus stood up from his throne, followed by the other human paragons. Fine then. We will take our leave. Ah. Wait. Before he regained his senses, Atticus and the others took off from the scene, leaving the paragons to grapple with what had just happened. He signed the contract, just like that. Disbelief. This was the emotion most of the leaders of the races of Eldoralth felt. Atticus had just left the meeting without a word, taking along the other paragons of humanity. It was disrespectful on so many levels, however, none of them cared about that right now. He had signed the contract, that alone was enough to shock them into silence. Were the reports wrong about him? Azrakan's mind had already begun spinning. Before, at the Nexus, Atticus had achieved Grandmaster plus rank strength. While he had managed to defeat his son, Carius, Azrakan hadn't taken him seriously for simple reasons. In the grand scheme of things, he was still a minor player. To paragons, only beings of their strength had any right to be their enemy. This had been the case for most of the other races. Now, Atticus had just achieved that feat. Now, he was an enemy Azrakan had no plans to underestimate. He had taken precautions and found out everything about Atticus. Stubborn to a T, cold, lethal, ruthless, and most notably, his short fuse for bullshit. But one of his most important qualities was adaptability. Atticus was smart and could adapt to almost any situation with mind-numbing efficiency. Azrakan had witnessed this firsthand while watching his battles, especially with Carius, where Atticus had been at a disadvantage. It was a frightening ability to possess, especially if it was a 17-year-old who had it. Growing up, Azrakan shuddered at the thought of his growth. Azrakan had considered countless moves that could be made in this situation. He had expected Atticus to do something, and he had prepared counters for anything he could possibly think of. But to think he would sign the contract. He was torn. A mana contract was absolute, and from Atticus' personality, there was just no way the boy wouldn't be up to something. This was what disturbed Azrakan the most, he didn't know what. I still have to get his core. He has surpassed Carius, he won't like that. Azrakan thought about how intense Carius would feel when he heard about Atticus' current prowess. His thoughts suddenly sharpened. I wonder if father will allow Carius have them. Genera, the Evolari Paragon, had been the one that wanted to stop Atticus from leaving. Her hands were still stretched forward as though trying to reach the departing Atticus. The stars in her eyes dimmed as Atticus disappeared from the horizon. She lowered her hand before thinking. I must study him. The other paragons had different thoughts in their heads. However, for Azrakan and the majority, one thing was clear. Atticus Ravenstein had become a major player, and he must be treated with such importance. But considering the coldness radiating from their bodies, their intentions were obvious. He had to be taken care of, otherwise their future was uncertain. A click of the tongue sounded, the platform crackling as Jezaneth shot upwards, returning to her domain with a cold face. Since the meeting was over, there was no need to linger. Soon, the other paragons started leaving until there was only the tall, cracked platform in the middle of a desolate wasteland. Atticus, Magnus, and the others reached the citadel at the border, joining the other human paragons inside. For beings of their strength, they had been able to witness the entire meeting because of their close proximity to the location. Oberon didn't need to fill them in on anything. And as they entered the citadel, all the human paragons' eyes were on Atticus. Just like the other races, paragons, they were also shocked. In fact, they had come to the border expecting a fight to break out or something. This was why they were so close to the meeting. They were each curious. Just why had Atticus done what he had done? It didn't make any sense considering who he was. While the alliance contract was fair, it was basically binding himself to the alliance forever. He would follow the orders of the alliance. He would not perform any action that would threaten the alliance in any way. He would not attack any members of the alliance, and even as a paragon, his actions when it came to the other races would be limited. The alliance was run by the superior races. They were the majority, and anything they wanted became the new reality. They could limit Atticus and control him as they wished. The contract lasted for the duration of his lifetime, which meant that even if the current council members were gone, this would still continue. They were grateful and bitter at the same time. The first was the fact that they wouldn't have to go to war with all the other races of Eldoralth. The second was the fact that their hope had been bound by the other races. They wanted to ask, but none opened their mouths. Somehow, they knew they wouldn't get an answer. All except the newcomer amongst them. Why did you sign the contract? Vexarius' voice sounded demanding. His eyes still maintained their same intensity as he stared at Atticus. But, quote, Vexarius' gaze narrowed in the next instant. Atticus hadn't even turned to look at him. His fist clenched, his expression contorting into a frown. You little. There's a need to be grateful that all went well. Oberon cut in before Vex could make the worst mistake of his life. Apex Atticus. He turned to Atticus, smiling. I believe I speak for everyone here when I say that we appreciate the weight you've carried to ensure this outcome. Few possess the selflessness to shoulder such burdens. The other paragons also showed appreciative looks, aside from Vexarius, who was boiling at the side. Atticus didn't say anything, only nodding in response and returning Oberon's smile. Seeing as all was said, Oberon used this opportunity to hold a brief meeting where he informed the other paragons about the detailed happenings in the human domain. The marks are a success. And currently, we're trying to implement them on all the citizens of the human domain. The number of spies and imposters we've uncovered has been too numerous to count. The paragons nodded with satisfaction. Now, they didn't have to be scared of sudden betrayals anymore. Things were looking up for the best. He signed the contract. The man's voice sounded surprised, which was a stark contrast to the huge smile on his face. Yes. As the cold voice of Jezeneth responded, an excited glint appeared in the man's eyes. Intrigue. This was what overwhelmed the underground space. It was like a world of its own, bright sunlight illuminating the entire area, forests, wildlife, and ecosystem. There was a small building off to the side, and in the middle of the space stood a tall hill with a beautiful, well-maintained garden. It was a breathtaking scene, one that showed the simplicity of the man. And as he heard Jezeneth's words, the space responded to his feelings. An intrigue so intense that even Jezeneth's anger was being overwhelmed. That's unlike him, he could instantly notice the oddity of the situation. Aside from what Jezeneth had told him about Atticus that day, he had requested more information, basically everything about him. As he received it, he dissected every detail, forming an accurate assessment in his head. To him, he should be able to anticipate every one of the child's moves. His smile widened. He found a way to ignore the contract. Jezeneth's gaze narrowed. To her, and all of Eldoralf, mana contracts were absolute. They were tied to one's mana core and could not be broken, ever. Then, in the next second, her eyes widened. It's possible. He could change the mana signatures of my people to that of other races. If he can do that, then there's a possibility. Jezeneth pondered. And as she did, an intense anger surged through her body. That sneaky little. Drop it. Her words caught in her throat as the man spoke. There's no way you can prove it. Let it go. His tone offered no chance for refusal. Jezeneth gritted her teeth, saying nothing. He was also able to discover the imposters I personally made. He's growing at a rate that shouldn't be possible in the scope of your lower world. He tapped his fingers on his desk rhythmically, a thoughtful expression on his face. Somehow, his expression had lost all its casualness. He had wanted to test Atticus and see how he responded to certain situations. Now he had the results, and it was too much. At first, he had felt a bit of interest in a boy who had managed to bond with a core in such a short time. But now, it had gotten more serious than that. As a being from a higher plane, he had a way of circumventing the effects of any mana contract of the people of Eldoralf. He knew the way, and it could be achieved through mimicking and altering the mana signatures. This is not a power a lower worlder should have. It was not a power that an Eldorian should possess. The implications were profound. Someone high up might be involved. The atmosphere took on a darker tone, the air becoming heavier. Another player. He pondered. They weren't the only powerful world in the Middle Plains. It was very possible that one of the other rulers had sent someone down for training or something. Regardless, if that's the case, he's too dangerous. I shouldn't allow him to grow. His thoughts darkened. Playtime was over. Atticus. Threat level had just magnified in his head. My siblings are here. I can't reveal myself. Not yet. I have to find out who among them is using the aliens to attack. His fingers tapping the desk increased in intensity as his thoughts ran freely. The war, he's going to the military soon. His eyes glinted. I'll wrap it all there. I can't leave it for too long. After the brief meeting at the Citadel, Atticus went to his training room directly. Oberon hadn't talked about anything new. He made sure to remind them all that the vampiro's threat was still very present. Complete caution was necessary, and they needed to ensure every imposter was weeded out from the human domain as soon as possible. Atticus entered his training room and walked to the control terminal at the side. He changed the scenery, the pristine white room shifting into a hellish landscape filled with searing lava and fire. The temperature was staggering. But Atticus appeared unaffected. He took off his clothes before jumping into one of the lava pits. He floated on his back, eyes closed, allowing his thoughts to drift. You're welcome. Atticus sighed at the obvious disturbance. I've thanked you a million times already. What more do you want? It's not enough. The great Ozeroth just saved your ass, you should bow down and praise me. Atticus took a large inhale before exhaling. What a needy spirit. I heard that. Atticus shook his head. All right. Thank you. Happy. HMPH. It would have been better if you got on your knees, but I guess I am merciful. His voice turned excited in the next instant. So, where will you keep it? I'll just leave it there. A compressed mana core could come in handy later. A smile appeared on Atticus' face. He suddenly focused, his mana responding to his call. In the next instant, from his belly, a mana core phased out, hovering just above his palm. It really was a smart idea. Atticus' smile widened. Of course. This is nothing for a being of my magnitude. Atticus ignored his remarks, and instead, his thoughts drifted as he reflected on what he had done. A mana contract was absolute. This had been his mindset from a young age. However, Ozeroth had shattered that mindset. He had to sign a mana contract, or else the other races would attack the human domain. Instead of racking his head, Ozeroth had thought of a very simple solution. Mana contracts were such that they bound the mana core of those who signed them. So, what Atticus had done was simple. He created another mana core. Normally, it wouldn't have been easy, but as a paragon, creating a Grandmaster rank core had been possible. It was mainly compressed mana. The next steps had been the key. Atticus had altered the outer mana signature to match his while changing the inner into another random signature, but he made sure it was human. The others could sense the outer, but the inner couldn't be sensed by them. After this, he used his innate skill, the ability to hide his rank. He used this to hide his original mana core signature, making it non-existent. Then, as he received the mana contract, Atticus had signed it, using the signature of the created mana core along with his to envelop it, making sure the other paragons hadn't noticed that it wasn't his signature. With this, Atticus had linked the mana contract to the mana core he created. One that he could discard anytime he wished. The process had been simple, but what he had achieved was something no one in the history of Eldorolth had ever achieved before. He had just achieved what no one in the history of Eldorolth had ever achieved before, and yet, there was no hint of excitement in Atticus' gaze. The core floated back into his stomach, his cold eyes fixed upwards at the bright crimson skies. He had to resort to tricks in order to escape the demands of the other races. Weakness. He hated that feeling with his entire being. That's a good mindset to have, Ozeroth's voice sounded in his mind. But it's not enough. You're wrong. A bright light ignited from Atticus' chest, and in the next instant, the miniature figure of Ozeroth appeared. His overly sized eyes fixed themselves on Atticus. Look at me. Atticus sighed and turned his gaze reluctantly towards him. Despite his petite size, Ozeroth still looked tall. His entire body radiated a bright purple glow, and his well-trimmed goatee and flawless body showed how much the prideful and egotistical spirit cared about his looks. Ozeroth locked eyes with Atticus. Mindset is everything. It is the foundation of power, the difference between those who wield strength and those who are consumed by it. Power without the will to control it is nothing but chaos. You can trick your enemies, outrun their demands, but until your mind is as unyielding as your blade, you'll always taste the bitterness of weakness. Settle your mind, bond. Everything is a process. As long as your mind remains strong, you will reach the end. Atticus gazed at Ozeroth seriously for a few seconds. But then, a crack appeared in his expression. His lips twitched, and before long, he burst into laughter, cocking his head back as if the world's gravity had momentarily let him go. You sound like an old ancestor giving a speech at a funeral, Atticus wheezed, clutching his stomach. Next, you'll be telling me to respect my elders and eat more vegetables. Ozeroth's oversized eyes twitched, the glow around his body pulsing erratically. His smug expression morphed into fury. Slowly, his purple hue deepened into a vibrant crimson, like a kettle ready to boil over. Respect, Ozeroth bellowed, his tiny frame trembling. This is what I get for trying to grace you with my wisdom. I am not some ancestor, I am Ozeroth. His voice, despite his size, boomed like thunder, echoing inside the training room. Suddenly, Ozeroth's miniature form began to expand, his once petite figure growing larger until he reached his original size. Atticus, laughter stopped, raising one eyebrow. Let's see if you can laugh while I'm pounding that smug face of yours into the dirt. Atticus, figure blurred, appearing in the distance like a blip. Boom. His gaze narrowed as an explosion erupted from where he had been earlier, making the entire training room tremble. Looks like I went overboard, Atticus thought with a wry smile as he withstood the shockwave that hit him with force. His gaze sharpened, landing on Ozeroth, who now looked like a walking volcanic eruption in miniature form. Spiritual energy spewed from his body in wild, chaotic bursts, like a kettle left on the stove for far too long. Each of his steps sent small tremors through the ground. I will turn you into a stain on this floor. Ozeroth growled, his voice rising with every step. And then I'll mop you up with what's left of your ego. Both their figures blurred, vanishing into streaks of light and shadow. Boom. They clashed, and the air itself seemed to rip apart, sending out shockwaves that activated the protective runes on the reinforced walls of the training room. Each collision echoed like thunderclaps, bursts of azure and purple energy exploding with every strike, lighting up the space like a series of nuclear reactions. Atticus felt his entire body shudder, as though his bones rattled with intensity, teetering on the verge of shattering. He's strong. This thought had formed in his head from the very first clash with Ozeroth. Atticus had always known the spirit was strong, beyond even him. However, because of their bond, Ozeroth's strength was supposed to be limited to whatever Atticus could muster. Yet, Atticus couldn't help but feel like this was beyond him. It was like punching a swung sledgehammer. Atticus, gaze sharpened, his perception peaking. He took in everything, and as he did, it was as though his mind exploded. It was perfection in its entirety. Ozeroth's fighting style was artistic, beautiful, efficient. To any onlooker, it might appear erratic, like he was randomly stepping and swinging his punches, but Atticus could see beyond that. There was not a single wasted movement. Ozeroth's body was adjusting in real time to every move he made. Yet, his footwork, stance, and technique remained flawless. Just observing it, Atticus felt enlightened. However, Ozeroth was not a person to fight with split attention. A blow impacted Atticus' face with the force of a wrecking ball. An intense shudder traveled all over his body before he was sent hurtling away like a ragdoll. Atticus, brain rattled in his skull, his eyes seeing stars. He shook his head, his vision clearing just in time to see another massive fist splitting the air with intense momentum. His expression shifted violently. Mana and spiritual energy erupted from his figure like a nuclear blast, his speed and strength peaking. His mind regained clarity, his fist moving upwards to intercept. Fist met fist. The explosion detonated between their fists, a blinding flash of light and sound that ripped through the air like the world itself was splitting apart. Atticus' body was hurtled deep into the ground, the earth cratering beneath him. Dust and debris shot skyward, but before the tremors even settled, he shot back up, an azure blur against the shattered backdrop. His legs sliced through the air, aiming straight for Ozeroth's chin like a missile locked onto its target. Ozeroth's head snapped to the side, evading by a hair's breadth, his glowing form twisting midair with inhuman agility. His heel swerved in a sharp arc, snapping toward Atticus's torso with the force of a battering ram. Atticus's eyes sharpened, his instincts flaring. His outstretched leg came down like a hammer, as if gravity itself had multiplied, smashing into Ozeroth's incoming heel. Crack! The collision ignited another explosion, a shockwave so fierce it obliterated the air between them, sending both figures spiraling through the sky like comets. But they didn't stop. Both their figures blurred, reappearing midair with fists and legs colliding at blinding speeds. Each strike sent ripples through the atmosphere, the air screaming under the pressure of their blows. Boom, boom, boom. Their auras clashed, sparks of azure and purple igniting like fireworks, painting the sky in violent hues. They fought without pause, without breath, their bodies moving faster than thought, faster than sound. The ground quaked, and the skies roared with their fury as they pushed each other beyond their limits. Minutes blurred into hours. Explosions detonated with every clash, shockwaves rippling out like tidal waves, and the runes of the training room began to lose their luster, teetering on the edge of shattering. However, soon, bam, bam, Atticus and Ozeroth collapsed on the floor, both their breathing ragged. Their chests rose and fell as they struggled to catch their breath. What got into you? Atticus said between heavy breaths. Ozeroth took some deep breaths before responding. You needed to be taught a lesson, Bond. Next time, you'll remember this beating and know to treat Ozeroth with respect. Ah, Atticus laughed, making his recovery more difficult. But at this point, he didn't care. The spirit was being absurd. You didn't even win. Because I wasn't serious. I wasn't serious too. They had both used only their fists, without any weapons or arts. Only their passive strength had been enough to almost turn a training room, designed by Oberon and Garvin themselves, into rubble. TCH, Ozeroth clicked his tongue, turning away from Atticus. Atticus laughed for a few moments before stopping and focusing on his recovery. The room fell into silence, the only sound being the heavy breaths of the duo. How do you feel now? Ozeroth broke the silence, asking. Atticus' face broke into a smile. He chuckled. Better. The battle they had just fought had warmed him up, and the terrible feeling he felt because of the situation with the other races had disappeared. He felt good. Thanks, Atticus murmured, but from the slight flinch of Ozeroth, it was very clear he'd heard. Ozeroth suddenly stood up, placing his hand over his mouth as he cleared his throat. Ah, I should head inside. Your performance during that little scuffle was so weak that it drained me. Atticus caught sight of a wide grin tugging at the corner of the spirit's mouth, and the sudden flush creeping up Ozeroth's glowing purple face, turning him red as a tomato before he shrank and streamed into his chest. Atticus smirked. Prideful man, he muttered fondly, before turning towards the crimson skies, his thoughts turning serious. Now that he had regained his grip on his mind, it was time to focus on the future. Now, training. The Vampiros were up to something. The Dimensari were up to something. And Atticus couldn't rule out all the other races. Everyone was up to something. And he was at the center of it all. The military, Atticus' gaze glinted with coldness. Somehow, he knew everything was going to unfold at the war zone. The Zorvans. He had heard stories about the alien race, but after speaking with Eldarish and learning about the history of Eldoralf, Atticus' mind had been expanded. The Zorvans were not the only ones out there. They were just one of many other worlds in their plane. Winning the war with the Zorvans wouldn't be enough, he had to get rid of the roots. They're not the only ones. It was unfortunate, but the outside forces weren't the only ones he had to worry about. His main and current enemies were closer, in Eldoralf. The Vampiros and Dimensari. The mysterious figure controlling them. The other races of Eldoralf. The other apexes. His enemies were bountiful. The Ravenstein family can't help me there, I'll be all alone. And when he went to the military, Atticus was going under the impression that he was completely alone. Don't forget me, brat, Ozeroth rumbled in his head. Atticus smiled. Right. Sorry. Together. The spirit remained silent, but it was clear that Atticus had pulled a nerve. Atticus released a huge exhale before shooting up, clearing his dust-filled body. I have to be ready, he said out loud, making his way to the training room terminal. There was only one solution to all of this: overwhelming strength. I have to achieve it, and fast. Atticus changed the settings of the training room, selecting an environment where his fire element would thrive. First, my elements. Only a few months were left until he had to leave for the military, and Atticus had every intention of being ready. The temperature of the room skyrocketed to unprecedented heights, causing even Atticus to break a sweat. He walked to the middle and sat down, and without a word, he closed his eyes and focused. Atticus was currently at level 4 in basically all of his elements. This meant that he had formed a connection so strong between himself and the molecules that he had gained absolute control over them in a given radius. However, to level them up, Atticus had to go beyond this. He had to become it. Unlike other elementalists, Atticus had far too many elements. This, unfortunately, meant he would have to become all of them. I'm not entirely sure how it'll work, but it should be possible. He had to reach the highest synchronicity with each of the elements. This was what Atticus focused on. As time passed, He switched between the elements, choosing to level them up together, gradually. However, this wasn't the only thing Atticus did. He also trained his spiritual energy whenever he got the chance. Besides that, he trained his Orlithian's abilities along with the superior races' techniques. Unfortunately, Atticus had decided to leave awakening the blood element for later. Apart from the fact that he would need large amounts of blood that he couldn't get without going on a massacre, he didn't have the time to train it to a level where it would be useful. At the end of the day, he had decided to leave its awakening for the military. There, blood and gore should be the norm. Atticus trained without pause. Then, time passed in a blur. Days, weeks, and then, months. And now, Atticus stood in front of a full-sized mirror in his room, standing tall, well-dressed, handsome, and radiating an aura so intense that the mirror struggled to reflect him. The day for military enlistment had arrived. And Atticus was ready. Atticus stared down at his reflection with a calm gaze. He was getting one good look at himself before he headed out to war. Damn. As he did, Atticus couldn't help but admire his entire look. His skin was flawless, his face so incredible it was as though it had been sculpted by the hands of a god. His hair appeared like silk, and his height. Atticus was tall. In fact, tall was an understatement. Because of his height, they had to adjust the door to his room to accommodate him. Luckily, the ceiling had been high in the first place. And his presence appeared serene, so peaceful he could calm the most anxious of minds. Stop fawning over yourself, Bond. You're not even as good looking as me. Atticus heard Ozeroth's snide remark inwardly. He scoffed. Please, the only thing you have going for you is your goatee, which I know you trim practically every second. Take that back. Back in the spirit realm, women would get wet just being in my presence. Don't forget we share minds. Don't you dare. Ozeroth roared in his mind, as though he was ready to explode should Atticus finish that sentence. Atticus held in his laughter before muttering, virgin. Atticus waited for the inevitable explosion, however, it never came. That's surprising, Atticus thought. Normally, Ozeroth would have erupted, screaming at the top of his lungs, but a few seconds passed and nothing happened. He was silent. Ah, are you angry? It's all right, Ozzy, you're not alone. Atticus could practically feel the spirit trembling like a boiling kettle inwardly as he heard his nickname. During the months of constant training, they had fought and trained multiple times, and during it, their relationship and bantering had only deepened. Atticus had given Ozeroth a nickname. One that, as he heard it, the spirit had immediately threatened to turn his entire being into ashes if he called him that again. But that didn't stop Atticus. He constantly called him that, especially during their banters. The worst he got had been a few punches to his face. Atticus welcomed the spars. Observing Ozeroth refined his fighting skills to an extraordinary degree compared to battling with the data of different warriors. Ozzy, Ozeroth, remained silent even after hearing Atticus shamelessly also call himself a virgin. Atticus sighed. What a baby. Ozeroth's trembling increased, and Atticus could feel that he was trying really hard to hold himself back from exploding. Atticus suddenly felt another emotion surge through his body. He turned his gaze towards a large black egg sitting on his bed. He held back his smile. Even you think it's funny, huh? He could feel the excitement of the egg, and he could tell that it found the situation funny. Isn't it about time you hatched? Atticus felt its emotion change from excitement to sadness, and he sighed. Since he had gotten the egg from the Frostbane family, it had only grown bigger, never hatching. He had asked the Frostbane directly if there was anything he had to do, however, he received the same answer Magnus had given him, it will hatch when it's time. At least I didn't have to take it everywhere. The emotions of the egg shifted into anger at Atticus' remark. Right, sorry, though he said that, he didn't really mean it. During the first weeks, Atticus had to take the egg everywhere he was going. Although he didn't go past his training room and the main mansion, it was still a bit annoying. However, after some months, he became able to move without it, though it shouldn't be for long periods of time, or else it'd start getting restless. The egg's anger intensified as it sensed Atticus' deceit, and Atticus had to take a few seconds to pacify it. Just be lucky I was able to find a way for you to come with me to the military. Atticus muttered as he lifted the egg. It was large but appeared weightless. He brought out a small chest from his space ring, which expanded as he channeled his mana. It's all right, I'll take you out as soon as I can, Atticus said soothingly as the egg started whining. As Atticus placed the egg inside the chest, it shrunk down to a miniature size, and Atticus placed it inside his robe. He had received this artifact from Magnus some days back when he expressed his confusion at how to move with the egg when he went to the military. The last thing he wanted was hauling a large egg wherever he went. With that settled, Atticus took a deep breath. I guess it's time. Let's see my improvements first. He decided to check his status before moving. Status, he called. A holographic interface appeared in front of his face. Character profile. Name. Asterisk Atticus Ravenstein. Age. Asterisk 17 greater than 18. Gender. Asterisk male. Race. Asterisk human Othranian hybrid. Attributes. Strength. 1341 right pointing arrow 1350. Agility. 1370 right pointing arrow 1381. Endurance. 1410 right pointing arrow 1432. Vitality. 1600 right pointing arrow 1609. Intelligence. 500 right pointing arrow 505. Perception. 405 right pointing arrow 409. Charm. 601 right pointing arrow 602. Will. 320 right pointing arrow 323. Level. Asterisk Grandmaster. Talent. Asterisk mythical. Bloodline. Asterisk primordial elemental bloodline. Elements. Level 4. Fire. 65 right pointing arrow 80%. Water. 59 right pointing arrow 80%. Air. 59 right pointing arrow 80%. Earth. 56 right pointing arrow 80%. Light. 57 right pointing arrow 80%. Lightning. 62 right pointing arrow 80%. Ice. 51 right pointing arrow 80%. Spirit element. 10 right pointing arrow 47%. Space. 15 right pointing arrow 72%. Darkness. 69%. Level 3. None. Level 2. None. Dash. Level 1. None. Locked bloodlines. Blood element 34% new. Comma. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Vorpal nova. Sundering storm. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Paragon. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Grandmaster plus. Ethereal cloak potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Grandmaster plus. Collective potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Dimensional loop. Advanced plus. Greater than expert. Predatory perception. Advanced plus. Greater than expert. Immunity buildup. Advanced plus. Greater than expert. Slow decay. Advanced plus greater than expert. Pain resistance. Advanced plus. Greater than expert. Aura masking. Advanced plus. Greater than expert. Revenant's touch. Advanced plus. Greater than expert. Metabolic boost. Advanced plus. Greater than expert. Nullification field. Advanced plus greater than expert. Oralithian's abilities. Echo manipulation. Ability to summon a temporary echo of yourself or an ally for assistance. Current mastery. Paragon. Temporal glimpse. Replay the last 1 second of an event to observe or correct actions. Current mastery. Paragon. Dimensional phasing. Ability to shift partially into the echo realm, making you intangible to physical attacks but vulnerable to mana-based or spiritual strikes. Current mastery. Paragon. Memory weaving. Weave fragments of memories from the echo realm into objects, weapons, or even people. This will allow you to store knowledge, emotions, or even abilities for others to access. LOCKED. Echo bind. Bind the echoes of others, living or dead, to yourself, using these fragments to gain insights, borrow abilities, or even summon spectral allies. LOCKED. My elements. Atticus' eyes had brushed through his status in less than a second. He had seen everything, especially his stats that had barely moved. Hard would be an understatement when describing how he had achieved that small result. Now that Atticus was in the Paragon rank, it was as though the difficulty of increasing his strength had intensified manifold. Months of painstaking training had only given him so much improvement. However, every point gained had far more effects on his body than before. He could feel the power surging through him. Still, of all abilities, Atticus' eyes had settled on his elements. I can't seem to make them budge again. He had wanted to level up before the military began, however, no matter how much he tried to increase his connection with the molecules and become one with them, it wouldn't budge. Everyone had stopped at the 80% mark as though he was missing something. Grandpa also didn't know what it was. He had instantly inquired from Magnus about his problem, but the man hadn't been able to offer a solution, much to his displeasure. Ozeroth had also been asked, but the spirit didn't know much about it either. Because of this unknown reason, his proficiency in most of his elements had stalled at 80%. How annoying. Atticus shook his head. There was nothing Atticus hated more than a bottleneck he didn't know how to break through. At this point, he didn't know what he was working towards. He sighed, turning his attention to his other abilities. All his other abilities had also leveled up, aside from the Orlithian abilities, which he had only focused on getting used to using in tandem with his other abilities. This made using the abilities very seamless and, most importantly, easier. Now, Atticus just couldn't wait to enter the battlefield. Atticus dispersed the status page. Taking one more good look at himself, he turned to leave the room. However, after taking just one step forward, he paused, facing forward as though waiting for something. The air suddenly became electrified, a crackle of lightning, and Magnus appeared in front of him. Atticus smiled. Feels good to finally be able to sense him before he appears. In the past, Atticus had no control over when Magnus appeared or disappeared. He couldn't even sense his movements. But now, he had known before he entered the room. You're ready? Magnus asked, and Atticus could sense a large amount of reluctance in his tone. Atticus' smile widened. I am. Magnus stared at him for some seconds as though trying to memorize every detail of his grandson's face, as if he knew it might be the last time in a long while that he'd see him. Lightning still danced faintly around him, casting shifting shadows across his hardened expression. You've grown, Magnus finally said in a low and steady voice, but its weight was heavy. Atticus' smile softened, but he said nothing. There was no need. The silence between them spoke volumes. Magnus stepped closer and placed a firm hand on Atticus' shoulder. His grip was strong, stronger than necessary, but it wasn't just about strength. It was grounding, anchoring. Atticus didn't raise any guard. He didn't need to. There was no one he trusted more. He locked eyes with Magnus and waited for his words. This path, it will change you. Atticus' expression didn't change. The path to the top. He knew well how perilous his journey would be, the challenges, the obstacles, the death, love, hate. Everything. His expression was serious and his voice steady as he responded. I know. Another pause. Then, Magnus' hand tightened on his shoulder. Don't lose yourself. For a man like Magnus, whose every word always sounded like a decree, Atticus could instantly tell, those words were not an order. They were a plea. Atticus' chest tightened, and his heart felt incredibly warm. He responded in a steady tone. I won't. Magnus' hand lingered for a moment longer before he let go. He straightened, the stoic mask slipping back into place like armor. But just before he turned, his voice dropped to a rare, gentle murmur. Your grandmother would be proud. Atticus felt something shift in his chest, and his eyes felt incredibly moist, but he swallowed it down, standing tall. I'll make sure you are too. Magnus paused. He didn't respond, but the faintest spark of emotion flickered in his eyes. His expression broke into a smile before he disappeared, leaving only the faint sound of his voice. I already am. Atticus took in a deep breath before breathing out. He wiped his moist eyes with his sleeve, regaining his composure. He straightened himself before walking out of his room. As he reached downstairs, he was instantly enveloped in a tight hug, one he was all too used to. Be careful out there and don't skip your meals, Anastasia whispered in his ear, making a smile appear on his face. All right, Mom, he whispered back, hugging her tighter. Anastasia had gotten used to Atticus' life. She had stopped all her habits of forcing him to take breaks or trying to make sure he wasn't doing anything dangerous. Although her worry and care were still ever present, she had come to understand that there was simply no stopping him. It was futile, especially with his current position and importance. It was better to express her support. They both separated after some time, and Atticus' eyes landed on Avalon and the three stars standing at the side. Avalon placed his firm hand on Atticus' head. At this point, Atticus was taller, but the matter was too serious for Avalon to care. He locked eyes with Atticus for a few seconds before a smile appeared on his face. Don't carry the weight of the world alone, son. You've got us. You've always got us. I know. Avalon ruffled his hair. I know you'll do great out there. Atticus smiled before embracing Avalon, who returned the hug without hesitation. Afterwards, Atticus received well wishes from Sirius, Lyanna, and Nathan. Make sure you respect your teachers over there, brat, Sirius said with a smirk. Never spare your enemies, they're worth more dead. The only time you should spare them is if you want them to feel unimaginable and excruciating pain before their death, Lyanna advised in a whisper while hugging Atticus. The whole room had suddenly gone many degrees colder. Thank you so much, Atticus, for making me, us, so rich, Nathan said while holding back his tears. His money maker was leaving. After giving each of them their appropriate responses, Atticus reluctantly said his goodbyes, walking out the mansion door. As Atticus came out of the main mansion of the Ravenstein estate, his gaze landed on the army of white-haired Ravensteins dotting the entire estate. Their numbers were staggering. As the door closed with a loud bam, all eyes turned towards Atticus, who had just stepped out. His presence overwhelmed all, and they each stared in awe of him. This again. As Atticus took a step forward, many of them, especially people on the higher spectrum of power, snapped out of it, recalling just why they had all come here. As Atticus reached the bottom of the stairs, they suddenly parted, creating a pathway that led to the small airship at the center of the estate. Atticus walked, and then, one by one, like falling dominoes, their heads bowed. Not from obligation, not from tradition, but from undeniable, bone-deep respect. Atticus' cold expression broke into a smile. Though he didn't like the attention, he still appreciated the fact that they had come to see him off. He nodded with appreciation as he walked, and the Ravensteins' heads remained bowed even as he reached the airship. Atticus' steps stopped, his gaze landing on a stoic-looking figure clad in a well-fitted and neat military uniform standing in front of the airship. The figure was tall, his posture rigid as if carved from stone. Two horns jutted from his head, and his steel-gray eyes met Atticus without a flicker of emotion, unbothered by the reverence surrounding them. A member of the demon race. For a moment, silence hung in the air like a taut string. Then, in a voice like gravel, he spoke. General Atticus Ravenstein. He saluted, his posture straight, rigid, and perfect. His tone was devoid of any flattery. My name is Victor Halden. I will be your drill sergeant for the duration of your training. His words were crisp, each syllable sounding like commands on a battlefield. He lowered his hand and stood straight. You may carry the title of general now, but until your training is complete, you will be treated as my student. His gaze sharpened. You will address me as drill sergeant. I expect discipline, focus, and nothing less than your best. Victor's eyes lingered on Atticus for a moment longer, assessing the monster human child. Just as the report had said, the boy's power was without a doubt overwhelming, but Victor was reaching for something else. The atmosphere of the Ravenstein estate had long since changed as every single Ravenstein stared at Victor as though they wanted to rip him to shreds. Their apex deserved so much more respect. Regardless, Atticus remained silent, simply staring at Victor. He could sense no ill intent coming from the demon, and so, he remained passive. Now, board the airship. Your training begins the moment we take flight. Victor turned and boarded the ship the instant he spoke, and with a final nod at the Ravenstein estate, Atticus followed him. The hatch closed, and the ship took off into the skies. Almost immediately, the overwhelming sound of roars and cheering shook the entirety of Ravenstein Spire as people from all over had gathered around the estate to wish their apex goodbye. He was finally joining the war. Bright white light illuminated the weirdly small airship. It's small. Obviously, neither the battle-hardened drill sergeant nor the makers of this tiny airship that Atticus was trying to avoid calling a pod had expected him to be this tall. As Atticus entered the ship, a few steps were all it took before he reached the control room. Looks like it's only for travel. This was the first time Atticus was seeing a model like this. There was nothing aside from the small loading dock and control room. No place to even sleep. As Atticus entered the control room, it was as he had expected. Two seats faced the oval-shaped glass, littered with multiple holographic screens. Those two seats were the only ones present, not that there was any space for more. Have your seat. We'll jump soon. Victor spoke succinctly, his hands moving and tapping different parts of the screens, obviously preparing for takeoff. Atticus silently took his seat. The seatbelt adjusted itself, weaving over him and strapping him in place. Victor sent a glance over at Atticus, and after confirming that he was ready, he opened the case of a red button in front of him before pushing it. The airship hummed, its figure igniting in a blinding light before disappearing from the air. Fast. It was all blurs outside the airship. Atticus could tell that despite its small and unassuming appearance, it was moving at Paragon rank speed. The Aegis airship can't compare. Maybe only the military uses it. Atticus had never seen such an advanced airship in the human domain. If a Tier 1 family like the Ravensteins didn't have it, then it didn't exist. Pondering and admiring it for some seconds, Atticus finally turned to his so-called drill instructor. The demon race. The demons were a mid-race in Eldoralf. They were below the dragon race, battling for second place with the angel race. Atticus hadn't had any major dealings with them, but he had learned about them all the same. Their main abilities were their insanely durable bodies, their ability to peer into the fears of people, and, last but not least, their ability to control fire. But not just any fire. Hellfire, or so they called it. It was a fire that had more properties aside from burning. I want it. Somehow, he was glad that a demon was his drill instructor. At least he would gain something from it. You have something to say to me. Victor turned to Atticus with his hardened face. Atticus didn't appear surprised, he hadn't been hiding his scrutiny in the first place. I'm just a bit curious. About a drill instructor. Victor tilted his head to the side. He sighed slightly, as though he had been expecting this reaction from Atticus. Word had already spread throughout the different domains and military that a human child had ascended into the Paragon rank. Not only that, it was the same child that had defeated the other Apexes and won the Nexus. And now, he, a Grandmaster plus rank demon, had been selected to be his drill sergeant. His trainer. In what world was a Grandmaster rank qualified to teach a Paragon? It was absurd. By all conventional standards, Victor Halden had no business training someone like Atticus Ravenstein. A Paragon was a force of nature, a symbol of unmatched power in Eldoralf, while Victor was, well, just a Grandmaster. It was akin to an ant training a giant. If it came down to raw power, Victor couldn't hold a candle to the monster that was a Paragon. While Atticus understood the need to be oriented in the ways of the military before being sent out to war, he doubted if that was what was happening here. The man had obviously been sent here to train him, but on what? This was what Atticus wanted to know. They possibly didn't think a Grandmaster could teach him how to fight, did they? It sounded like pride, but it was far from it. A Paragon could kill a Grandmaster numerous times before the latter could even blink. Victor's sharp, crimson, and unflinching eyes met his. The demon's face appeared calm. Listen, I'll be frank with you. He spoke after some seconds, his tone blunt, devoid of any attempt at mincing his words. You're not well liked by the other races. In fact, you're very hated. But here's the thing, so am I. Atticus raised an eyebrow, but Victor didn't pause. I've never trained anyone before, Victor admitted, his eyes narrowing slightly. Just got back from, his gaze flickered as though recalling a painful past. He shook his head, finishing his words. Failing a mission, you'll be my first assignment. I'm sure they paired us because they want us both to fail. There was no bitterness in his voice, no resentment. It didn't appear as though he cared about the situation. Just cold, hard truth. The training camp is a preparatory stage for the real war. You'll be taught everything, from what you'll be fighting to how to survive it. How to lead men who fear you more than the enemy, and make decisions that'll haunt you long after the blood dries. His gaze darkened. You'll learn how to endure when your power means nothing. And when you're standing knee-deep in the corpses of people you couldn't save, you'll understand exactly what war is. Victor's voice never wavered. It didn't need to. During all of it, I'll be in charge of you. Only you. He jabbed a finger toward Atticus's chest. Only you and the other Apexes are getting personal drill instructors. The rest of the soldiers are not so lucky. But don't let that fool you. You all might have overwhelming power, but war doesn't care about just power. War is bloody. War is cruel. And without the firmest of wills, you won't survive it. Atticus's eyes hardened, but Victor wasn't finished. As your drill sergeant, and someone weaker than you, I'm not here to better your strength or refine your fighting style. I can't teach you how to throw a stronger punch or summon more fire. But I will break your mind down and rebuild it. I'll strip away every illusion you have about strength until you understand that the only thing keeping you alive out there won't be your power, it'll be your will. They both locked eyes with each other. Victor expected some reaction from Atticus, but he didn't get anything. Atticus only became more confused. Break his mind. Rebuild it. Just who was this demon? Did he even know who he was talking to? Demon obviously assumed that because Atticus was a child, he knew nothing about war. He was half right. Atticus knew nothing about war. But death and carnage. He knew that well. I see, Atticus muttered, his voice low as he turned away, uninterested in a battle of words. He would rather let everything unfold in time. Actions spoke louder than hollow words. But Victor wasn't done. What is your goal? The demon asked. Atticus didn't even need to look back to know that Victor was trying to pry into his mind. Still, he answered without hesitation. The peak. A moment of silence passed before Victor's voice followed. Do you think you have enough will to reach that level? There was no mockery in his tone, just a straight question. Do you understand what it means to stand at the top? The blood you'll wade through, the weight of the lives you'll sacrifice, the darkness it'll carve into your mind. Atticus stopped in his tracks before slowly turning his head to meet Victor's gaze. His eyes were like frozen steel, calm, detached, but burning with something far more dangerous. It doesn't matter. The number of deaths doesn't matter. Nor does what you think my mind is. I will reach the top. His words were like a verdict etched in stone. No matter what's waiting for me there. The control room fell silent, the only sound coming from the soft beeping of the monitors. Victor's eyes were wide open. He hadn't been expecting that response from a child. Seconds ticked by before they both turned their gazes forward, neither speaking another word. The airship glided through the sky like a phantom, smooth and uninterrupted. Then, without warning, the surroundings blurred violently. The airship jerked as if ripped through the fabric of reality, and in an instant, they were no longer in calm skies. The world outside had twisted into chaos. Black thunder rolled across the sky, jagged bolts of lightning tearing through thick, churning clouds. Ahead of them was a massive swirling portal. But what truly made Atticus's eyes narrow were the things guarding it. Airships, if they could even be called that, hovered around the gate. He had never seen one that looked as lethal as them. Atticus could feel a small hint of threat from them. As they approached, the monstrous ships shifted. Their guns, large enough to tear through mountains, swiveled and locked onto their airship. The tension crackled as a bright, scanning light swept over them. Then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed through the space. General Apex Atticus. Sergeant Victor Halden. Access granted. The guns retreated, and the massive airships parted, allowing them to pass. Get ready. You'll be tested the instant we reach. Victor's voice sounded as the airship sped through the portal. Moments ago. Brew, we're finally going to the military. I can't wait to kick some of those blue aliens' asses. A buff, tanned, white-haired boy exclaimed with excitement, earning a few hateful glances in his direction. But he didn't care. Nothing could ruin this for him. He had trained in the Ravenstein camp, survived years at the academy just for this. A calmer and more slender boy, seated next to him, suddenly scoffed, shaking his head. You're the only one stupid enough to love war, Nate. Nate shot him a wide grin. It's what we've been waiting for, Lucas. I can't not be excited. Lucas sighed, running a hand through his hair. Too bad not everyone shares your enthusiasm. He cast a glance around the room, his sharp eyes scanning the other gathered recruits, who had a gloomy aura surrounding them as though they were being sent to their deaths. They were currently in a large auditorium-like room inside an airship headed for the military training camp. The academy students numbered in the millions, and they all couldn't fit into one airship. From a glance, it was clear there were only a few thousand present. Each of the leaders of the divisions at the academy, along with their close subordinates. Bunch of pussies, Nate muttered, jerking his thumb toward the front row where 10 individuals sat in tense silence. But his gaze focused on 3 of them, seated one after another as though following an unspoken rank. Their bodies were still and eyes straight ahead. Not a shred of fear. Not a shred of hesitation. Just look at them. Lucas's eyes narrowed slightly, fixing his gaze on the three figures. Zoe Starhaven, Kale Stormrider, Aurora Ravenstein. Not everyone is as talented, or as dumb, as you. Some of them actually understand what we're walking into. The military's not a place for flowers and cupcakes. Lucas's voice dropped. We're getting sent to war. Tell me, how many of them do you think will make it back? Nate went quiet for a second, his eyes lingering on the faces in the front row. Brooding about it won't make it any better. It's not like we have a choice. It'd be better if they made the best of it. At least then they'd have a better chance of surviving. Are you really Nate? Lucas asked, bewildered. To think Nate actually said something intelligent. What? You're jealous you can't be as smart as me? Nate said with a grin. The way you think never ceases to amaze me. Thanks, Nate said, missing, or ignoring, the sarcasm entirely. Lucas shook his head, deciding to change the topic. But before they even worry about surviving war, Lucas continued, they'll have to survive training camp. The military training camp. It was unlike anything any of them had experienced before. Its sheer scale dwarfed the Ravenstein training grounds and even the academy where they had spent the last 3 years. It was a sprawling location designed to mold the next generation of soldiers for Eldoralf's united military force. Recruits poured in from every domain across Eldoralf, each coming from different races. And in such a space, with the different races gathered together, the tension and competition could not be imagined. Right. Nate's eyes lit up again. Before we kick those blue aliens' asses, I'm gonna put those arrogant, prideful pricks in their place. Lucas arched an eyebrow. Are you sure you know what you're talking about? What? Nate flexed his arm, as if that answered the question. If he's done it, why can't I? Lucas gave him a long, unimpressed stare. Now who's the arrogant one? Are you seriously comparing yourself to him? Nate grinned, unbothered. Why can't I? Lucas just stared at him, like he was studying some rare, exotic idiot. Nate was currently comparing himself to the same person who had defeated the strongest youths of the different races. The same boy who could behead every single person in this room before they could even blink. Ah, I can't wait to see him. Nate said suddenly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I'm sure you're not the only one with that sentiment, Lucas replied dryly, gesturing toward the front row. Nate followed his gaze, spotting the wide and expectant smile on Aurora's face. His grin only widened. Yeah, but I'm the only one who's gonna walk up to him and say, what's up, like we're old friends. Lucas snorted. Right, and then you'll be the only one picking your teeth off the floor. Nate laughed, clapping Lucas on the back hard enough to make him stumble forward. Come on, man. Atticus is chilled. Let's hope all that fame didn't get to his head. Just prepare your mind for anything. We won't be well liked by the other races, considering we come from the same family as him. Bah, I prefer it that way. I'd love to see their hate-filled eyes when I pummel their stupid faces. Lucas just chuckled, shaking his head, as the door to the hall sounded open, calling them to attention. Gazes snapped toward the entrance, landing on a man clad in the midnight black uniform of the military. His movements were sharp, the stillness of a seasoned soldier radiating off him with every step. He walked with the authority of someone who'd seen too much and survived it all, his expression unreadable as he reached the podium and faced the gathered recruits. The room fell into a heavy silence, whispers and murmurs dying off as every recruit looked at the man. His gaze swept over them, cold, assessing, and entirely unimpressed, as though he had done this more times than he could count. My name is Sergeant Darnell, he began. I'm supposed to stand here, give you a rousing speech, and uplift your spirits. But I'm in no business of lying, especially to younglings like yourselves. His voice grew louder, colder. Where you're going, the training camp, it's going to be the hardest, most hellish place you've ever experienced. The academy cannot compare. Everything you've experienced until now cannot compare. The majority of the recruits shifted uncomfortably. They couldn't be blamed. Many of them were already scared at the fact that they would meet the other races and join the war. And now, this random man was basically intensifying their fears. Humans are at the bottom of the power scale. Inherently weaker than the other races, the sergeant continued. You will be dominated, beaten, and left behind. The only thing that will keep you from being trampled underfoot is your will. And let me be clear, his eyes hardened, weak wills will end up as cannon fodder. The silence deepened, and at this point, many had begun trembling in their seats. The man's words were beyond blunt. They were going to hell. Darnell's cold eyes settled on the one seated in the front row, stopping on Aurora as he sighted her white hair. And thanks to the brilliant workings of our magnanimous apex, Darnell sneered slightly, it's going to be worse this time around. They'll be gunning for you. For all of you. His eyes were weirdly more focused on Aurora, Nate, and Lucas, his disdain obvious. Nate felt a flicker of tension spread through the room, but he only grinned wider. Lucas, however, kept his expression neutral, his sharp eyes taking everything in. Aurora's fiery eyes locked onto the man, unmoved. Her gaze showed not even a flicker of fear. Darnell's voice became sharper. Here's a piece of advice, Darnell said, his voice dropping to a cold tone. Don't stand out. Keep your heads down if you want to survive. He let that hang in the air for a beat before stepping back from the podium. That is all. With that, he turned on his heel and marched out of the hall, leaving the recruits to sit in suffocating silence. Man, who pissed in his rations this morning? Nate's words were supposed to be low, but the silence made them carry across the entire hall, heard by all. Despite the tense situation, he still got a few laughs and many forced smiles. It had been funny, but there was nothing that could get rid of the fear surging through them. Normally, in a gathering of the leaders of the divisions, people from different families of the human domain, there would be tension, but none of them could think about that right now. The airship abruptly came to a stop in front of a massive portal. Black thunder filled the surroundings, the clouds chaotic. It was followed by another wave of airships appearing behind them, each one carrying the other students of the academy. After a short and brief scan, they were each allowed in, and then, the walls of the hall disappeared, showing the recruits the world that unfolded. It wasn't beautiful. Instead, it was a sight that intensified the fears in each one of them. Black thunder crackled across the skies, its light radiating off the large numbers of floating islands that dotted the sky. The atmosphere was dark and gloomy, as though the military was making it perfectly clear that they were not here for fun. As the airships cut through the skies, they suddenly split, moving towards different floating islands. The gazes of Nate and the others glinted as their airship brought them to the highest floating island. They landed on a large platform filled with other airships, whose occupants had already started disembarking. The lights in the hall suddenly turned off, and an AI voice sounded, urging them to disembark. Let's go. Nate pulled Lucas, much to the latter's dismay, and after moving through the halls, they finally disembarked, only to be stopped in their tracks by a human soldier whose hardened face made even Nate take a pause. Form up. It sounded like an order that left no room for refusal, dousing Nate's excitement like water on flames. Nate sighed before stepping forward with Lucas and standing to the side. Soon enough, the other recruits disembarked, receiving the same order from the man and forming up in an orderly fashion. Seeing as they were all present, the man's aura suddenly spread out, enveloping every one of them like an unseen weight. My name is Drill Sergeant Kosher, and I shall be addressed as Drill Sergeant. I will lead you towards where you will all be addressed. You must maintain this formation, follow my footsteps, and never stray. Am I clear? His aura pressed down on each one of them. Why yes. Many answered reluctantly, unsure of the situation. Did I stutter? Yes. The weight intensified. Yes. Drill Sergeant. They bellowed. Kosher nodded, satisfied. Then he turned, his steps swift as he started leading the recruits. As they walked, they caught sight of different races being led towards the same direction. Leaving the landing area, the atmosphere only grew heavier. The recruits managed to follow orders, matching the steps of the drill sergeant. Soon, they caught sight of a very large auditorium with different openings at various parts. As they entered, the recruits were greeted by a striking sight: youths of 16 different races, each distinct in appearance and aura, gathered in precise formations around the vast arena. Every group was led by a drill sergeant from their respective race, their stern expressions mirroring the gravity of the occasion. The recruits' gazes were drawn to the empty podium at the center of the Colosseum. But as they turned their attention back to their surroundings, they realized that each of their drill sergeants had silently vanished, leaving the recruits standing alone. While many of them wondered where they had gone, the humans weren't given such respite. Bloodlust, so thick and intense, slammed into the human youths. As they turned, many of them cursed under their breath. Of all the races that could be beside them, it had to be the vampiros. The vampiro's youth's crimson eyes bore into the human youths like predators looking at prey, their bloodlust bleeding into the air. The metallic stench of blood assaulted their nostrils, an intense chill crawling up their spines. Humanity and vampiros. The tension between their races could not be explained in words. The Blood Queen had personally declared humanity their enemy, stating that they entered into their lands and slaughtered their people. Naturally, this hatred was carried by all members of the vampiros race. The human youths had heard about this only in their last days at the academy when learning about which races to steer clear of and why. The vampiros had been number 1, and the Dimensari number 2. But lo and behold, another wave of killing intent slammed into them, and as they turned, their eyes landed on the Dimensari youths, gazing at them as though looking at their lifelong enemies. The bloodlust from the vampiros and Dimensari made breathing difficult for many of the human youths. 3 years had passed in the academy, and most had turned 18. But while the majority of the human youths present were leaders of the academy divisions and could be considered geniuses by all rights, their ranks ranged from expert to expert plus, with only 2 exceptions. Zoe Starhaven, Kale Stormrider. They had both done what no one would have expected, and if not for a particular monster they all knew, they would have rewritten the history of the human domain. At the young age of 18, they had broken through and entered the master ranks. It was something no one would have ever imagined possible. While the other races, youths also had practically all of them in the expert ranks, their auras compared to the humans were like heaven and earth. Bloodlust seeped through the spines of the youths, and space became heavier. The tension was palpable. What do you bloodsuckers want? The human youths' gazes widened in unison. That voice, it had come from their group. Who in the living world was stupid enough to say that? Nate suddenly took a step towards the vampiros, his eyes gazing at them like an unspoken challenge. Atticus isn't the only one who can kick ass. If you want some, come. His expert rank aura exploded as his body became many times heavier. The broad boy stood facing the army of vampiros youths with a confidence that couldn't be explained. The human youths felt as if they had heard the most absurd thing in their lives. Many cleared their ears just to make sure. Was he insane? Shit. This fool, Lucas muttered under his breath, shaking his head. The vampiros appeared like the human youths, gazing at Nate as if they were looking at a fool. One of them stepped forward. The other vampiros that had wanted to engage all paused as they saw him, choosing not to act anymore. Their number 1, Lucas quickly deduced as he saw the quick interaction. He sent a glance at Nate, expecting a hint of caution, only to see that the bonehead hadn't even changed his expression. The vampiro's boy was tall and lean, his skin pale and eyes gleaming a deep crimson, like fresh blood swirling in a glass. His lips curled into a smile that was more fang than friendliness. I find you humans fascinating. So fragile, so full of spirit, like cattle that think they're wolves. The bloodlust thickened. But Nate didn't miss a beat. Funny, he shot back, his grin widening, I was just thinking how you bloodsuckers look like overgrown leeches with bad attitudes. A quiet, collective gasp rippled through the air, more so from the humans who couldn't believe just how stupid Nate was. The gazes of the vampiro's youth became feral, their fangs sprouting as they watched with intense gazes. But the vampiro's boy only chuckled, shaking his head slowly. Such a sharp tongue, he murmured, taking another step forward. I wonder if it'll taste as sharp when I tear it from your mouth. His hand twitched, a blur of motion, and the tension snapped like a taut string. He was about to strike, but then, suddenly, he froze. His crimson eyes narrowed, flicking to something, or someone, behind Nate. With brown hair and a compact, muscular frame, 8 sheathed swords hung at his waist, and a massive broadsword was strapped across his back. Kale Stormrider stood like an unyielding mountain, silent, immovable, and impossible to ignore. He didn't even bother to turn his body fully toward the vampiro's boy. Only his head shifted slightly, his piercing gaze locking onto the would-be attacker. Yet, the battle intent spilling from Kale's body enveloped the entire space. It was a declaration that required no words. Move, and I'll cut you down. The gaze of the vampiro's boy only grew colder, crimson eyes narrowing further. But before he could make a move, an overwhelming aura crashed down upon the entire hall, suffocating an absolute. It snapped the tension like a brittle twig, dragging the attention of every youth away from the brewing confrontation. Heads turned sharply toward the front, where a figure stood with imposing stillness. Clad in the midnight black uniform of the military, the Nullite man radiated an icy authority that chilled the air itself. Behind him stood the drill sergeants who had led the recruits here earlier, aligned in a perfect row, their faces hard and impassive. His Grandmaster plus rank aura pressing down on them silenced the room completely as he finally spoke. My name is Staff Sergeant Voran. His voice was flat, emotionless, and cold enough to sting. Just like the Nullites. Welcome to the Academy training camp. His gaze remained deadened, devoid of anything resembling encouragement. I will not give a speech. Only facts. This will be the hardest thing you have ever done in your lives. We are not here to protect you. We are here to train you. And during this training, his eyes scanned the room, you can die. Survival rests fully on your shoulders. The weight of his words hit harder than even the oppressive aura. The fact that they could die unsettled the youths. The general curriculum for every academy across the Alliance is the same: one leader will lead each division. That order will be adhered to, and you will continue to lead. A few recruits shifted uncomfortably, while others glanced at their designated leaders with unease. Now it was more than a game, their lives were at stake. Now, your base. Voran's tone remained unchanged, as if discussing something as mundane as the weather. This will be determined entirely by the leaders of each division. The floating islands in this camp are numerous and are grouped into ranks. You will be tested, and depending on your rank, you will be assigned an island. He paused, letting that settle in before continuing with a sharper edge. Be aware, the lower your rank, the lower your living standards. The more hellish your environment will be. If you fail, you will suffer. The rules of this test are simple. His cold eyes swept over the recruits, as if daring them to object. Reach the top of the mountain. Voran stepped back slightly, his presence no less suffocating. The test begins now. And with that, a blinding light assaulted the room, encompassing every single division leader present. The Vampiros, Boy's cold gaze remained fixed on Kale even as he was teleported away from the area along with the other division leaders. A blinding orange light ignited at the base of an imposing mountain, and the figure of a white-haired lady materialized. Aurora's fiery gaze scanned her surroundings, her guard raised to the peak. A forest, she noted. There was greenery and wildlife surrounding her. After confirming that there were no immediate threats in the area, she turned her gaze toward the mountain. The trees didn't just stop around her, they littered the mountain, its form appearing like a massive overgrown tree rather than a mountain made of stone. Aurora's gaze suddenly narrowed into pinpricks. What? She raised her arms, gazing at them as though she couldn't believe her observation. No mana, she muttered. She could feel her mana core. She could feel the mana surging through her body. However, there wasn't a single shred of mana in the area, and somehow, Aurora knew that it was everywhere. When she tried to use her mana, her gaze hardened. It wasn't responding. It was as though something was negating it. The Nullites, she suspected. Aurora had picked up a habit from the countless spars she'd had with Atticus, if she could call it that. He always analyzes. A small smile appeared on Aurora's face as she thought about Atticus, despite her current situation. She always saw Atticus analyzing everything, even while fighting those weaker than him. Everything she had just noted had all the signs of Nullites, considering the things they had been taught about the other races in the academy. Currently, there was mana in her mana core, but she couldn't use it, no matter how much she tried. Her gaze turned serious as she faced the peak. There's no time to waste. Unfortunately for her, this environment was the bane of any Ravenstein or Elementalist. No mana meant no control over the elements. She had to climb this mountain with her passive strength alone. Aurora shot forward, her figure slicing through the green forest. She minimized any wasted movements and focused solely on ascending. In another part of the mountain base, the other division leaders had started ascending as well. Just like Aurora, none of them could feel any mana in the air nor utilize the mana inside their cores. Regardless, none had flinched, and they had instantly started climbing, racing to the peak. Loud cheers rocked the different floating islands of the training camp. Nate, Lucas, along with the other subordinates of the division leaders, still remained in the large coliseum. As the blinding light took the leaders away, they had each been confused, their gazes darting around. However, their heads snapped upwards as large screens appeared all around the coliseum, showing a live feed of the Lita's test. It wasn't only here. The other division members of humanity and all the other races had been carried to different floating islands and were all gathered inside coliseums, watching the same live feed. As their respective division leaders appeared on the screens, their cheers intensified. This was especially true for the members of the White Omen division. The moment Aurora's face flashed on the massive screen hovering above the training camp, her division erupted into wild cheers, screaming her name at the top of their lungs. Their cheers drew hateful, venomous glares from recruits of other races, but that only seemed to fuel their excitement. The competition was fierce, with every leader having been teleported to different points across the sprawling mountain. But the military had planned this carefully. The division leaders had been deliberately shuffled, scattered across the mountain's base, ensuring that no two leaders from the same race started near each other. This forced confrontations as they ascended. As the mountain narrowed toward its peak, the inevitable happened, leaders began to meet, and the clashes that followed were immediate and brutal. The military men watching from their observation towers knew exactly what they were doing. By shuffling the races, they were basically forcing them into contact with others. The cheers from the divisions on the ground grew louder and more frenzied as battles broke out across the mountain. Tensions were at their peak, and as soon as opposing races saw each other, they attacked without hesitation. Blades clashed, fists flew, and the mountain echoed with the sounds of combat. But amidst the chaos, Aurora moved fast. She sprinted up the rugged path, her breathing steady, every muscle in her body honed from years of relentless training. After Atticus had left, she had done nothing but train. She had always made remarks about Atticus and his crazy training schedule, but she basically became the new Atticus at the camp. Everything she learned from Atticus, she honed and honed. Every habit, every piece of advice, everything had been mastered to a high level. No mana, no abilities, just raw skill and instinct. But that was more than enough for her. Suddenly, she felt it, a sharp, cold presence cutting through the air. A chill ran down her spine. Her gaze snapped to the side just in time to see a glint of silver. An arrow. Aurora darted left, her body moving before her mind fully processed the threat. The arrow whistled past her ear, embedding itself into the bark of a tree with a dull thud. She pivoted sharply, her fiery eyes narrowing as they locked onto a figure perched gracefully on a branch, a tall, lithe figure with angular features, pointed ears, and sharp emerald eyes. The mark of the elves. Their gazes collided like flint striking steel. The elf wasted no time, loosing another arrow. Aurora didn't wait to see where it landed. She bolted toward the trees, weaving through the trunks as a barrage of arrows rained down behind her. The elf's accuracy was terrifying, but Aurora had no intention of being a moving target forever. Think. Analyze. The elf had the high ground, superior range, and a clear line of sight. She couldn't outrun him forever, and without mana, she couldn't risk a direct charge. But there was one thing she could count on: predictability. She darted behind a thick tree trunk, steadying her breathing, feeling the tremor in the bark as another arrow struck just inches from her head. Good, she thought, a plan forming. Aurora ripped off a strip of fabric from her sleeve, tying it to a broken branch she snapped from the ground. Then, using a nearby rock, she tossed it out from behind her cover. As expected, the elf reacted instantly. An arrow flew, piercing the decoy. But that was all the opening Aurora needed. She moved. Aurora sprinted in a wide arc, flanking his position. She kept her steps light, silent, using the terrain to mask her approach. As she neared, she picked up a small handful of dirt and loose stones. At the last second, she threw them with all her strength. The dirt struck the elf's face, blinding him momentarily. His reflexes were sharp, but Aurora was faster. She closed the distance in a heartbeat, driving her knee into his ribs with brutal force. The elf gasped, stumbling back, but Aurora didn't let up. She struck him again, this time with a swift elbow to the temple, and as he staggered, she finished with a low sweep, sending him crashing from his perch. The elf hit the ground hard, dazed but not out. But Aurora was already on him, pinning him down with a knee to his chest. Before he could recover, she delivered a final, well-placed strike to his throat, just enough to knock the wind out of him and ensure he wouldn't be getting back up anytime soon. Cheers. Roars. So intense and deafening that they shook the air, erupting from the students of the White Omen division. They screamed Aurora's name without pause. Chanting, chanting, and chanting. It wasn't every day that they got to see one of their own win against the other races. The rules of the leaders' competition were displayed in a massive holographic projection high in the sky, and the youths were well aware that they had all been placed on the same playing field. However, this wasn't entirely true. Some races possessed bloodlines and abilities that didn't rely inherently on mana. And those who fell into this category ascended the tree-shaped mountain-like bolts of lightning, decimating every leader they encountered. For the Nullites, they thrived in a no-mana zone. For the Vampiros, controlling their blood remained undisturbed. For the Transmutari, they converted even their kinetic energy into power that fueled their bodies. For many of the other races, their innate bloodline abilities made them unstoppable. Regardless, the cheers of the human youth only grew louder. Stronger. Earth-shaking. The White Omen division wasn't an exception. They roared with unwavering pride, their voices rising above the crowd like a battle cry. Aurora's bloodline abilities, unfortunately, relied heavily on mana, limiting her speed compared to the other leaders. But none of that mattered. Humanity was surrounded by races that wanted nothing more than to rip them to shreds. They had no one but their own. Some of the sharper ones among them had already realized it, humans weren't entirely outmatched. Among them were those whose abilities, especially their bloodlines, didn't rely on mana. And as their gazes shifted from Aurora, their focus sharpened on the two figures who ignited the fire in their hearts, their number one and number two. Zoe Starhaven. She was breathtaking, an untouchable beauty with flowing purple hair that shimmered like starlight. An intense violet glow radiated from her body, enveloping her like a celestial aura. She streaked up the mountain like a flash of lightning, an ethereal streak of purple light cutting through the green. Her gaze was cold as round purple orbs condensed and shot from her like speeding bullets. Each orb found its mark with unerring precision, striking down division leaders of various races as if they were nothing more than obstacles in her divine path. The cheers and pride that filled the human recruits watching were deafening, vibrating the very ground beneath their feet. But then there was Kale. The moment Kale Stormrider appeared on the screen, it was as if an electric charge surged through the crowd. A pulse of adrenaline shot through every human present, their battle intent spiking to unbearable levels, as though they wanted to leap into the competition themselves, to fight beside him. Kale was a force. He appeared as an immovable mountain. Crushing. Absolute. Inevitable. A crimson aura surrounded his entire body, fierce and wild, crackling with energy. 8 swords orbited him in perpetual motion, spinning like the rings of a violent, destructive planet. His elongated hair whipped behind him, dark strands flowing like formless waves in a storm. And he crushed. He destroyed. He decimated everything in his path with unstoppable, relentless momentum. Trees splintered into dust. Boulders shattered like glass. Division leaders from many of the other races didn't stand a chance. With every swing of his swords, blood sprayed, the mountain trembling beneath his furious ascent, whittling down the numbers of leaders faster than the crowd could comprehend. The human youths watching screamed his name, their voices rising, their fists clenched so tightly their knuckles turned white. Observation deck. I assumed there'd be just one of such anomalies. Is birthing monsters a human trend these days? Staff Sergeant Voron mused aloud, his gaze fixed on the live feed from the competition. The observation deck was filled with drill sergeants monitoring the ongoing battles of the division leaders. Though the man's words had sounded like a joke, no one laughed. Not even a single smile. One of the main reasons was that the person who had just spoken was a nullite. There was not a hint of emotion in his voice. No sarcasm. Just a cold, silent observation. And yet, strangely, his words had their intended target. The other drill sergeants in the room sent glances toward Drill Sergeant Kosher, the human who had led Nate and the rest to the Colosseum. Each glance carried different signals, but for the majority, there was only one thing: killing intent. It was very obvious he wasn't well liked among the others. Contrary to belief, it wasn't because of his strict and over-the-top personality. This was a hatred that burned through for all of humanity. Atticus's exploits had caused a huge amount of tension to develop between the other races and humans. This had an irreparable impact on humans all over Eldoralf, making life difficult for many, including Drill Sergeant Kosher. He was in charge of leading the new human recruits that the other races would have ripped to shreds if given the chance. Kosher didn't utter a word in response. While each drill sergeant oversaw the training of their respective recruits, Staff Sergeant Voron oversaw the entire operation. They all reported to him. Regardless, as long as he hadn't been asked a direct question, Kosher was not obligated to respond to anything. Voron shook his head slowly, fixing his eyes on the figures of Zoe and Kale before adding, but I suppose they're nothing compared to him. He didn't seem bothered that Kosher hadn't responded. There was a silence afterward, one that was broken only by the sound of the door parting and the instinctive reaction of the sergeants. Their bodies straightened, turning tense and rigid, saluting the man who had just walked in. Even Voron was no exception, instantly stepping to the side. The man was clad in the military's midnight blue, though his uniform had far more intricate details compared to the sergeant's. On the side of his left shoulder was the insignia that signified his rank. Rather than the silver stripes of the drill sergeants or the insignia of a staff sergeant like Voron, his was something far higher. The man had a smile on his face, one that was odd considering his hardened exterior. It was filled with intrigue more than anything. His presence pressed down on the room. "Colonel." The sergeants greeted in unison. At ease, the colonel nodded simply and walked closer toward the screens. "To what do we owe this pleasure, Colonel Zenon?" The colonel was in charge of the entire training camp, and for such an important duty, only a paragon could handle such a task. A truly strong paragon. The ranks of the military were as follows. Recruit right pointing arrow, private right pointing arrow, corporal right pointing arrow, sergeant right pointing arrow, staff sergeant right pointing arrow, sergeant major right pointing arrow, warrant officer right pointing arrow, lieutenant right pointing arrow, captain right pointing arrow, major right pointing arrow, lieutenant colonel right pointing arrow, colonel right pointing arrow, brigadier general right pointing arrow, major general right pointing arrow, lieutenant general right pointing arrow, general right pointing arrow, high general right pointing arrow, grand marshal. Listed from the lowest to the highest. It was odd for Zenon to be here, but then again, what was a sergeant doing questioning a colonel? A grandmaster questioning a paragon? But Zenon showed no displeasure. He welcomed it, in fact. As an Evolari, he valued curiosity greatly, especially if it led to change. "I'm curious about him." Those were the only words needed. He had come here to see the human apex. The boy who had defeated multiple apexes and won the Nexus. The boy who rewrote history, being the first human to defeat the superior races. The youngest paragon in the history of Eldoralf. The sergeants couldn't blame him. They were all waiting to see the same boy. Unfortunately, he, along with the other apexes, were running late. Zenon's eyes glinted as the screen flickered, showing glimpses of the impending battles that were about to unfold. As Zoe, Kale, and many of the division leaders raced toward the peak of the mountain, defeating anyone in their path, the terrain narrowed further. Soon enough, the inevitable happened. The powerful clashed. Zoe's streaking figure came to an abrupt stop, her cold amethyst eyes fixed on the form of a muscular youth whose entire being radiated an intense aura of negation. A nullite. A strong one. He gazed at Zoe with intrigue. She didn't stink, at least, not as much as the others. Her mana was negligible at best, and instead, a calmer energy coursed through her veins. "You don't stink as much as the others." His voice was cold and detached. His gaze narrowed as he flexed. "But you still have some filth in you. Filth I will purge." His aura exploded, the earth cratering as his weight intensified. Zoe didn't respond in words. In fact, if he hadn't spoken so fast, she would have already attacked. It was a waste of time. She became a streak of light, blinding purple colliding with pitch black, a shockwave of monumental proportions erupting. On another part of the mountain, Kale stood facing a boy with a crimson, feral expression, radiating a bloodlust so intense that the metallic stench of blood filled the air. It was the same Vampiro's boy who had almost attacked Nate before Kale intervened. "It seems I got lucky today," the boy said with a smile so wide it was shocking his face hadn't torn apart. His fangs were fully extended, his delight apparent. However, his eyes abruptly constricted in the next instant. Where? Kale was gone. A primal, bone-deep sense of danger shot through the Vampiro's boy's body like a lightning strike. Instinct screamed louder than thought. His muscles tensed, and he shifted, just in time. A gleaming blade sliced through the air, carving the exact space where his head had been a heartbeat before. The speed was blinding. The intent was lethal. But there was no respite. Before the Vampiro's boy could fully regain his footing, Kale was already there. His movements were a blur, a fusion of steel and crimson aura. 8 swords danced in his hands, but they moved with such terrifying synchronicity it felt like one monstrous weapon. The first sword came from the left. The second already drove for his ribs. The third slashed toward his throat. The fourth blade struck from above like a thunderclap. The fifth and sixth sliced in from opposite angles. The seventh sword lashed out low. The eighth spun behind him like a serpent, aiming for his spine. Each attack came faster than the last, a relentless onslaught that left the vampiro's boy utterly overwhelmed, his superior reflexes and blood manipulation struggling to keep pace with the sheer ferocity of Kale's assault. With no mana, the ability of the vampiros to control blood outside of their bodies was lost. Mana was the connection needed to manipulate another's blood. His crimson eyes, once cold and condescending, were now wide with utter shock. The human recruits erupted. Their cheers exploded, earth-shattering, shaking the very ground beneath them. They screamed Kale's name at the top of their lungs, their voices filled with pride and adrenaline. But then, the screens flickered. At first, it seemed like a technical glitch, a brief disturbance. But the air grew heavier, and a strange, unsettling stillness swept over the crowd. It was as if every single onlooker instinctively knew something was coming. The screens stabilized, and what they showed sent a cold chill racing down the spines of every human recruit. The empty skies, but not for long. From the horizon, multiple airships sliced through the sky like blades through silk. One after another, they flew in, approaching the mountain. Then, the hatches opened. From the rear of each airship, the crowd's collective gaze locked onto the figures that emerged, walking with an unnatural, terrifying calm down the extended ramps. They didn't rush. They didn't need to. The realization hit them like a thunderclap. The apexes of the other races were joining the competition. Gasps echoed across the entire camp. Heartbeats pounded like war drums. The pride, the adrenaline, the momentary sense of victory that the humans had been feeling was instantly snuffed out. Especially when, despite how much they searched through the swarm of screens, they couldn't find him. They couldn't feel his presence, the overwhelming sense of dominance and reassurance he gave. They couldn't find their apex. Just where the hell was he? But none of them were given the answer. In the next instant, as if they had all agreed in unison, the apexes jumped. Their bodies plummeted through the sky like falling stars, the sheer force of their descent creating sonic booms that shattered the fragile silence. Boom, boom, boom. They landed at multiple locations around the base of the mountain, each impact sending dust and rock shooting skyward, forming clouds of chaos around their landing zones. The dust cleared, hearts pounded, and the gazes of the onlookers widened. They were gone. A blur. A distortion. Speed beyond anything many of the youths had ever witnessed before. The apexes ascended the mountain like missiles, breaking the sound barrier and leaving behind rings of condensed air that rippled outward like shattered glass. Trees appeared in their path. Irrelevant. Other division leaders appeared in their path. Useless. They tore through everything, rock and debris vaporizing in their wake, the sheer force of their movement disregarding the very laws of nature. Onlookers gawked, their eyes unable to track the flashes of motion weaving through the battlefield. The head start that each of the division leaders had gained was made obsolete. And as the mountain path narrowed, the inevitable happened. Boom. They reappeared, high above, their impassive gazes locking onto each other. The world slowed. The breaths of the onlookers froze. Then, they slammed into each other with a force that made the mountain shudder. A shockwave rippled outward, throwing entire warbands off the mountainside like leaves caught in a storm. The division leaders struggled to stay upright, the ground beneath them trembling with intense force. Many were sent sprawling, tumbling, crashing down the slopes. Kale and Zoe's gazes flickered in unison. They were on different sides of the mountain, in different locations, and yet, at this moment, it didn't matter. They had just defeated their opponents and were about to start ascending. But they felt it. The tremors, the intense force detonating through the mountain. Their gazes narrowed in unison as they came to the same conclusion. Apex. The apexes had joined the battle. The mountain shook. The screens flickered. Cameras struggled to keep up. The world blurred. Their battles felt like an airstrike. Each clash a detonation. They moved faster than thought, their forms vanishing and reappearing in different spots mid-exchange. To the apexes, it was as though they were in their own world. As though the other division leaders were nothing, inconsequential ants. They only clashed with each other, the shockwaves sending many division leaders sprawling down the mountain. Every battle occurring between the division leaders had stopped. Every single eye was now focused on the battles between the apexes. As the apexes fought, many members of their respective races strained their eyes, trying to locate their own apex. And as they did, they erupted into cheers, chanting their names at the top of their lungs. But the humans had turned silent. However, they weren't the only ones. Some of the apexes had died during the Nexus event, and out of the initial 16, only 9 remained. The races of the fallen apexes remained silent, surprisingly along with the Dimensari youth watching. Their apex was still alive and well and had even joined the competition. They had seen him fall. But among the elites battling each other, he was nowhere to be found. The only thing showing on the screens at this point was the intense battles of the apexes. High on a random slope of the mountain, a group of youths had gathered, numbering in the hundreds. It was an odd gathering, considering the fact that there was an ongoing competition that was extremely time-sensitive. Yet, this group of people didn't seem to be in a hurry. They all bore the distinct features of the Dimensari, standing calmly as though waiting for something. Unfortunately, the Dimensari's ability to manipulate dimensions depended on the space molecules in the air. And with the mana in the area completely negated, forming a connection with them was practically impossible. This made this area their bane. Regardless, even with their abilities crippled, the Dimensari had always had a keen sense for finding things. It was like an innate gift, one that allowed them to locate things based on instinct. That very gift had led them to this specific spot on the mountain. Now, they gathered together for reasons unknown. Seconds ticked by. The tremors reached them. Their gazes flickered. Then, as if synchronized, they all turned toward the same direction, toward a streak of black approaching them. He's coming. One of the Dimensari youths spoke, and they quickly straightened, their bodies tensing as the black streak reached them. Apex Carius. Their greetings came, filled with fervor as they bowed in absolute reverence. Although they had all watched Carius lose to Atticus in the Nexus, Azrakan had done a great job in dampening the backlash. He had spread rumors, twisting the narrative, painting Atticus in a bad light, even going so far as to claim he had cheated. The Dimensari were eager to believe it, and the respect for Carius only grew. Despite their reverence and greetings, Carius's expression could freeze an ocean. In the past year, he hadn't changed much in appearance. Only his aura had become more pronounced. More powerful. But still, not enough. His voice came like a blade. Simple, but deadly. Go after her. He hadn't stopped. Hadn't even acknowledged their presence. As quickly as he had spoken, he turned into a streak of light and continued ascending the mountain. The Dimensari youths wasted no time. They shot through the forest, heading toward a certain direction, their gazes cold. The ground beneath Aurora shook with unrelenting fury. Yet, she didn't pause her steps. Just like Kale and Zoe, she knew, only the apexes could cause this much commotion. But Aurora was far from afraid. A little cautious, yes. But she had been with someone far scarier than them. Aurora wasn't afraid of Atticus. Far from it, but she had witnessed his wrath more times than she could count. Each time, it was as though the boy had become something else entirely. A devil incarnate. When that side of him reared its head, Atticus would stop at nothing until his target regretted every life choice they had ever made. It was a side of him that Aurora had grown used to. To her, if she could get used to that, nothing else was worth mentioning. Where is he? Since the apexes were here, it was only right for Atticus to be here too. Yet, despite the moments passing, she couldn't sense him. As Aurora moved through the quaking mountain, her gaze suddenly sharpened. Who? Movement. Not just one. Multiple. Her eyes darted around, trying to pinpoint where she had felt it, only to come to a sickening realization. I'm surrounded. An ambush. Aurora came to an abrupt stop, her guard raised to its peak as she prepared to receive her ambushers. Her senses sharpened as movement flickered through the trees, silent, predatory. Dimensari. Aurora's eyes turned colder as her body tensed. The Dimensari youths emerged, perched on branches, crouched atop jagged rocks, stepping into the open with weapons drawn. No hesitation, no words. It was clear. They weren't here for fun. They were here for her. Aurora's mind spun. Why? The entire situation felt off. This wasn't just a chance encounter. It was targeted. They had gathered together just for her. But why would the Dimensari attack her? She had only just been introduced to the world of the other races. Her eyes widened. Atticus. He had defeated their apex during the Nexus. And it was no secret that she was family to Atticus. They're trying to get back at him. Everything made sense now. They were here for revenge. Aurora's fists clenched so hard that her knuckles turned white. If there was anything she hated, it was being a liability. Never. They were going to use her to get back at Atticus. There was no way in hell Aurora was going to allow that. She was at the expert plus rank, just like many of the youths surrounding her. Yet, her aura exploded as she got into a stance, her fiery eyes turning intense. Because of the mana negation zone, the Dimensari only had their bodily strength, just like her. She had painstakingly trained for years just to avoid being a burden, to be able to help him somehow. She wouldn't fall here. Her expert plus rank aura bled into the air as her gauntlet clamped tightly around her fists. Suddenly, across all the floating islands, one screen among the myriad of screens flickered, then, the situation appeared for all to see. The humans across the camps erupted. Cowards. A whole army against one. Fight her one-on-one, you spineless rats. Despite all the remarks from the humans, whom they considered nothing more than ants, the Dimensari youths watching didn't react. No taunts. No smirks. Just silence. Cold. Indifferent. The world slowed. Then, they attacked. 3 came first. Fast. Coordinated. Aurora's eyes tracked their movements, her mind working fast as she analyzed. Force me to dodge. Break my stance. Finish me while I'm off balance. Not happening. The moment their blades flashed forward, she surged in. The first strike carved empty air, she was already inside his range. Her shoulder slammed into his chest. Boom. The impact sent him flying, blood spraying from his mouth. The second lunged, spear thrusting for her ribs. Her hand snapped out, catching the shaft mid-strike. A yank. A stumble. Her fist rocketed up in an uppercut. Crack. His head snapped back as he collapsed. The third hesitated for just a second. Aurora saw it. Closing in, her leg shot out, a brutal sidekick to his ribs. The force sent him crashing into a tree with a sickening crunch. 3 down. But she had no time to breathe. More youths descended. Swords from above. Daggers from the sides. Spears aiming for her legs. Her fists tightened, gauntlets straining. Clang. A blade met her block, sparks flying as she twisted, weaving between strikes, countering every gap. An elbow to the gut. A spinning fist to the jaw. A stomp to the knee. She was too fast. Too sharp. Too precise. Her mind worked quickly, analyzing, remembering everything she had learned from Atticus and on her own. But they weren't slowing down. Her eyes flicked up. Arrows. Bolts whistled through the air. She twisted, dodged, deflected. But more rained down. Her mind spun. They're closing in, controlling the space, driving me upward. They weren't just attacking. They were trying to corner her. Her foot slammed into the ground. She moved, racing up the mountain, dodging, countering, striking when she could. The humans cheered and roared at the top of their lungs. She's insane. In your face, you space bastards. But then, more Dimensari. More attacks. Faster. Heavier. Smarter. The cheers stopped. The crowds grew silent. At the end of the day, she was just one person. She was getting overwhelmed. Aurora's breath came in sharp, ragged bursts. Sweat dripped down her face, but she barely noticed. Her arms burned. Her muscles screamed. But she couldn't stop moving. The attacks were too many. Too fast. Too relentless. Her movements became tighter, more desperate. Every block, every counter, drained her. There was no mana, no recovery. The Dimensari youths saw it. Their strikes grew sharper, more aggressive, like predators circling wounded prey. Aurora clenched her teeth, her fiery gaze locked onto them. She wasn't giving in, but reality was merciless. Her steps slowed. Her breathing grew heavier. She was falling behind. And the humans watching knew it. The roars, the cheers, gone. A suffocating silence took their place. Aurora exhaled, raising her fists once more. And then, a screen flickered. The cameras zoomed in, tracking a small airship slicing through the sky, heading straight for the mountain. The hatch opened. Silence. Not just in the camp. Not just among the humans. Everyone, from the lowest soldier to the highest-ranking colonel watching, felt it. A single step echoed across the camp. Then, another. Another. A sound so crisp, so sharp, it cut through the chaos like a blade. The ongoing apex battle, the most intense fight in the entire competition, paused. Because every single person felt it. A shiver. A primal instinct screaming at them to turn and look. And when they did, a figure emerged. He walked so calmly, it was unnatural. Snow-white hair flowed like silk behind him, framing a face so inhumanly sharp, so perfectly sculpted that it should be impossible. Tall, towering, unshaken. Then, his aura spread, a wave of domination. Crushing, overwhelming, absolute. The entire floating islands and camp became so silent, a pin drop would have sounded like a bomb. Every single person, Dimensari, humans, soldiers, apexes, generals, they all remembered. This feeling, this suffocating power, they had felt it when they saw him fight in the Nexus. The pressure, the dread, he was here. The name burned into their minds. Atticus Ravenstein, and in the next instant, humanity roared. Atticus Ravenstein, Colonel Zenon said slowly. His eyes were wide as he stared at Atticus on the screen, as though he couldn't believe what he was seeing. That's a human. He sounded curious, unsure of everything. The current Atticus was the personification of perfection in every way. While humans could be like this, Atticus had taken it multiple steps beyond. Zenon could feel it, his calm demeanor, his aura of domination. As though he was above it all. As though they were all beneath his feet. And the most terrifying part, he wasn't even trying. This wasn't some forceful exudation of power. This was simply him. Zenon couldn't understand it. Even their paragons weren't like this. What was different? A slow smile crept onto his lips. He was curious. He loved things that challenged his mind. He loved curiosities. Colonel. Zenon turned to the staff sergeant, Voron. I believe it's not fair for a paragon to be pitted with the others, Voron said succinctly. The other sergeants sent glances at the nullite. His expression bore no change, but they knew what he had done. He had known Atticus was joining the competition, yet he hadn't mentioned anything about this until now. A colonel wasn't one that just anyone could meet. However, right now one was here. He was trying to appeal to Zenon. Aside from his curiosity, Zenon also valued fairness. Regardless, will you stop him? Zenon asked with a smile. Voron froze, his eyes furrowing. Stop him, yes. If you don't want him there, go and stop him. A grandmaster stopping a paragon. It would be akin to an egg trying to stop a moving truck. But, if you can't, shut up. I don't care about your feelings. Zenon's sword-like gaze turned back to Atticus, as though Voron was wasting his time. Voron's eyes narrowed, and just as he was about to speak, a crushing aura slammed down on him. He staggered forward, struggling to stay upright. Turning toward the cause, he saw that Zenon wasn't even looking at him. Voron gritted his teeth but remained silent. This is why she wants him. Intrigued, Zenon focused all his attention on Atticus. Even through a screen, he could feel everything. The roars were deafening, intense. The humans had long since shot up from their seats, their legs slamming against the Colosseum floor, making the entire place quake from the force of their cheers. One name burned into their minds. Their mouths opened wide as they started chanting at the top of their lungs, their voices so intense they could shatter glass. Atticus, Atticus, Atticus. The other races, once focused on their respective apex battles, had fallen utterly silent. Their gazes had left the fights. Instead, they turned toward the single screen showing a figure whose name was sure to be burned into the history of Eldorolf. And then, a sickening realization hit them like a sledgehammer. He was joining the competition too. It was a thought that sent a chill down their spines. Something was about to happen. The entire mountain range is a no-mana zone, Drill Sergeant Victor explained. You won't be able to use mana actively or any arts for that matter. To win this competition, you must reach the top however way you can. Victor's voice carried through the intense wind whipping against Atticus' face. His silky hair flowed behind him like a wave, his azure and purple eyes staring down at the mountain range with a calmness that betrayed the chaos his presence had just caused. Atticus said nothing, simply acknowledging Victor's explanation with a curt nod. His steps remained undisturbed as he kept walking, his footsteps simple yet explosive. Atticus didn't hesitate. He didn't brace himself. He didn't crouch or bend his knees in preparation. He simply walked off the ramp. His foot left solid ground. And the next moment, he was falling. But something was wrong. In physics, when something fell, it parted the air, creating turbulence, a rush of wind, a violent displacement of the atmosphere. If the speed was high enough, It even created sonic booms that echoed through the sky. But as Atticus fell, there was nothing. No wind resistance. No air displacement. No sound. It was as though the world itself had accepted his descent, carving out an invisible, untouchable path just for him. As though the very laws of nature refused to stand in his way. And then, he landed. No crash. No impact. No dust kicked up. No crater formed. He simply arrived. His feet touched the ground like a feather settling onto a still lake. The earth beneath him didn't so much as shift. And yet, everything stopped. The battles raging in the forest. The clash of steel. The roar of division leaders. Halted. The apexes, locked in brutal combat high above, froze mid-motion. Weapons still raised. Attacks half executed. Their gazes snapped downward. Something had touched them. Something had gripped their very beings and refused to let go. Their eyes narrowed into slits. An aura. One so absolute, so imposing, that ignoring it simply wasn't an option. And while they struggled to comprehend what they were feeling, Atticus was somewhere else entirely. His mana was being negated. However, for the Atticus of now, it did nothing to shake him. He had the passive strength of a paragon. He had his will. He had his spiritual energy. His senses spread. He saw everything. The vast, enormous green expanse of the mountain range. The division leaders tumbling down the slopes, caught in the aftershocks of the apex battles. The two figures, Kale and Zoe, heads turning sharply, eyes locking onto his location. They had felt it, his presence, but Atticus wasn't focused on them. His gaze moved, his awareness stretching further. And then, he saw it. His eyes locked onto her. A white-haired girl, surrounded. Struggling. Fighting off a swarm of Demensari youths. Their attacks relentless. Lethal. Overwhelming. Even after 2 years, there was no way in hell he would ever forget her. Aurora. That was all he needed to see. To anyone watching, it seemed as if Atticus had stood still, gazing at the green mountain, calculating his next move. But that wasn't reality. There was no pause. No hesitation. No in-between. The moment his feet touched the ground, he moved. It wasn't speed in the way the world understood it. It wasn't a blur. It wasn't a streak of light. There was no visual distortion. No sonic boom. 1 second, he was standing. The next, he wasn't. The cameras tried to follow. They were built to track apex-level combat, designed to capture speeds beyond most human comprehension. But they couldn't see him. 1 frame, Atticus was at the base of the mountain. The next, he was gone. And then, bam! A sickening, thunderous impact echoed through the mountain. The first Demensari's head snapped sideways, caving inward, his body launched like a missile through the trees. Before the others could react, bam! Another was struck, their chest collapsing inward, the force of the impact sending them spiraling through the air. Bam! 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 The blows landed in rapid succession, the sound like explosions ripping through the mountain. Each hit was precise, lethal, unstoppable. The Demensari didn't even see him. 1 moment, they were surrounding Aurora. The next, they were gone. Their skulls cracked. Their bodies twisted. Their forms hurtled through the air. The force should have killed them instantly. But before death could claim them, a soft light enveloped their mangled bodies. And in the next instant, they vanished. Transported. The crowd erupted. A deafening roar shook the floating island as the screens flickered, revealing the aftermath. Atticus standing there, calm, unshaken, while Aurora faced him. The Demensari were completely gone. They hadn't seen how he moved. Hadn't seen how he struck. But they saw the result. And that was enough. Eat that, you space bastards. Demensari scum. How does it feel to be wiped out in seconds? That's right. Bow before humanity. Atticus. 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 The chant of his name rose to an earth-shattering intensity. Fists pumped into the air. Feet stomped against the ground. The entire human camp trembled beneath the sheer force of their celebration. Because one thing was certain. No matter the competition, no matter the apexes, no matter the challenge, Atticus Ravenstein was here, and that changed everything. The cheers didn't reach them, but even if they did, Atticus wouldn't care about that. Neither would Aurora. Her breathing was ragged, her limbs heavy, her body aching as though she had lifted weights for hours. She felt pain all over. Yet, as her fiery red gaze settled on Atticus, everything seemed to disappear. Atticus. Aurora's voice was so low that it shouldn't have been heard by anyone. But Atticus heard it loud and clear. Atticus smiled. I was expecting a more explosive reaction. Have you gone shy on me, or? Atticus couldn't finish his sentence before he was suddenly enveloped in a tight hug. Aurora buried her face into his chest, her arms tightening around him. Atticus felt it immediately. The trembling in her shoulders. The way her fingers clutched at his back as if afraid he'd disappear. And then, he felt it. Wetness. His attire dampened against his skin as quiet sobs escaped from the girl pressed against him. She was crying. Atticus's expression softened. He let out a small chuckle, his hand gently patting the back of her head. Really, Aurora, he teased in a light voice. After all this time, and this is how you welcome me? I was expecting a grand explosion, maybe a punch to the face. Aurora didn't reply. Her grip only tightened. Atticus sighed, his other hand running slowly down her back, comforting, grounding. She didn't say anything for a long time. She just held on. Finally, after what felt like forever, she pulled away, sniffing sharply and furiously wiping her eyes. That was when she got a good look at him. Her fiery red gaze scanned his face. His sharper jawline, his taller frame, the way his aura radiated something untouchable. You've changed, she muttered, her voice still hoarse from crying. Atticus smirked. Just say I've gotten more handsome. Aurora made a gagging noise. Loud and exaggerated. Handsome? You? Not in a million years. Atticus raised an eyebrow. How will you ever get a man with that foul mouth of yours? Aurora huffed, crossing her arms. Do you have any idea how many advances I've turned down? Atticus barely held in a laugh. 0. Aurora's face flushed red. You. She stomped her foot, fists clenched, looking ready to swing at him. Atticus finally broke. He laughed. Loud. Unrestrained. Why are you laughing? Aurora scowled at first, but then. She broke into laughter too. The tension melted away. Their voices mixed, filling the quiet forest with something warm. After a few moments, their laughter settled into smiles. For a moment, neither of them spoke. They simply looked at each other. Then, Atticus exhaled. It's good to see you, Aurora. Aurora's lips curled into a wide, radiant smile. She looked away, arms still crossed, but her voice carried that same fire. Of course it is. I'm way too awesome for you not to miss. Atticus smiled. He didn't say anything else. Just shook his head. It had been more than 2 years already. But nothing could fade the love for family. He had missed her. However, Atticus knew this wasn't the place nor the time for this. The Dimensari had targeted Aurora. That single thought was enough to make him want to go on a massacre. If he could, he would erase the Dimensari from the face of this world. They did it intentionally. Atticus wasn't stupid enough to believe this was all a coincidence. They had gathered together and attacked her. It had been his every intention to kill every single one of them. But it seemed as though they were all protected in this mountain range. I need to set an example. Atticus could see everything. He could hear everything. He could feel everything. The countless trees that littered the mountain. The thousands of division leaders present. The figure of Kale, rushing toward him with a wide smile. The figure of many of the other apexes, watching him cautiously. The figure of Khan Voss, the apex of the Nullite race, shooting toward him with a cold expression. The figure of Carius, racing up the mountain, ignoring everything else. And lastly, the millions of eyes watching everything that was happening. Atticus wanted to send a message. The Dimensari weren't his only enemies. In fact, it was basically all the other races. What happened today was something that would repeat itself in the future. Atticus didn't want that. He needed them all to see. To witness with their own eyes who exactly they were messing with. He wanted them to see reality. To come to a simple realization. He wasn't in their league. Atticus's right foot lifted. A simple, effortless motion. So calm, so casual, it looked as though he were merely taking a step forward. But the world itself seemed to tense. The trees stilled. The wind held its breath. The air grew heavy. And then, his foot came down. Atticus's foot landed. A simple step. Nothing more. And yet, the cheers stopped. The voices of millions cut off in an instant, as though the air itself had been stolen from their lungs. The figures of Kale and Khan still rushed toward him, the division leaders still ascended the mountain, but then. The world slowed. It started small. A single quake. A vibration so deep, so primal, it felt like a heartbeat. A pulse that synchronized with every single person on the mountain range, as though the very land beneath them had come alive. Then, cracks. They spidered outward from Atticus's foot, tearing across the vast mountain range, consuming everything in their path. The lush green slopes fractured. The towering cliffs splintered. The deep ravines ruptured open. From within the cracks, a blinding purple light burst forth, glowing like an awakening god. Division leaders, thousands of them, froze in place. Their gazes snapped downward. Their eyes widened. Their breathing stopped. The mountain was breaking. The apexes, watching from high up, felt a jolt of disbelief. He was going to destroy the mountain. Was this human insane? But there was no time. With a final, earth-shattering crack. Boom. The entire mountain range exploded. A detonation of rock and earth erupted into the sky, sending debris and dust roaring outward, consuming everything like a tidal wave of destruction. The screens flickered. Then, static. All across the floating islands, the battlefield, the warships. Nothing. The entire world was blind. An intense silence gripped the floating islands. Then, the dust cleared. The screens flashed back on. And there, hovering at the highest peak of the sky, Atticus Ravenstein, untouched, unshaken, as though he was above it all. And in his grasp was Aurora, who was held up with ease. The wind rushed past his flowing white hair, his azure and purple eyes gazing down at the battlefield with a calm, godlike indifference. And that was when it dawned on them. On every single person watching. That mountain, that colossal mountain range, spanning miles, large enough to contain thousands of division leaders, multiple apexes, and entire armies. Gone. Destroyed. Like it was nothing. There was a slight pause. And then, the humans screamed. Not just a cheer. Not just excitement. They roared. They shouted with every fiber of their being, with everything in their souls, with a raw, primal energy that shook the entire floating island. Atticus. 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 Fists pounded against chests. Arms thrust into the air. Their voices boomed, echoing across the skies, across the camp, across the gloomy world of the military camp. It wasn't just celebration. It was worship. Their blood pumped harder than ever before. He defeated the apexes of the other races and won them the Nexus. And now, he had just sent a message to every single race in the military training camp. Humanity wasn't to be messed with. A low but excited laugh echoed across the room as a wide smile appeared on Colonel Xenon's face. Even his mindset as a curiosity, he muttered under his breath. It was no secret that Atticus was by far the strongest in the competition. As an Evolari, Xenon had been beyond curious as to how Atticus reached his current power level. A human being this strong was something that had never been seen before. In fact, at his young age, it had never even been seen before among the other races. However, Xenon had just found out something else he was even more curious about. Atticus's mind. The way he thought. He had wondered how Atticus would approach this competition. Would he simply blip to the top, securing first place? Would he assert dominance by defeating the apexes along with the strongest division leaders? Or would he defeat every single person on the mountain? That had been his assumptions. However, he destroyed the entire mountain. Xenon's smile grew. Atticus had chosen to make the entire test obsolete. He hadn't sent just one message. He had sent multiple, each intended for different groups. For the recruits, humanity wasn't to be messed with. But for Xenon and the other officers watching, this entire camp was beneath him. Xenon shook his head. I can't wait to have a conversation with him. What better way to understand someone than to talk to them? He turned to leave the room, but then, Staff Sergeant Venon's voice sounded. Colonel Xenon. He broke the rules and should be punished. Venon furiously pointed at the screen, where Atticus hovered. The other sergeants turned to Venon with Sergeant Kosher's gaze narrowing. Xenon slowly turned. His smile disappeared. What rules, Sergeant? Venon recoiled, surprised by the dangerous aura leaking from the colonel. There was only so much he could push. He decided to take another approach. His fist clenched before responding. The competition was meant to test the recruits, determine their ranks and order among themselves, but he destroyed it. Xenon's cold voice cut through his words. At the start of the competition, what were the rules given to them? Venon froze. His expression twisted. He knew where this was going, and he hated it. I asked you a question, Sergeant. Venon flinched. His back straightened as he quickly saluted. They were told to reach the peak with any method at their disposal. Zenon's eyes narrowed. Good. His voice was low, calm. And where is he now? Venom hesitated. His gaze darted back to the screen, fixating on Atticus. The young man hovered high in the air, untouched by the chaos. Then, he saw it. Venom's breath caught in his throat. That height. Many wouldn't notice it, but he did. That had been where the mountain peak once stood. Atticus was hovering just above it. As if he were standing on the peak itself. The realization hit him like a sledgehammer. His mouth opened, closed, but no words came out. Zenon turned away, irritated. Next time, Sergeant Venom, think before you speak. He left the room, leaving behind only the sound of gritted teeth. The aftermath was pure chaos. The once majestic green mountain range that had stretched for miles had exploded. Its destruction had been instant. And with it, thousands of figures plummeted. The division leaders, who had once been steadily ascending, were now falling like ants, their forms spiraling through the air as the very ground beneath them collapsed. Their screams and cries pierced the air, echoing from all directions. Mountainous debris rained down, colossal boulders and fractured cliffs cascading in a relentless landslide. However, the strongest among them reacted instantly, twisting midair, stabilizing their falls, landing on whatever debris they could before leaping to safety. Some lucky ones whose bloodlines allowed them to fly stopped their descent. But the weaker ones didn't stand a chance. Before the mountain's remains could bury them alive, a soft light enveloped them, transporting them away. Yet, the battlefield didn't stop trembling. Dust covered everything. Kale, Zoe, and the other apexes had been able to halt their descent. Their gazes shot upwards, toward the only location the churning dust somehow didn't reach. And there, their eyes landed on the cause of it all. Atticus. Many emotions flickered through their eyes. However, the most overwhelming. Complete and utter disbelief. The apexes had already been aware of his power. The matter with the vampiros, defeating and killing a Grand Elder, was known across the races. But for the humans in the academy, it was different. They knew of his strength from the apex competition. But they hadn't heard about his scuffle with the vampiros. They hadn't heard about his battle with Blackgate. But now there was one undeniable fact. A Grandmaster could not destroy this mountain with just a stomp. Yet, Atticus had done just that. A paragon. Zoe's eyes widened. Kale's smile only grew, his excitement palpable. Watching from the Colosseum, Nate's mouth hung open so wide a truck could fit inside. What the hell does he eat? Do we even breathe the same air? He must be doing something different. He muttered random words, trying to rationalize how he was still in the expert rank while his age mate was a paragon. Lucas, however, remained silent. His gaze narrowed. Atticus chuckled, glancing down at Aurora. You look comfortable. He still held her in a princess carry, his grip firm yet relaxed. She looked happy. Her eyes were gently closed, her breathing even, the tension that had consumed her moments ago completely gone. There was even a faint trace of a smile on her lips. At his words, Aurora's eyes snapped open. The heat that instantly spread across her face was undeniable. She cleared her throat aggressively, shifting slightly, her arms crossing over her chest as if to reclaim some form of dignity. I'm not, she retorted. This is uncomfortable. Extremely uncomfortable. Don't get the wrong idea. Atticus smirked. And then he suddenly let go. Aurora's entire body lurched downward. The sudden free fall made her eyes go wide in absolute panic. Atticus, you. With the mana in the air still negated, she couldn't use her elements. But before she could even finish her scream, an invisible force caught her midair. Spiritual energy. She hovered, her body now gently suspended in the sky. But the sheer audacity of what had just happened had already set her off. Her fists clenched, her fiery red eyes blazing with rage. You absolute. She flailed. She ranted. She shouted every possible insult she could think of. Atticus. He just laughed. And everyone below simply watched it all unfold. This boy, this monster who had just obliterated an entire mountain range with a single stomp, was now hovering in the sky, laughing, teasing, as if he hadn't been the cause. It was surreal. It was unnatural. It was Atticus Ravenstein. Suddenly, Atticus felt it. A familiar gaze. Not just any gaze. There were many watching him, the eyes of division leaders, of apexes. But this one, he couldn't ignore. His mismatched eyes turned and the world disappeared. There she was. Her amethyst eyes locked onto his. 2 years. It had been 2 years since her rejection. She had changed, undeniably. But she had also become even more beautiful. She stood like a goddess draped in purple, her every feature sculpted into perfection. Yet despite that regal presence, despite the sheer elegance she exuded, Atticus saw through it all. Because in her eyes, he could see countless emotions flickering through them. Shock, disbelief, regret, sadness, longing, and jealousy. Don't you fucking dare. Atticus frowned. Ozeroth could read his thoughts and knew what he was about to do. Which was why he quickly spoke up. But nothing. She rejected you 2 years ago. If she doesn't come to you, you must not go to her. Ozeroth's tone didn't hold its usual prideful edge. It was serious, like a parent admonishing a child. We might be virgins, but we must at least maintain our self-respect. Atticus didn't respond for a moment. Aurora could sense the mood change. She stopped her ranting, her fiery gaze settling on him, wondering what was wrong. With a sigh, Atticus diverted his gaze and turned to the other familiar presence watching him intently. Kale. The boy's battle intent had spiked, his expression one of utter excitement. There was no doubt about it, he was completely happy to see Atticus. Atticus's frown morphed into a smile. Hey, man. At his words, a soft light suddenly enveloped everyone present. Even Atticus and Aurora. We will meet soon. Atticus heard Kale's words and smiled. As he nodded, the light intensified, before transporting every single recruit away from the decimated mountain. Throughout the entire scene, the apexes had been focused on Atticus. Yet, he hadn't even paid them a single glance. It was not a behavior taken lightly. But Atticus wasn't someone who cared about the feelings of randoms. The crowd was still screaming at the top of their lungs, chanting Atticus's name, even as everything was settled. Soon enough, they had to stop as the sergeants arrived, before leading them away to different islands. On a massive island filled with greenery and wildlife, a blinding light ignited, and Atticus appeared in the middle of the forest. His eyes calmly scanned his surroundings. The first thing he noticed was, the mana is back. He could feel the mana in the air. His strength had returned to its original peak. A pulse suddenly radiated from him, spreading across the entire island. In an instant, he scanned everything. An island, and I'm the only one. No. The island had a forest, mountains, rivers, canyons, and many other natural features. But he was the only person here. Aside from a bunch of beasts. Then, he felt it. The drill sergeant. Not far from his location, Victor had just appeared. Atticus blipped, materializing in a small clearing just behind Drill Sergeant Victor. Hey! Victor turned sharply at the sudden call, his mana churning as he instinctively got into a stance. But as he saw who it was, he calmed down slightly. Never sneak up on me like that again. I didn't sneak up on you, Atticus replied, his tone flat. He could hear it, the man's heart beating fast. Odd. A veteran who had experienced war shouldn't be this easily startled. Victor's gaze narrowed slightly, but he let it go. What now? Atticus asked. Victor's expression turned serious. Now we train. Atticus stared squarely at his drill sergeant. Had he just heard this man right? Something must be wrong with his eyes. I think so too, Atticus responded to Ozeroth's remark and raised an eyebrow while looking at Victor. Train. Yes. This is the purpose of a training camp, Victor replied calmly, his expression unwavering as he met Atticus's eyes. They both fell silent, locked in a stare. One was confused, the other unyielding. Okay. Atticus decided to play along. You can't be serious, Ozeroth instantly protested. The spirit simply couldn't imagine a scenario where training under this Grandmaster rank demon would be beneficial to Atticus. Come on. I'm curious. Let's see what he has in store for us. Atticus understood where Ozeroth was coming from, he felt the same way. However, his curiosity was taking over in this situation. Even after witnessing what Atticus had done just moments ago, Victor remained firm in his stance. Victor's gaze narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his face at Atticus's agreement. Good. What you have just shown in that competition has undoubtedly proven your power. However, I won't clear you if that's all you have. As his drill sergeant, Victor had the authority to either pass or fail Atticus based on his performance. It was as absurd as it was insane, yet Victor seemed to be taking it very seriously. Victor picked up the large bag at his side, strapping it onto his back before turning to Atticus. The first few months of camp focus on basic training. People like you, strong, talented, powerful, have come from all corners of the world. Some were raised in battle. Some have never seen a real war. But it doesn't matter. His gaze hardened. Because out there, on the battlefield, your strength alone means nothing. This army isn't made up of individuals. It's not a playground for you to show off your gifts. You all come from different places, different backgrounds, different bloodlines, but when you stand in this war, you fight as one. One army, one force. Basic training exists for a reason. We're not here to see flashy powers. We're here to see if you can actually fight, if you can hold your ground. His eyes bore into Atticus, assessing, judging. Because in war, power means nothing without skill. You have to use everything at your disposal to survive, your mind, your hands, your environment, your enemies, everything. If you think war is just about throwing around big attacks and hoping for the best, you're already dead. He paused for a moment before adding, this particular program was just implemented. His last words made Atticus's eyes flicker slightly. His mind had already begun working before he even told it to, piecing everything together. He had found it odd. The military camp was supposed to be a place where recruits were trained. So why were they limiting their abilities? To him, the mana negation zone wasn't necessary. Yet, they had still implemented it. And now, the military was prioritizing skill over power. It wasn't normal. The mana negation zone, why was that included in our test? Victor's brows furrowed. His insight is extraordinary. Even now, Victor was still observing and assessing Atticus. As his drill sergeant, it was his duty. The obvious answer to Atticus's question would be that the military wanted to test and rank them based on their skill. But Victor could tell that wasn't the answer Atticus wanted. His mismatched eyes held something deeper, as though he had already figured everything out. Is something happening at the war front? Atticus decided to ask directly, his words growing sharp. A major shift in the dynamics with the Zorvans. Victor's expression darkened. His eyes flickered with different emotions, as though he had suddenly recalled a past he wanted to bury. He turned to Atticus, contemplating whether or not to speak. He exhaled before nodding, as though making a decision. His voice turned grave. The war has taken a huge turn. Atticus's eyes sharpened. It was about time he gained some real insight into the war. It happened very recently. Before, we were able to keep the Zorvans at bay. Their numbers were insane, somehow always coming back in greater numbers, but we managed to maintain a standstill. But now, something changed. The Zorvans have developed a technology that negates mana in an entire area. In every battle fought on the front lines, our soldiers can't use their full power. Atticus's eyes narrowed, just like the Nullites. Victor gave a single, firm nod. Yes. Except this isn't an ability, it's engineered. A battlefield-wide suppression of mana, cutting off any ability that relies on it. Only the Nullites thrive in this environment. And the few humans like you, those with spiritual energy and unique bloodlines that don't rely solely on mana. That's why you're all more valuable now. Atticus folded his arms. With our combined minds, we should be able to figure something out. It was strange. If this suppression was engineered, then there should be a way to counter it. Why hadn't they found one yet? Victor's expression tightened. That's the thing. He shook his head. Our scientists developed countermeasures, devices designed to reintroduce mana into the environment and neutralize the Zorvan field. Atticus didn't miss the frustration in his tone. But the Zorvan's device simply negates it back. So now, we've developed suits that supply their users with internal mana, stored in artifacts that allow for continuous replenishment. Atticus raised a brow. This is why every soldier who doesn't have a natural skill set outside of mana is a liability, Victor said, his tone harsh. But Atticus understood. He nodded without changing his expression. All right, what is the basic training about? Weapon mastery, hand-to-hand combat, endurance training without mana, combat classes on Zorvans and how to defeat them, fear and stress training. Victor spoke rapidly as he explained. The first 4 months of the training camp will focus on all of this. Only when you pass them will you move to the next stage. Boring. Atticus ignored Ozeroth's remark. All right, I'd like to take each of their tests right now. Victor didn't show any surprise or change in expression. As expected. Considering Atticus's personality, it was obvious that he would ask this. Victor nodded. Okay. First, weapons mastery. He reached behind him, pulling out a sleek, black artifact strapped to his back. Without hesitation, he pressed a large circular button at its center. A wave rippled outward, spreading across the entire island in an instant. Atticus's eyes sharpened. Then, he felt it. Or rather, he didn't. I can't feel mana anymore. Not just around him. Not just in the immediate area. The entire island. Everything felt lifeless, as though the very essence of energy had been stripped away from existence. Victor's voice broke through the eerie silence. I've just negated all the mana on the island. Every single training exercise will be conducted in this environment. If you want to do personal training, if you want to strengthen your body, then you can reactivate mana for yourself. But here with me, you fight like a soldier. No mana, no crutches. Atticus's gaze lingered for a moment before he nodded. Follow me. Victor suddenly took off. Atticus didn't hesitate. He followed, keeping pace as the two moved through the dense forest expanse. Trees blurred past them, the cool air cutting against their skin as they traveled deeper into the island's terrain. After a few minutes, Victor abruptly stopped. Before them was a large clearing. And in the center, a standing pod. As they approached, a mechanical arm jutted out from the side of the pod, a glowing scanner igniting. Atticus's eyes narrowed, his senses stretched, analyzing. Harmless, he concluded. The scanner passed over Victor first, then over Atticus. A low hum filled the air as the pod processed. Victor exhaled, placing a hand on the machine. This isn't like human technology. This device, its capacity can't be compared. This pod can analyze and generate opponents tailored to your exact power level. It can create something that can mimic even paragons, to a certain extent, their techniques, their movements, their combat efficiency. Every weapon master in Eldoral's history, every recorded style, every battle-tested technique is stored within this pod. A sharp beep cut through the air. The pod lit up. Then, an AI voice spoke. General Atticus Ravenstein, Core Rank, Grand Master. Power Output. Paragon Rank. Weapon of Choice, Katana. Select Training. Victor didn't hesitate. Weapons Training. The pod glowed brighter. A deep whirring sound vibrated through the air as the machine began constructing. A form materialized inside the pod, shifting, molding, coming to life. Then, it stepped forward. A faceless figure. Slender. Tall. Holding a katana. Its aura was intense. Deadly. Victor watched as the entity slowly lifted its blade. The level has been increased because it's you, Victor stated, his tone serious. To pass this portion of training, you have to defeat it. He explained quickly before retreating. He didn't just move a few meters, he left the area entirely. The battle that was about to ensue was not one that a Grandmaster could be in close proximity to. It should take him a few days to land a hit. A little over a week, probably, to defeat and pass the test, Victor concluded as he created distance. Atticus's eyes were sharp as he stared at the faceless machine standing like a death sentence in front of him. The data of previous katana wielders. Atticus was a bit curious about that part. After the fourth trial of the katana, he had absorbed his spirit guide following his overwhelming victory against him. Because of this, he had gained everything the spirit had achieved in his lifetime, including his skills with the katana. They had been expansive and eye-opening. But now, Atticus was curious, would this thing show him something new? Victor reached the edge of the island before bringing out a tab-like device. As he turned it on, a live image of Atticus and the robot suddenly appeared. Begin. At his words, the air around the large island seemed to change, a still breeze blowing. The still breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the dry leaves that had gathered across the field. For a moment, the space between Atticus and the faceless robot felt suspended in time. The leaves drifted, caught between them like a thin veil, a fragile, fleeting barrier. The moment the last leaf passed by, Atticus's vision emptied. The robot disappeared. A sharp whistle cut through the air. Like a phantom strike, a blade descended towards Atticus. Air sliced apart, a dangerous intent saturating the space, pressing down with the weight of a seasoned executioner. Yet, Atticus remained impassive. His katana stayed sheathed. His form was rigid, straight, unshaken. Then, he moved. A slight blur. A mere shift. His body swayed to the side, graceful, unhurried, as though he were merely stepping out of the way of an oncoming breeze. The blade crashed down. Boom. The shockwave split the earth, a jagged line ripping through the ground for dozens of meters. Debris launched skyward. Atticus barely spared it a glance. A normal swing, but with technique, stronger than a standard strike. His eyes flickered. He watched, not just the attack, but the subtle details within it. The foot positioning, the weight distribution, the angle of descent. The machine had twisted its entire body into the strike, shifting its center of gravity at the last moment for maximum force. Refined, but simple. The machine didn't pause. It pivoted off its planted foot, its katana snapping upward in a controlled arc, aiming straight for his ribs. But Atticus merely leaned back. The blade skimmed past his chest, missing him by a breath. Yet, before the swing could complete, the robot's wrist rotated, reversing the motion, the katana flicking back toward his throat in a whiplash-like movement. A feint within a reversal. Impressive. But not enough. Atticus's hand rose, 2 fingers pressing against the blade's flat side, stopping its momentum completely. With a gentle push, he redirected it away before stepping back. The machine adjusted instantly. Its movements had no hesitation. No unnecessary motion. Every attack seamlessly flowed into the next. It shifted into a new stance, the blade lowered, held at an angled guard, its tip barely pointed toward Atticus. A fast draw technique. Then, it vanished again. A gust of wind exploded outward, but Atticus had already read it. Iaido style. Utilizing draw speed for instant strikes. Atticus instantly identified. He personally hadn't studied all these styles, but the spirit he absorbed had. He didn't move. Not until the faintest glint of steel appeared in the corner of his vision. The robot unsheathed the blade, a single razor-thin line of silver cutting through the air faster than sound. Atticus sidestepped. The katana sang past his ear, grazing a few strands of his white hair. But the robot had already accounted for his evasion. The second slash came before the first had even finished, an upward arc aiming to bisect him from hip to shoulder. Atticus twisted mid-step, his body lowering as the edge sliced past where his chest had been. The ground behind him split apart, as though an invisible scythe had just reaped through it. The data of countless masters, Atticus's mind worked quickly. The robot's movements were simple yet elite. Every single one of its motions was grounded in technique, and Atticus could finally understand its purpose. No extra arts or flashy powers, only the katana. It was a weapon training lesson. Its purpose was to improve the combat proficiency and efficiency at which the recruits used their weapons. The machine shifted stances again, changing styles instantly. This time, it adopted a fluid, almost formless posture. Atticus's eyes glinted. A style that didn't follow any strict form. An adaptive stance. It wasn't just using recorded swordplay, it was also adjusting to him. Atticus's movements were simple, faint, and evasive. He didn't unsheath his katana, nor did he try to counter any attack. He simply evaded and observed. Their movements were nothing but blurs, yet the aftermath of their battle was cataclysmic. The entire island quaked. Fissures split open, jagged and relentless, snaking across the terrain like cracks on shattered glass. Yet, despite this destruction, Atticus remained untouched. His movements were simple, subtle, efficient. He never retaliated. Never clashed blades. Never even unsheathed his katana. He merely weaved through the chaos, his form a ghostly blur, his gaze sharp, watching. Understanding. It was a scene that sent a jolt of shock through Drill Sergeant Victor. What? He was baffled. This training robot had been created by the best minds of the Alliance and was programmed to mimic the best of the best that Eldorolf had ever had to offer. It wasn't designed to just throw out attacks, it was made to adapt to anything, utilizing the experience of masters. Atticus was, without a doubt, talented and powerful for his age, but what Victor believed the child would lack, what anyone would believe, was experience. Compared to the robot, Atticus should have been an infant facing a 1,000-year-old being. And yet, it was the robot that was being played. Where did all of this experience come from? Atticus moved as though he was a seasoned soldier, elite in knowing. It appeared as though he was the one teaching the robot a lesson. 1 week, Victor repeated in his head. This had been his assumption earlier, but now, the result was obvious. Blades whistled through the air, each strike sharper, faster, more refined. It was using everything: precise footwork, calculated feints, unpredictable transitions, a culmination of centuries of expertise, compressed into a single, faceless warrior. And yet, it hit nothing. Atticus suddenly sidestepped a barrage of rapid strikes, his gaze sharpening. I guess this is it. He felt like the robot had nothing else to teach. Then, finally, he moved. A single blow. His fist smashed into the robot's chest. Boom. The machine flew back, skidding across the hard ground, its impact shattering the earth beneath it. It lifted its head, its faceless form expressionless, yet the air changed. Because now, Atticus reached for his katana. His thumb gently pushed the blade from its sheath, just slightly. The air trembled, and then, a flash, a streak of light. The robot remained still. For a moment, it looked as though nothing had happened. Then, it fell apart. Silent, seamless, absolute. The island fell silent. The katana arts remains the best, Atticus concluded, gazing at the pieces of the faceless robot with indifference. He didn't appear to have done anything. I told you it was a waste of time. He sighed as he heard Ozeroth's words. I know. Don't worry, I'll speed run the rest of the tests so he'll let us train alone. Just as Atticus was about to call for Victor, his gaze sharpened as he sensed a presence approaching the island. Turning to the skies, Atticus's gaze landed on the figure of a man hovering above with an excited smile. He was clad in the midnight blue uniform of the military and bore all the features of the Evelari race. He clapped, a sound so loud it resounded across the island. Spectacular. Your battle instinct and observational capabilities are exceptional. General Atticus Ravenstein, you have my praise. Atticus stared at the man with a narrowed gaze. The man's aura enveloped the entire island. A paragon. A strong one. Atticus maintained his silence, causing the man's smile to widen. My apologies, I didn't introduce myself. He lowered himself to the ground, landing gently. My name is Colonel Zenon, and I am in charge of the military camp. Quote. Atticus still didn't say anything, only tilting his head slightly, unmoved. He didn't sense any ill intent from this man, so he maintained his calm aura. However, he still wondered just what the Evelari wanted with him. He couldn't imagine himself having any business with this man. Zenon's fingers brushed against his uniform as he let out a low chuckle. You know, he said, looking around, that mountain you just destroyed. It was a monument. Every generation of recruits was tested on that mountain. It stood as proof of their endurance, their willpower, their ranking. He turned his gaze back to Atticus. And yet, in all our history, never once has a recruit destroyed it. Zenon took a slow step forward, hands behind his back. So tell me, General Atticus Ravenstein. His voice dipped slightly. Why? Atticus's mismatched eyes remained calm as he responded. To send a message. He tilted his head slightly. Did you receive it? For a moment, there was only silence. Then, Zenon laughed. Loud. It echoed across the island as if he had just heard the most entertaining thing in the world. Received it? Oh, I received it very well. He smiled even wider, completely amused. You're not just a brute force anomaly, are you? You're something else entirely. His gaze sharpened, intrigued. Now, let me be serious for a moment. His aura calmed, but his expression remained intense. I find you very interesting. He took another step forward, studying Atticus. You're an oddity, an unmatched talent, and your mind, his smile deepened. Now that is spectacular, curious, dangerous. Then, he extended a hand. General Atticus Ravenstein, I'd like to be your friend. His golden eyes gleamed. What do you say? You would like to be my friend? Atticus repeated Colonel Zenon's words carefully, as though trying to make the man hear how absurd it sounded. Be careful, he might be into that. Ozeroth's voice sounded very cautious. He was probably giving Zenon a side glance right now if he were in his solid form. Are you sure you know what you're talking about? Atticus decided to be more direct. It seemed he was speaking with a crazy person. But Zenon's smile only widened even further as he nodded. Yes, I know perfectly well what I'm talking about. Seeing Atticus's impassive stare, he continued. I am well aware of your current situation with the other races. But that does not concern me. One of the quirks of being strong is being able to do whatever the hell you want. As Zenon finished speaking, he stretched his hand further, as though urging Atticus to accept it. Atticus maintained eye contact, locking eyes with Zenon. He accepted the handshake but remained silent. Both their arms were firm. The air around the handshake trembled, and there was no doubt that anything placed between their grasp would be turned to dust. There was only one emotion that Atticus could sense when he observed Zenon. Curiosity. To him, it wasn't a bad thing. Good, good. I would say you made the right choice, but I'll let actions speak instead. Zenon appeared happy, like a child who had just been given candy. Do you know why you were sent here with the others? Zenon asked. Atticus was, without a doubt, a paragon, a being that could comprehend knowledge and information at a pace others would find impossible. It was simply a matter of giving him that information. Yet, they had still sent him to the training camp, where he was to spend a year training with other recruits. A show of power, Atticus said succinctly. He didn't seem bothered by the revelation in the slightest. Zenon nodded. Yes, your potential is unlike anything ever seen before. As such, they want to make sure you can be controlled. Zenon took a step back before turning, walking toward nowhere in particular. Isn't it a curiosity? He didn't wait for Atticus before continuing. The Alliance was created to stand against an alien race threatening to invade and destroy our planet, and yet, they decided to limit someone who is likely their hope because of their pride or egos. Sentient beings are difficult to understand. I believe you cannot truly understand them. Aren't they fascinating? Atticus shook his head. Stupidity doesn't interest me. Neither does the thought process of fools. Zenon laughed. Just as I expected you to say. Your words aren't far from the truth. Zenon fell silent for a brief moment, as if setting the mood. Unfortunately, my friend, while I'm already sure of the answer, I am obligated to ask. I hope this won't ruin our newly formed friendship. He turned toward Atticus. Our queen is interested in you. Your talent, how you reached your current level at such a young age, everything. She would like to study you, and in return, the Evelari will give you any backing and support you need. No. Zenon had only just finished speaking before Atticus blatantly refused. He would not be turned into a lab subject. Zenon smiled. All right, I will not ask again. As compensation, I shall give you a hand. Sergeant Victor. A blur of motion and speed, Victor appeared in front of Zenon like a phantom, his form straight and rigid as he saluted. Colonel Zenon. At ease. Despite his words, Victor didn't seem to listen. He stood with his back even straighter than before. If he passes all his basic training, you can leave him to train alone unless he asks for you specifically. Yes, Colonel. With that, Colonel Zenon flashed Atticus a wide smile. I'll respectfully excuse myself now. If you need me, just yell my name. Zenon waved before disappearing as quickly as he had arrived. That's a first. How sad. Ozeroth snickered inside his head. What's sad about it? Atticus retorted with a frown. You're very shocked that one of those self-absorbed idiots actually wants to befriend you. You've been so used to making enemies you've forgotten how to make friends. Atticus fell silent for a moment. I liked it better when you were too prideful to go through my thoughts. Tisk. Ungrateful brat. You should be happy to have your mind read by someone of my greatness. Your shamelessness is out of this world. You still don't want to admit that you care. Of course I care. Atticus raised a brow. Oh, yes. About my bond making a complete fool of himself and, by extension, me. Atticus scoffed. When have I ever done that? A few minutes ago. Atticus frowned. What are you even talking about? Ozeroth snorted. If I hadn't spoken up, you would have approached that purple-haired pretty face like an idiot while the whole world watched. Looks like one rejection wasn't enough. Atticus froze. His throat bobbed. He opened his mouth, closed it. Then, he cleared his throat aggressively. Ozeroth cackled. Oh, what's this? No witty retort, no scathing remark. Could it be that I've finally won? Atticus turned away, choosing not to say anything. There was nothing he could say. Ozeroth grinned. Silence. That's what I thought. Atticus could feel a surge of happiness rippling through him, but it wasn't his. In every battle of words, Atticus had always been the victor, with Ozeroth ending up getting angry. But now, Ozeroth had won. He was glad, happy, and nothing could ruin it. Atticus chose to completely ignore the insane spirit and turn to Victor. I'd like to take the other tests now. He needed something to take his mind off everything. Victor nodded, not daring to refute. The colonel himself had basically instructed him to follow Atticus, it meant it was his new law. Victor took out the tab-like device, tapping a few buttons. Then, the training field shifted. The floor beneath Atticus transformed into a smooth, reinforced platform. The air became charged with energy as a new combat unit materialized before him. Unlike the previous weapon simulator, this opponent was unarmed. But Atticus could feel it. lethality, precision, calculated movements. Its stance was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was as though only that stance covered all its openings. This is a hand-to-hand combat specialist, programmed with the knowledge of every recorded martial artist, warrior, and master in Eldoral's history, Victor explained before putting distance between them once again. It assumed a neutral stance, body relaxed, yet perfectly balanced. Atticus stood across from it, hands resting at his sides, his posture completely unassuming. As Victor reached far enough, begin. The air snapped, and the machine moved. A blur of motion, its right leg cutting through the air in a precise, lightning-fast roundhouse kick aimed at Atticus's temple. Atticus didn't move. The kick sailed past, missing by a mere hair's breadth, but Atticus had already read it. A controlled feint. The hip rotation suggests a follow-up. The second kick came instantly, transitioning seamlessly into a low sweep, aiming to take his legs out. Atticus simply lifted his foot, letting the attack pass harmlessly beneath him. The machine didn't hesitate. Palm strike to the ribs. A sudden elbow toward his jaw. A shifting knee aimed for his core. Each strike was fast, unrelenting, yet none of them landed. Atticus weaved through the flurry of attacks as though they were moving in slow motion. Each strike barely missed him, grazing past his clothes but never touching his body. Once again, to Victor, it was absurd. This was one of the most advanced combat training simulations ever designed. It was built to adapt, to counter, to overwhelm. Yet, Atticus hadn't even lifted his hands. He wasn't fighting. He was observing. The machine suddenly switched styles, adjusting mid-combat. Its movements became looser, more fluid, an entirely different martial art. Atticus narrowed his eyes. It's also learning. The opponent suddenly closed the distance with a burst of footwork, aiming for an intricate combination of joint locks and nerve strikes. Atticus let it come, let it reach for him. Then, he moved. A single step, a shift in weight. He redirected the machine's momentum, twisting at the last second. The opponent's attack collapsed in on itself. And before it could recover, Atticus's fist snapped forward. A clean, precise strike on the chin. The impact sounded like thunder. Boom. The machine launched backward, skidding across the training platform, its metallic limbs dragging deep grooves into the floor. It slowly raised its head. But the moment it did, the air changed. Atticus rolled his shoulders. Then, for the first time since the fight began, he raised his hands. Then, end. Next, Atticus called out. Victor snapped out of his reverie and tapped on his device again. The island changed. Endurance training without mana. Atticus stood at the edge of a survival course, an endless stretch of hostile terrain sprawled before him. Jagged cliffs, unstable rock formations, dense forests filled with hidden dangers. In the distance, mechanical drones hovered, locked onto his heat signature, ready to fire stun projectiles at the slightest movement. This test was designed to break recruits. It was meant to push both body and mind to the absolute limit. A loud klaxon blared. Victor's voice came through the speakers. Begin. Atticus took a single step forward. The course activated instantly. The drones fired. A storm of projectiles rained down, moving at speeds that should have been impossible to avoid. But Atticus was already gone. His body twisted, weaving through the barrage like a shadow slipping through cracks in reality. The ground beneath him crumbled, shifting into uneven terrain. Atticus didn't pause. Where Victor expected that he would have tripped or hesitated, Atticus simply adjusted. He didn't waste energy. He didn't panic. His breathing remained controlled, his posture efficient. He glided through the course. Victor remained silent, watching as Atticus effortlessly crossed the terrain, never once breaking rhythm. As he neared the final obstacle, a massive cliffside, other recruits would have been on their last reserves of strength. But Atticus, he barely looked winded. He scaled the cliff in seconds, his fingers gripping the rough edges, his movements as fluid as a predator scaling a mountain. He reached the top, and when he landed, he simply dusted off his hands. As though the entire endurance course had been nothing more than a warm-up. Next, Atticus calmly called out. Why yes, Victor muttered, shutting his open mouth and tapping more buttons on the tab-like device. Fear and stress training. Atticus stood in the center of a large chamber, his posture calm, composed. Victor's voice echoed overhead. He appeared flustered but still tried to maintain whatever measure of composure he had left. This training is designed to break you. Fear is the enemy of all warriors. The moment you let it take root, you lose. This simulation will target your mind, drag out your deepest fears, and force you to face them. A low beep sounded. The chamber's walls shifted, pulsing with a strange light. The atmosphere thickened, the air turning cold. Then, the world broke. The air darkened, the room stretching and warping into a nightmare-like reality. Atticus immediately felt the shift. It wasn't an illusion. It was a full mental simulation. A direct attack on the psyche. But Atticus, he stood motionless. The world twisted around him, the image of his family appearing, each one being cut down one by one, killed. However, his eyes didn't so much as flicker. He had seen this before. He had accepted it, and he had vowed to make sure it never happened. Therefore, it wouldn't happen. His will was far too high for this to have any effect on him. It wasn't real, and more importantly, it wasn't working. The chamber pushed harder. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. A woman. Her face was partially obscured, but the fragments that showed were all too familiar. She reached for him, her expression unreadable. And for the first time since the training started, Atticus blinked. Mom. His mother from Earth. The simulation took that moment. It rushed into his mind, warping, shifting, trying to create something. It tried to dig deep. But Atticus's gaze slowly darkened. He didn't like this. His mind hardened. And then, with a single, deliberate thought, his will surged. The simulation collapsed. The room snapped back into reality. The nightmare world vanished, the suffocating aura lifted, the terrifying whispers silenced. Are we done? Of all the tests that Atticus had just taken, this by far was the one that shocked Victor the most. What the hell is a child doing with a mind as firm as that? Born on 17 years old, Sergeant Victor muttered incoherent words as he read Atticus's file on his tab-like device. After seeing everything the boy had just done, Victor thought it was necessary. If he didn't do this, he had no doubt that he would lose his mind. After a few seconds, there was only bafflement left in his eyes. He truly is 17. A recruit breaking this simulation should be impossible. In fact, it was impossible. While paragons might be able to break it, that was because of their centuries of experience that had hardened their mindsets. A child so young had no business having a mind so firm. I was wrong, he admitted. Victor had been wrong from the very beginning. He had seen Atticus as someone who was talented beyond measure, and even though he had defeated and killed a paragon, because of his young age, he had assumed that where Atticus lacked had to be in his mind. That had been what he had believed when he first met Atticus. In their training, they would focus on his will. However, he hadn't just been slightly wrong, he had been overwhelmingly so. Atticus's will was beyond anything he had ever seen before. It was insane. Why yes, we're done, Victor finally answered after a few seconds, but Atticus had already begun walking away before he even finished speaking. There was a massive frown on his face. He was in a bad mood. Despite seeing this, Ozeroth remained silent, choosing not to speak. I want to be left alone now. At Atticus's words, Victor nodded before instantly leaving the area. The colonel had already given Atticus permission to excuse himself after passing his basic training, and it was obvious the boy had no reservations about doing just that. As Victor's presence disappeared from the island, Atticus took in a deep, shuddering breath, calming his nerves. In time, he repeated those words in his head continuously, like a mantra. This had been what he resolved to use anytime this particular matter came up. There was literally nothing he could do to change it. He had no power over the matter. All gain that power. Ozeroth watched Atticus reassure himself without inputting anything. It wasn't every time that he would step up when Atticus was feeling down. It was good for him to learn how to handle things by himself. Atticus soon regained his composure after some time and then decided to meditate to calm his mind even further. Sitting down cross-legged, he tuned out the world and entered a state of utter peace. Hours passed, a time that Atticus barely noticed. Atticus's eyes opened, letting out an exhale that seemed to release all his frustration. I feel refreshed. Crybaby. Atticus rolled his eyes at Ozeroth's remark. Says the one currently feeling proud of me. I'm not proud of anyone. A centuries-old spirit drowning in denial. You're an oddity. Of course. Ozeroth ignored everything else he said except the last part. There can only be one of my greatness in the universe. Plus, the greatest people in this universe are odd. I'm beginning to fear how delusional you are. There should be a limit to shamelessness, even for you. Atticus shook his head with a baffled expression. Ozeroth always had a way of twisting things around to make himself feel great. Atticus let out a short laugh before stretching his arm, and the tab-like device that Victor had been using to control the island shot toward his hand. Let's see. Atticus started going through it, intending to see all the features of the island. Aside from being able to replicate basically any environment he wanted, Atticus could also set up a barrier around the island, generate a robot to spar with indefinitely, and even saw a feature that allowed the island to heal from any damage done to it. At least I don't have to worry about destroying the island. But there are no options to build. Unlike at the academy, Atticus couldn't command the island to build buildings for him. He had to do it himself. I'll do that first. His space storage was still with him, and Atticus had basically everything needed to live, and more, inside it. First, he brought mana back to the island with a click before focusing on the earth element, creating a normal building. Atticus rubbed his chin, surveying the simple structure he had just created. It was practical, 4 walls, a roof, and enough space to live comfortably. But for a particular spirit, it wasn't enough. Wait, why stop there? Ozeroth's voice slithered into his mind, taking immediate interest in the situation. Where's the pool? The jacuzzi? He quickly spoke. Also, the Grand Hall. The Colosseum, a golden throne, perhaps. Surely, you're not planning to live in something so mundane. The great deserves only the great. I'm here to train, not throw a royal banquet. TCH. Boring. At least add a lava fountain. Something with flair. A lava fountain, why not? A pool of fire right next to a pool of water. Ah, and make the walls obsidian. No, black diamond. Reflective, menacing. Strike fear into anyone who dares to step foot here. I don't think anyone will step foot here. Then make statues of me. Huge ones. Towering over the island like a god. Then, he reluctantly added, you can make just one for yourself. Atticus ignored him, focusing instead on refining the house's structure. He reinforced it with earth and metal, smoothing the design. Fine, if you insist on being humble. But at least add a chamber filled with weapons, a meditation garden, and a personal battlefield that changes terrain at will. You do plan to train seriously, don't you? Ozeroth said, seeing that Atticus had no intention of listening to him. Atticus smirked slightly. Now that I can consider. A swimming pool too, Ozeroth added in a low tone. Exactly 2 days passed, and Atticus had remained on his island throughout that period. After he finished creating and reinforcing the building, he had eventually partly given in to Ozeroth's demands, adding a pool and even building some statues around the island. Aside from that, Atticus had only meditated and trained, sometimes sparring with Ozeroth to refine his battle strength. Compared to Ozeroth, Atticus still fell short when it came to pure combat. Because they were basically one, his Ortholian ability to see into the future was shared between them, making his advantage essentially obsolete. In fact, it became Ozeroth's advantage instead. While no winner was ever recorded, Atticus always found himself getting pummeled. It was always the face, as though the spirit was angry about how flawless it was. Atticus approached the edge of the island, gazing downward before looking up. He observed the distinction. There was a massive island above his, many times bigger than his own. It was also filled with imposing buildings, and airships roamed around it. It hovered at the highest elevation, with his island positioned just below it. The other islands sprawled beneath his as though following an unseen ranking system. Looks like the higher the ranking, the higher the island, Atticus thought. But does it mean the millions of recruits each get an island? That seemed highly unlikely and a massive waste of resources. Atticus was curious about the system the military used. He sent a glance behind him, where Ozeroth, in his mini form, lounged on a recliner by the pool, wearing absurdly tiny sunglasses that barely covered his glowing eyes. One leg was crossed over the other, and in his hand, he held a tall glass of something neon green, with a tiny umbrella sticking out. Atticus had no idea where he got it from. A large silver sun reflector, the kind used at beach resorts, was propped up next to him, catching absolutely nothing, yet positioned with an air of utmost importance. Atticus blinked. What are you doing? The distance meant nothing to beings of their level. Sunbathing, Ozeroth answered without opening his eyes. There is no sun, so. He adjusted his sunglasses with a smug grin. A king must bask in his own magnificence regardless of trivial details like reality. Atticus pinched the bridge of his nose. You don't even have skin. Ozeroth finally cracked one eye open, raising a brow. And yet, I'm still getting tanned. A mystery of the ages. Atticus let out a long sigh, turning back to the islands below. I swear, you make less sense every day. And yet, you keep me around. Now, are you building that lava fountain or not? Atticus shook his head before jumping off the edge of the island. Aurora reached the top the same time I did. She should be the second. With that thought, his figure blurred before appearing in the skies above the second island. It was the island just below his, and luckily, there were no barriers encompassing it, allowing him to enter uninterrupted. Atticus's eyes glinted as he scanned the entire island, instantly sensing the numerous people currently on the move. His gaze narrowed. They maintained the divisions. Just below him, sprawled across a massive area, were the figures of the White Omen Division members, all engaged in an intense training session. Multiple drill sergeants watched over them with stern expressions as they each faced off against faceless figures. A single glance was all Atticus needed to see that they were losing, brutally. The weapons training, the basic training he had first undergone with Victor was what they were doing now, but at a much lower level. Each robot had been adjusted to their power levels, and each of the youths held their respective weapons as they battled without mana. First was Aurora, locked in a brutal exchange, her fists clad in gauntlets as she weaved through the strikes of the faceless robot. She was struggling, her attempts at reading her opponent often a second too slow, resulting in punishing blows that sent her stumbling. Yet, even as she lost ground, her instincts always kicked in. Every failed attempt was followed by an adjustment, every mistake corrected in real time. Her breathing evened out, her footwork sharpened, and soon, she was beginning to counter, still losing, but improving at a terrifying pace. Atticus's gaze shifted, and a little distance away, Lucas stood with a spear gripped awkwardly in his hands. With no mana, he can't use his slates. Atticus recalled that Lucas's main weapon was his rune engraving. It was painfully clear this was not his weapon of choice. His stance was tense, his thrust sluggish, and his footwork non-existent. The robot facing him capitalized on every mistake, smacking the shaft of his spear aside and sending him reeling with effortless counters. He gritted his teeth, trying to adapt, but it was like watching a man fight in chains. The battle wasn't just difficult, it was embarrassing. And then there was Nate. The massive brute of the group stood at least a head taller than everyone else, his sheer size alone making it look like he should be the most dominant warrior in the field, especially considering the large broadsword he used. Instead, he was currently getting folded like fresh laundry. You think you can defeat me? He roared, right before the training robot punched him so hard he spun midair. His body crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He groaned, dragging himself up with shaky arms. That was just a warm-up, he coughed, blood dripping from his nose. The robot didn't wait. It dashed forward and slammed a knee into his gut, making his entire massive frame lift off the ground. I'll kill you, I swear. Nate's booming voice turned into a wheezing cough as he was launched across the field again, his limbs flailing. The drill sergeants nearby merely sighed, used to this scene playing out over and over again. The other Ravenstein youths were not faring any better. They were each getting beaten to a pulp, and the other division members fared even worse. Regardless, they were all working hard. Atticus shook his head, smiling widely. He had missed them. He hovered high in the skies, unnoticed by the drill sergeants below. Moments passed, and when many of them were unable to lift even a single finger, the drill sergeants ended the training, and many of them started dragging themselves back toward their makeshift camp. Seeing as they were done, Atticus decided to go down and finally meet them. The members of the White Raven Division trudged toward the makeshift camp, their bodies battered, limbs sore, and many of their prides bruised. Aurora was at the forefront, leading the group with a serious gaze. Her mind replayed the battle she had just fought, thinking of ways to better herself before the next session. Just behind her, Nate limped dramatically, arms flailing as he continued his one-man campaign of self-glorification. I almost had it, he said. If they had given me just a little more time, I would have destroyed that damn thing. Several recruits threw him dirty glances, more so from the Ravenstein youths. You couldn't even react to any of its movements, Lucas muttered, rubbing his sore arms. Nate scoffed. How would you know? You were too busy getting your ass beat to notice. A chorus of snickers followed as Lucas turned to glare daggers at Nate. You. Relax, boys, one of the other Ravensteins chuckled. Elijah slapped Lucas on the back, only to immediately regret it when Lucas winced and shot him a glare. Laughter rippled through the group, though it was mixed with groans as they all dragged their weary bodies forward, wincing at every step. Then, hey! A single, deep voice rang through the air. The entire group froze. Even Aurora, who had been largely ignoring the others, suddenly halted mid-step. Her head snapped up, her lips parting slightly as her eyes landed on the figure descending down. What are you doing here? Aurora asked, crossing her arms over her chest as though demanding an answer. But the warm smile on her face betrayed her emotions. I'm just passing by. Aurora raised a brow. Passing by. She looked at him as though he were insane. On another island. Atticus only smiled, unbothered. Perks of being all-powerful, I can do anything. Aurora rolled her eyes, shaking her head. Show off. By now, Atticus had fully landed in front of the group. A soft chuckle escaped his lips as he turned toward the rest of the recruits, most of whom were still reeling from his presence. Some were slack-jawed, others stood stiffly, unsure whether to salute or simply keep staring. Even the ones who had been laughing moments ago were now visibly tense, wide-eyed, and awkwardly shifting on their feet. Nate was the first to snap out of it, though only slightly, exhaling sharply. It's just, it's Atticus. Yeah, another Ravenstein muttered, nodding. It's like seeing a god casually walk into your backyard. Atticus chuckled, shaking his head. It's just me. That's exactly the problem, someone muttered under their breath. Seeing him on the live screen was one thing, being bathed in his presence was another. As they stared at their age mate, the one they had been cheering for all this while, they each felt small. Why, young master? Finally, the Ravenstein youth snapped out of it, dropping to one knee and bowing in reverence. Soon, the other members followed, echoing the same greeting. Atticus blinked, unsure of how to proceed. What exactly was going on, and why was he being worshipped like some god? He ignored Aurora snickering beside him before asking everyone to stand. It took some time, but he eventually got them up. Wow, is it really you, bro? Nate gawked, gazing at Atticus's new appearance as though he were an exotic creature. The others weren't any better. Though cautious, they surrounded him, scrutinizing everything about him. Aside from the Ravenstein youths, no one else dared to approach, instead, they observed with open mouths from a distance. After a few seconds of being bombarded with numerous questions. All right, that's enough, Aurora spoke, and the other Ravensteins listened instantly, stepping aside as though they were obedient soldiers. Atticus looked at Aurora with one eyebrow raised. You've been busy. HMPH. Of course. Someone had to whip them into shape after you left. I can see that. Good job, Aurora. A wide smile broke out on Aurora's face, and she quickly turned to the side, unwilling to show the intense shade of red that had appeared on her face. The other Ravensteins watched with baffled expressions. Aurora, who always wore a serious and cold expression, was now blushing from being praised. Bro, we should have printed pictures of him and hung them around the camp. Maybe then she wouldn't have been so hard on us. Nate whispered. Several snickers broke out, but they were instantly silenced when Aurora snapped her head back toward them, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Who said that? Nate immediately pointed at Lucas. Lucas's expression turned blank. I hate you. Aurora let it go with a stare filled with warning. It was a scene that made Atticus break into laughter, earning another glare from Aurora, which only made him laugh even more. Afterward, Atticus accompanied the group to their makeshift camp, where he noted several earth-made buildings along with multiple campfires. The Ravensteins were elementalists, so this much wasn't shocking. Atticus didn't stay long. After chatting with Aurora and answering a lot of questions from the others, vaguely, he excused himself. Although she tried hard not to seem sad, Atticus still made sure to assure her that he would return sometime later. After he left, are you okay, bro? You didn't even make any effort to talk to him. Nate approached Lucas, who rested against a tree. While the other Ravensteins had bombarded Atticus with questions, Lucas had somehow limited any interaction. The training affected me more than I expected, Lucas smiled. I'm fine. He said he would come back, so there's plenty of time to see him. Nate seemed skeptical, but he shrugged it off. I guess you did get your ass handed to you hard, huh? He tapped Lucas on the shoulder lightly before settling down beside him, not caring about the dirt. While they each tried to recover from the arduous training, Atticus visited one more island. Above the skies, Atticus instantly found his target. However, his gaze couldn't help but sharpen in the next instant as his mismatched eyes locked with a pair of intense brown ones. He sensed me, Atticus thought, his gaze locking onto Kale down below. He was slightly shocked that the boy had been able to sense him, even though he had hidden his aura well. Can you feel it? Despite still being at the island, far from Atticus's current location, Ozeroth could still feel and see everything Atticus felt and saw. I can now. Atticus's eyes were narrowed as he stared down at Kale. He had activated his spiritual eye, and he could sense some kind of connection with him, one he couldn't explain. It's as if he's feeding off your energy, Ozeroth finished his thought in a serious tone. We haven't had contact in years. When was this made? Think, bond. The only reason you were able to sense it now is because of your current strength. It's possible it had always been there. Atticus's eyes sharpened, and his aura turned cold. Is he an enemy? Kale had been the first friend Atticus ever made in Eldorolf. He didn't know how to explain it, but he couldn't sense any falsehood from the boy. Plus, he seemed like a really chill person, except for his love of battle. And even as he stared down at him with his current strength, he still couldn't sense any sort of deceit. However, the fact that Kale was currently feeding off his energy put him off. What if everything had been a lie? Calm down, Bond. I don't think that's the case here. While you're both connected, and it seems like he's feeding off your energy, it doesn't appear to have any adverse effect on you. Atticus frowned but listened. In fact, it's symbiotic, Ozeroth continued. Your energy is influencing his growth, shaping him, but it's not draining you or dampening your own strength in any way. Think of it as guidance rather than consumption. Like how the sun nourishes a plant without losing its own fire. So he's not a parasite? No, I'd say ask him. From your memories, he doesn't seem like the type of person who would do such a thing. Atticus descended, landing a few meters away from Kale and his group. Just like the White Omen division, they had just finished a training session and were heading back to their resting place. As Atticus landed, the entire division froze, staring at him in disbelief. However, Kale, who had long since sensed him, closed the distance in an instant, standing just in front of him. It's good to see you. The excited grin on Kale's face slowly dropped as he tilted his head to the side. He could feel the energy radiating from Atticus. It wasn't good. I can feel a connection between us. Are you feeding off my potential? Atticus had never had any problems with being blunt, regardless of who he was speaking to. A barrier had been erected, and the other division members couldn't hear anything they were saying. Yes, Kale replied without any change in expression. He doesn't seem surprised. Like I said, it's not affecting you in an adverse way. It's possible he feels it's all normal. If you don't mind it, I'd say let it go. Atticus understood where Ozeroth was coming from, but it just didn't feel right to him. At the very least, Kale should have asked him first. Why? Because you're worthy. Kale's response came instantly, and he still didn't show any signs of deceit. You're going to have to be more explicit. What do you mean by worthy? And why did you do it without informing me first? Kale went on to explain everything about the bloodline of the Stormrider family, highlighting the importance of having a mark stronger than them, someone they acknowledged and saw as their better. To the Stormriders, it was a great honor. By the end of the explanation, a frown appeared on Kale's face. He was finding it hard to understand what was happening, but he knew Atticus didn't like the current situation. Do you not want it? Kale asked. Atticus sighed. Hearing everything from Kale made it harder for him to be mad. It was obvious the boy's intentions had never been bad. No, it's fine. He shook his head, and his cautious aura returned to normal. An awkward silence descended, and Atticus decided to change the topic to ease the tension. So, how was the academy after I left? Empty. Kale had never been one for words, but Atticus understood him perfectly. He smirked. Well, I missed you too. He reached out for a handshake. Kale accepted, and his wide smile returned after noticing that Atticus's cautious mood had changed. How's your woman? Atticus's expression froze for a moment before he cleared his throat. Right, I told him everything about me and Zoe. It's complicated. Why? Atticus hesitated, but he decided to respond. He had told Kale everything about them before, There was no need to hide anything at this point. I asked her out, but she refused. I see. Kale's expression didn't change. He didn't seem bothered by it. He nodded. Okay, let's spar. Atticus couldn't help but feel a bit baffled. He had expected a completely different reaction. Just okay. What do you think about it? Nothing. She doesn't want it. You move on. You don't want to know her reason. Kale shook his head. Doesn't matter. That's hers to deal with. Kale created distance between them before his battle intent peaked. Atticus couldn't help but break into a smile, shaking his head. I've never seen a being so simple in my centuries of existence. Atticus agreed with Ozeroth's words completely. Kale was one of a kind. Not as unique as the great Ozeroth, though. Atticus rolled his eyes and focused on Kale. The latter had already begun transforming, his oppressive aura drenching the space. He can see the distinction between the two of us, and yet he still wants to spar. Atticus smiled, sending a glance toward the division members. They got the memo instantly, moving away from the location. Kale didn't wait for any sign, instantly attacking with a burst of speed and power. There was only one word to describe their spar. Quick. Atticus hadn't wasted time, ending it instantly with a blow to the chin. And after battling a few more times, he soon left the island after saying his goodbyes and promising to return for more spars. Atticus instantly made a beeline for his island. He had seen everyone he wanted to see. Well, almost. There was still a particular purple-haired girl. However, after noting the reactions of his close ones regarding the matter, even Atticus was starting to feel as though it was a dead end. Maybe it was truly time to move on. That's my boy. Now, let's talk about getting rid of this virginity. Atticus sighed as Ozeroth started rambling in his mind. A purple-haired girl with a face as beautiful and perfect as a goddess narrowed her eyes as she gazed upwards at nothing in particular. You won't go to him. A petite feminine voice reached her ears, coming from the tiny figure seated comfortably on her head. Zoe didn't answer. Instead, she just stared, her eyes shifting through a wave of different emotions. I don't know what to say to him, she admitted after some time. She had just felt a presence with an enormous amount of spiritual energy not too far from her island. Spiritual energy was different from mana, and as far as she knew, everyone with spiritual energy was on this island with her, all except one. Atticus. What about what you planned on saying to him? Lumindra added. You saw what happened before, Zoe muttered under her breath. Lumindra sighed. The part about you freezing. Zoe shook her head. I still felt it. Nothing changed. She lowered her head, gripping the hem of her robe as emotions churned violently inside her. What did you feel? Lumindra asked. She already knew the answer, but she still asked regardless. Tears welled up in Zoe's eyes. I thought I was ready, she admitted. I told myself that the next time I saw him, I'd apologize. I'd tell him everything, why I refused, what I felt. I even convinced myself that maybe, just maybe, we could fix things. She let out a shaky breath, her fingers tightening into fists. But then I saw him floating in the skies. And, her throat closed up. She couldn't even say it. Lumindra maintained her calm demeanor, swinging her tiny legs over Zoe's head as she asked again. What did you feel? She asked bluntly. Zoe squeezed her eyes shut, shame flooding her. I felt jealous. Jealous of what? Everything, she admitted in a low tone. His talent, his strength, his mindset, the way he carries himself, so calm, so confident, like nothing can shake him. Like he already knows he's untouchable. She swallowed hard. Even after everything, even after I left, I thought I was ready to move forward. But when I saw him floating in the sky, looking so untouchable, I realized I still feel the same way. And I know it's wrong. I know it's ugly. But I can't help it, Lumi. More tears slipped down her face as she choked. I feel so terrible for even thinking this way. Lumindra sighed, her tiny body still perched on Zoe's head. Why do you feel jealous of all these things? She asked. Lumindra had always been supportive of Zoe when it came to this matter. As a centuries-old spirit, the whole thing felt absurd to her, yet she had considered Zoe's childlike innocence and supported her instead, hoping that by the next time they met, everything would be sorted. This was especially after Zoe had resolved to talk to Atticus the next time they saw each other. But that hadn't turned out as expected. Now wasn't the time to keep being supportive. If she missed this opportunity, then it would probably be all over. Zoe wiped her eyes roughly, trying to steady her voice. You know why, Lumi, she muttered. It's my dream. To grow strong enough to protect Eldoralf. To be the one standing at the top, making sure no one else suffers. No one else dies. I've worked my whole life for this goal. And now, Lumindra said, swinging her legs, you're angry that someone else will probably achieve your goal instead of you. Zoe flinched, but she nodded, her chest tightening. A moment of silence passed before Lumindra spoke again, and this time, there was no softness in her voice. So what now? Zoe blinked. I mean, what now? Lumindra repeated. From what I can see, especially considering the fool he bonded with, you may never catch up to him. Zoe's heart sank, but she didn't interrupt. Honestly, I doubt that boy even cares about saving this planet, Lumindra continued. But let's say he does. Let's say he ends up fulfilling your goal instead of you. What now? Zoe stayed silent, her fingers clenching into fists. He won't stop just because you feel jealous of him. Nor do you have any right to ask him to. Zoe bit her lip hard, her chest tightening painfully. It means he'll eventually accomplish what you wanted for yourself. There's simply no helping it. It's life. And you, Zoe, are not a child anymore. I've been silent for 2 years, Lumindra continued, letting you figure things out on your own. But I think it's about time I tell you the truth and stop treating you delicately. Her next words cut deep. You've worked tirelessly for 2 years, and you're only at master rank. Meanwhile, he's already reached Paragon. He has accomplished more in a fraction of the time than you ever have. And I'll be blunt, I don't see a way for you to catch up to him. Unfortunately, this is life. It's reality. Zoe's nails dug into her palms. The words hit hard, because they were true. Zoe had spent her whole life training, dreaming of becoming the savior of Eldoralf, the one who would stand at the pinnacle of strength and protect the world. She had dedicated everything to that goal. And then Atticus, who had always been strong, became something beyond even her imagination. Every time she saw him, it felt like he was walking farther and farther away, into a world where she could never follow. And it hurt. It hurt so much that she had convinced herself she couldn't be with him while feeling this way. I thought that if I distanced myself, I could grow. That maybe, if I worked hard enough, I'd close the gap. That I wouldn't feel like this anymore. But it didn't go away. No matter what I do, every time I see him, the same feeling is still there. A few silent moments passed before Lumindra finally spoke. Jealousy is normal, Zoe. We're all jealous of something. But instead of wallowing in pity for the rest of your life, because that's exactly what will happen if you keep this up, why don't you actually face your emotions? Accept them. Stop running from them. See where they led you. But what if they lead me nowhere? She whispered. Then at least you'll know. At least you tried. Just be honest with him. And with yourself. Stop hiding behind excuses. Stop running. Face him. Talk to him. Even if it's hard. Even if it hurts. Lumindra's voice softened slightly. But if you keep running, you'll never move forward. And you'll never be free from this feeling. Zoe closed her eyes, her mind spinning. It was so simple. And yet, terrifying. She looked up once more, toward where she had felt the energy. Was she really ready to face it? Could she really face him after all this time? The months sped by, quick and fast. Victor's words had been accurate. The first 3 months had been for basic training. Everything Atticus had passed in a single day was what the rest of the recruits had spent these 3 months learning. Yet, it still wasn't to an overwhelming degree. The best most of the recruits had achieved was landing a few hits on their training bots. They still couldn't defeat them, well, except for a very select few. Each of the apexes, Kale, Zoe, and Aurora, alongside the other elites of the other races, had been able to defeat their training bots. Weapons training had taken a few weeks for them to pass, and hand-to-hand combat even longer. The obstacle course had been the hardest thing most of them had ever experienced in their entire lives, and the stress and fear training had broken many. And while not all of them passed with their pride and dignity intact, at the very least, they still had their lives. Atticus had paid multiple visits to Aurora and the White Omen division during this time, mostly hanging out and bantering with Aurora. Nate had also made the stupid decision of challenging Atticus multiple times, which always ended with his face planted in the ground. He had also visited and sparred with Kale on multiple occasions. It had always been the same, quick, swift spars ending in Kale's loss. Atticus hadn't visited anyone else. He had no interactions with the other apexes and didn't even bother checking on any of them in their respective islands. Aside from all this, Atticus had only trained, sparred, and bantered with Ozeroth on his island. As the 3 months passed by in a flash, Atticus lay on the ground, panting from exhaustion. Just beside him, Ozeroth also panted. Both of them had big smiles on their faces, and all around them, there was only devastation and chaos. They had just finished sparring and were trying to recover. You really didn't have to punch me in the face, Atticus said between pants. Ozeroth let out a haughty chuckle. You should be honored, he said smugly, tilting his head back as if basking in his own greatness. Not just anyone is worthy of receiving a strike from me. Atticus rolled his eyes, still catching his breath. Oh, is that how it works? Ozeroth nodded, completely serious. Of course. My fists are reserved only for the most esteemed of opponents. You should be grateful I even considered striking your face directly. Most would never get the privilege. Atticus let out a short laugh, shaking his head. Yeah, what an honor. My nose is definitely feeling privileged right now. Ozeroth smirked. Good. A mark of greatness should be felt, after all. Atticus shook his head at the absurdity of his spirit and sat up straight. It's been 3 months already, he realized, but received no answer. As he turned, he saw that Ozeroth had already begun sleeping, his eyes closed. Atticus rolled his eyes. Prideful, delusional, and lazy, he muttered as he stood up. Tapping the tab-like device, he activated the island's self-heal function. I've barely made any progress. Atticus' status had been at a standstill. Ever since he had reached that bottleneck with his elements, he hadn't been able to progress as significantly as he would have liked. It wasn't a situation he enjoyed in the least. This made him focus more on refining his battle style by sparring with Ozeroth. I have to find a solution to this. He couldn't remain in this bottleneck for too long. Otherwise, he would be wasting time he was supposed to use to improve. There's no time. With everything happening, the world was only becoming more and more dangerous. He still wasn't strong enough to handle his enemies, he needed to grow stronger, and fast. It's about time I learned that hell's fire. Atticus hadn't called for Victor since dismissing him, and the drill sergeant also hadn't checked up on him during these 3 months. It might be a good idea to learn something new. With him currently being in a bottleneck he had no idea how to break, he felt it would be better to learn something new. Now, how do I call out to him? Colonel Zenon had given him a way to reach him, by shouting his name. But Victor hadn't given him anything like that. Atticus turned his gaze toward the sky, staring at the massive floating island above his. I'll just search for him there. His figure blurred, disappearing from the island. The sound of utensils hitting ceramic plates echoed across a large hall as numerous drill sergeants ate. It was a comical scene, seeing a bunch of battle-hardened old men sitting in a dining hall, eating at tables like high schoolers. Regardless, the atmosphere was anything but casual. The hall was filled with drill sergeants of different races, all in charge of training the recruits. The military followed a strict schedule in almost everything, even taking a dump. Meals were obviously included in this equation. In the hall, there was a very obvious divide. The human drill sergeants had been ostracized, each of them seated in one corner of the hall, far away from the other drill sergeants. But they weren't the only ones. Drill Sergeant Victor sat alone in a separate corner, appearing even more hated than the humans. The other demon drill sergeants threw him hateful glances, but he ignored them, focusing on eating his meal quickly so he could leave. Regardless, an unusual scene soon played out. Can I join you? Victor lifted his crimson eyes, looking at the one who had just spoken. Did you lose your way, human? Drill Sergeant Kosher smiled lightly. Is that a no? Victor stared at Kosher with narrowed eyes for a few seconds before nodding his head. Thank you. The instant Kosher sat, his question came. Tell me about him. Victor gave Kosher a leveled stare, his crimson eyes showing not a single bit of warmth. I should be the one asking you that, he spoke after a few seconds, his tone blunt. He's a human. Kosher smiled, shaking his head. That boy is currently the most famous person in all of Eldoralf. Do you really think I've met him or even know anything aside from the rumors? Victor remained silent. The man had a point. He sighed before placing his fork and knife gently on the table. He might be a demon who loved chaos, but it appeared his table manners were very much present. Just to be clear, You're talking about that demon child, right? Kosher smiled. An actual demon was calling a human a demon. He nodded. Atticus Ravenstein. That's the one. Victor nodded, leaning back in his chair. He briefly considered the situation. From a glance, it was obvious Kosher was asking purely out of curiosity. Plus, the things he was about to reveal wouldn't do any harm to Atticus. He tapped a single clawed finger against the table before finally speaking. The rumors about his power are mostly true. His control over his body and power is absurd. He's mastered abilities that take others' lifetimes to even comprehend. Kosher raised a brow but remained silent as Victor continued. It was very odd to see a member of a mid-race praising a human so much. But that's not the part you should be afraid of. It's his mind. Kosher tilted his head slightly, intrigued. His will is, beyond anything I've ever encountered, Victor admitted. I don't think I can imagine any circumstance other than death that would make him stop. He tapped the table lightly, emphasizing his point. And then there's his comprehension. His mind. It's unreal. From the brief time I spent with him, he observed everything, utilizing the gathered information to form a path forward. Give him a day with any skill, and he'll surpass the ones who have trained in it for decades. You could strip him of every ounce of power, take away all his abilities, and he'd still be terrifying. Kosher nodded slowly, taking everything in. I see. No, you don't. Victor shook his head firmly, staring at Kosher intently. You haven't seen anything. Kosher's gaze narrowed. He could feel the seriousness in Victor's tone. He nodded again, but this time with a more serious expression. Is this why you haven't been training him? Kosher asked. Victor sighed, and just as he was about to respond, a cold voice cut in. That's right, Drill Sergeant Victor. Why haven't you been performing your duties this past month? The sound of chairs scraping against the floor echoed as every drill sergeant shot up from their seats, saluting. Staff Sergeant. Victor and Kosher were no exception, especially considering the fact that Voron's entire focus was on them. His figure stopped directly in front of them, staring at both of them coldly. At ease. As Victor and Kosher were about to ease up, Voron's icy voice cut them off. I wasn't talking to you. As the other drill sergeants relaxed, both their figures straightened as they maintained their salute, eyes facing forward. I asked you a question, Drill Sergeant. Victor's response came quickly but calmly, his crimson eyes having turned cold. I was excused. Excused. Voron repeated, his cold gaze sharpening. Your job, despite how incompetent you are, is to drill him in the methods of the military. And your excuse is that you were excused. His voice dropped. Victor opened his mouth, about to speak, but Voron cut him off before he could utter another word. I should have known that a useless fool like you, who got your entire squadron killed, couldn't handle something as simple as this. Victor's fist clenched tightly behind him. His breath remained steady, but his crimson eyes darkened, an unmistakable tension filling the air around him. Ignoring Victor's reaction entirely, Voron turned his head slightly. Drill Sergeant Nix. A figure immediately stepped forward, a tall, broad-shouldered nullite with ashen gray skin, his silver eyes dull and cold. His presence was imposing, and the way he stood, completely still and unreadable, was almost unnatural. Sir. Nix responded in a deep, gravelly voice. His tone was devoid of emotion, as expected of a nullite. Voron narrowed his gaze. You will now be in charge of training that human. Yes, Staff Sergeant. But just as those words left his lips, a calm and cold voice echoed. I've been searching for you. I need you. Let's go. Voron, along with every drill sergeant, slowly turned their heads to the side, their gazes landing on a figure far too tall for his age. He stood just beside Voron, staring at Victor as though he had always been there. No one had seen him enter. No one had heard anything. Not even a shred of presence. But now that they had noticed him, it was all they could feel. Heavy. Oppressive. Dominating. Every single one of them experienced the same feeling, shock. Regardless, Atticus didn't acknowledge even a single one of them. Why are you frozen? I don't like repeating myself. His words snapped Victor out of his reverie. He quickly nodded, his body moving instinctively as he was about to follow Atticus. Did I excuse you? Voron's voice was cold, stopping Victor in his tracks. He turned to Atticus, giving him a once-over. And you. Recruits are not allowed on this island. Ignorance is not an excuse. You will be punies. I don't like repeating myself. Voron froze. Atticus hadn't even turned to look at him. He had still spoken to Victor. Victor nodded before moving to follow Atticus. You. Voron's expression twisted. Victor has been replaced as your drill sergeant by someone more competent. He gestured, and Sergeant Nix walked forward, his hands clasped behind him, standing straight and imposing. From now on, he will be in charge of training you. Atticus, who had been walking out of the hall with Victor on his trail, stopped. He turned and slowly faced Voron. Who are you? An intense weight slammed onto Voron and the other drill sergeants in the hall, the tension peaking. Voron's gaze narrowed into pinpricks, an intense anger surging through him. He hated this human. Johann, the Nullite paragon who had attended the Nexus banquet and had met Atticus personally, had spoken numerous times about the human's threat level to their race. The Nullite goal was the purging of filth that was mana, which involved eradicating those who used it. They were considered one of the most dangerous races because of their nullification abilities. However, they had just discovered that a human child had the best counter for it. Currently, the hatred for Atticus was shared among the entire Nullite race. Aside from this, there was nothing more infuriating than seeing someone many times younger than you addressing you with such nonchalance. He had been in the military before the child had even been born. Voron's voice, when it came, was cold. I am Staff Sergeant Voron. I am in charge of. Drill Sergeant Victor Halden. Atticus cut off Voron, calling out. Victor's entire figure jolted as though an electric current had surged through him. Atticus had simply called his name, yet there was something about it, something that made him feel as though a battle-hardened general had just spoken. Instinct took over. His back straightened, his body turned stiff, and before he even realized it, he had saluted. Yes. Atticus's placid gaze bore into him. Who am I? Victor paused. His mind spun, trying to process the question. Even Voron and the other drill sergeants looked confused. Then, it clicked. Atticus had addressed him by his full title. He had spoken with authority. Victor's jaw tightened, and he responded immediately. General Atticus Ravenstein. Atticus's piercing gaze shifted, locking onto Voron. Do I have to teach you etiquette? Atticus demanded. Voron's fists clenched. A vein twitched in his temple as he struggled to contain his anger. Atticus was trying to use his title as a general. This is not the order of things in the military training camp. He snapped. We follow a strict hierarchy. The one in position holds the power, and I am in charge of recruits. You, he gestured at Atticus with a sneer, or just a recruit. Atticus barely blinked. You talk too much for a Nullite. Atticus tilted his head slightly. I fear for our recruits. Are they truly getting the training they need? Or just listening to endless speeches? The silence in the room became suffocating. He spoke as though admonishing an inferior. It's even worse when you can't even respect the chain of command, Atticus added, his tone dropping. Voron's nostrils flared. It is you who isn't respecting me. You're incompetent. Voron froze. Atticus took a step forward. As a general, I can't accept that. His voice remained calm, speaking as though stating a fact. Final. You'll be demoted to drill sergeant. Sergeant Victor Halden will take your place. Voron's eyes widened in rage. You don't have the authority. He bellowed. Boom. An overwhelming aura slammed onto him. Voron's knees buckled instantly, crashing onto the ground. Gasps rippled through the room as Atticus strode forward. Voron, his vision spinning, lifted his gaze, filled with hatred. But just as his lips parted to protest, smack, a cataclysmic slap impacted his face, sending shockwaves through the hall. The entire room fell into stunned silence. The drill sergeant stared, wide-eyed, unable to process what had just happened. Even Victor looked as though he had just witnessed the impossible. Voron, still on his knees, blinked rapidly, struggling to comprehend the situation. Why you? Smack. Another thunderous slap landed, sending his head snapping to the side. In the next instant, a black aura erupted violently from Voron's body, his rage boiling over. But before it could expand, a dense, purple energy converged around him, snuffing out his aura like a candle in a storm. Voron's eyes widened in shock. What? Smack, smack, smack. More slaps landed in quick succession, each one cataclysmic, yet somehow, Voron didn't move from his position. An unseen weight held him in place. The force rocked his mind, shattered his pride, and stripped him of any composure he had. Atticus delivered a few more slaps, his expression unchanging, before finally speaking. I am a general. His voice was low, calm. I am the authority. He turned his gaze. Sergeant Victor Halden. Victor's entire body stiffened. Yes, he responded immediately. Atticus's eyes locked onto his. Do you accept? Victor froze. In that moment, he somehow understood. Atticus wouldn't hesitate to give him a few slaps to reset his mind if he refused. Quickly, he nodded. I accept. Atticus's gaze swept across the room. Does anyone else have anything to say? The weight in the room intensified, pressing down on everyone. A palpable silence followed. No one spoke. Atticus nodded. Why you can't? Voron choked out, but before he could finish. Smack. A final slap sent him collapsing to the ground. Then, with a slight thought, the badge on Voron's right shoulder detached itself, floating through the air before landing in Atticus's hand. Without sparing Voron another glance, Atticus turned and handed it to Victor. Victor shakily accepted it, still processing what had just happened. Atticus then turned on his heel, walking out of the hall with Victor following closely behind, still startled. As they left, only the sound of gritted teeth echoed as Voron tried to regain his composure. The humiliation. He was a staff sergeant, a figure of authority, especially in the training camp. How would he ever raise his head again? As the duo stepped outside the building, Atticus suddenly turned, stopping Victor in his tracks. What? Before the latter could react, a purple glow engulfed him, and he found himself standing in the middle of Atticus's island. His gaze darted around before landing on Atticus, who stood a few meters in front of him, his mismatched eyes fixed on him. I brought you here because I want to spar with you. Attack me with everything you have. Victor stared at Atticus as though he had just heard the most absurd thing in his entire life. Atticus had just overwhelmed a Grandmaster Plus in front of him seconds ago, slapping the living daylights out of Voron, a superior race Grandmaster. And now, he was asking him, someone who was weaker, to spar. Silence. A loud one descended on the area. Pardon. Victor's voice was filled with nothing but shock. Quote. Right. He doesn't like repeating himself. Victor shook his head, his expression darkening. Is he actually serious? He really hoped not. Yes, I'm serious. With Atticus's ability to sense intent and his incredible perception, predicting what Victor was thinking was easy. However, the latter didn't take it that way. A surge of shock churned within him as he wondered if Atticus had just read his thoughts. I wouldn't put it past him. Considering everything the child had done, the weird thing would be if he couldn't. Atticus sighed. Maybe this will make you understand. A wave spread out from him, oppressive. Victor's gaze widened. He felt an intense chill, so sharp that his body became as solid as ice. Battle intent. He identified it immediately. However, it was unlike anything he had ever felt in his life. It was so potent that Victor felt as though he were staring directly at death itself. Will you attack, or should I? Atticus's voice sounded like the harbinger of doom, each syllable sending jolts of shock through Victor. His expression hardened as he realized the current situation. Shit. I'll attack then. Victor's eyes widened to the extreme, yet they still failed to catch Atticus's movements. Then, bam, an overwhelming force slammed into his chest, the impact so powerful that his entire body hurtled backward, smashing through trees like a ragdoll. The sheer momentum carried him through the dense forest, his body crashing violently against the earth. Pain surged through him. His mind had barely processed what had just happened when, wham, another blow struck the side of his head. The world spun violently, his vision blurring as his body was launched sideways, crashing into the dirt. Victor's breath hitched, his lungs screaming for air. His vision reeled, the sheer force of the attack still vibrating through his bones. But despite the overwhelming impact, he forced himself upright, sucking in a sharp breath. His expression darkened. Then, his crimson eyes ignited. His face twisted, and tendrils of flame erupted all around him, dancing wildly as his fury took shape. The searing heat warped the air, and the trees surrounding him immediately turned to ash, their forms disintegrating into the wind. Then, with a single step, black crimson fire exploded outward. The sheer intensity of the heat scorched the very atmosphere, distorting reality. Victor landed, his blazing crimson eyes locked onto Atticus, who stood calmly at a distance, watching with a glint of intrigue in his mismatched eyes. So this is hell's fire, Atticus thought, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Even from afar, he could feel it. The flames' effects on him were practically non-existent, yet he could sense them slowly trying to gnaw away at his stamina, trying to drain him. But not only that, it's attacking my will. Well, attack was an over-exaggeration. Atticus's will was so intense that Victor's couldn't hope to affect it. But his mind sharpened at the realization. This was no ordinary flame. It did more than burn. It consumed. It corroded. It subjugated. Atticus's eyes glinted. I want it. His mismatched eyes shifted, becoming uniform, turning into an intense purple. With a mere thought, his perception expanded, his gaze analyzing the fire, tracing its mana signature as it unfolded before him. Meanwhile, Victor was already far gone. The demon race was one of chaos and destruction, their very nature designed for war, ruin, and dominance. And in this moment, due to the situation, Victor had succumbed. A deep, guttural growl left his throat as his crimson-black flames surged violently, expanding outward like an infernal storm. His horns lengthened, twisting slightly. His fingernails extended into dark, jagged claws. Then, he moved. A single burst of speed, and he shot toward Atticus, slashing fiercely. Swipe. Atticus evaded. Another slash. Atticus sidestepped, his gaze calm, analyzing. Victor snarled, his feral eyes locked onto Atticus, his claws ripping through the air. But Atticus remained untouchable. Each strike missed. Each claw swiped through empty space. No matter how fast or relentless Victor attacked, Atticus remained just beyond his reach. His purple eyes flickered. Then, Atticus's lips curled ever so slightly. Got it. At that exact moment, Victor came slashing down. Atticus evaded, pivoting smoothly. Then, thwack. A swift, precise strike landed against the back of Victor's head. The demon's eyes flickered. Then, darkness consumed him. His body slumped, crashing into the earth, unconscious before he even hit the ground. Despite the literal hell he had just put Victor through, Atticus was all smiles. He had seen it, memorized it, the mana signature of hell's fire. Now, he just had to replicate it. But just as he was about to settle into his thoughts, what does a handsome king have to do to get some sleep around here? Atticus's brows twitched. Then, crash. A boulder came hurtling down the mountainside, barreling straight toward him. Without lifting a finger, the moment it reached him. Thud. The boulder slammed against an unseen barrier, shattering into countless pieces. Atticus rolled his eyes. Idiot. Where most would have simply waved a hand or ignored the disturbance, Ozeroth had thrown a boulder to get rid of the noise. Shaking his head, Atticus chose to ignore the crazy spirit. Instead, he turned his attention back to Victor. With a small effort, he lifted the unconscious demon and rested him against the base of a tree. Then, without another word, Atticus sat down, crossing his legs. His breathing steadied, his eyes closed, and he began to meditate. Meanwhile, while Atticus attempted to replicate what he had just seen, another conversation was taking place. Voron stood rigidly, his fists clenched as he glared up at the massive tree before him. Perched atop its highest branch, Colonel Zenon sat with an amused expression, his entire skin having shifted to match the texture and color of the tree. He blended so seamlessly into the bark that if not for the wide grin stretched across his face, one might have mistaken him for part of the tree itself. His golden eyes gleamed, filled with mirth as he tilted his head slightly. Repeat what you just said. Voron's bruised, swollen face tightened, the wounds Atticus had inflicted on him still refusing to heal. His rage boiled over as he spat out, that human. But, General. Voron froze. Zenon's voice was still amused, but there was an undeniable coldness beneath it. Say it properly. The pressure of Zenon's aura pressed down, subtle but suffocating. Voron gritted his teeth, swallowing his pride. General. Zenon nodded approvingly. Good. Now continue. Voron inhaled sharply before forcing himself to speak. That general came to the main island without permission, he encroached, disrespected me, and even dared. He stopped himself instantly, correcting his words as Zenon's aura thickened. He took my badge. Zenon's grin widened. Why did he take your badge? Voron stiffened, his jaw tightening. Finally, he spat, because he was delusional enough to believe he could demote me. Zenon let out a small chuckle, resting his chin on his palm. He demoted you. Yes. But he has no authority. Voron snapped, his frustration seething through his tone. Zenon's smile only grew wider. Sounds to me like he has every authority to do that. But, what is his rank? Zenon cut him off smoothly. A long pause. Then, begrudgingly, Voron muttered, General. And what is mine? Voron's teeth clenched. Colonel. Good. Let me explain this in a way that even you can understand. Voron's hands curled into fists. He knew what was coming. He, along with the other apexes, are the highest ranking officers in this training camp. But the difference between Atticus and the others, his smirk sharpened, is that he has the power to back up his words. Voron's breathing became ragged, his frustration palpable. But he can't do this. Zenon's smile dropped slightly, his expression turning baffled. Are you deaf? Or is your comprehension ability non-existent? Voron stiffened. It wasn't every day you saw an Evolari being insulting. He outranks even me. If he wanted to, he could probably demote me too. Zenon leaned back against the tree, completely unbothered. His orders are final. Behave, and maybe he'll restore you. His golden eyes narrowed. Now leave. Voron's muscles tensed, his pride burning as he gritted his teeth so hard they might have cracked. But, he had no choice. With a final clench of his fists, he turned on his heel and stormed away. As he disappeared into the distance. Laughter. Zenon laughed, his body shaking as though he had just heard the most entertaining thing in the world. Atticus meditated for hours, envisioning the mana signature of Hell's Fire in his mind. He was currently using Ozaroth's omnicognition, and while he had already memorized the mana signature, replicating it was another thing entirely, especially when it was an ability of a different race. It took time, but fortunately, Atticus had come a long way since he learned the superior races, arts after the Nexus. He didn't need weeks, just a few hours. As the moments passed, Atticus opened his eyes and stretched his arm forward. His gaze focused on the empty space above his open palm. To generate fire, Atticus had to form a connection between the fire molecules and the mana in the air. However, with Hell's Fire, there was a slight difference. Atticus had to change the signature of the mana to that of the one he had just learned first before forming the connection. He had already done the hard part, getting the mana signature. With a small focus, the mana signature around his palm changed, and with another thought, he formed the connection. A dark crimson fire blazed to life, its thickness so intense that it dwarfed Victor's. What are you? A trembling voice sounded, one filled with so much shock that it could fill an ocean. Atticus's eyes turned to Sergeant Victor, not a hint of surprise in his expression. He had known Victor had regained consciousness moments ago and had simply ignored him. I'm an 18-year-old boy, Atticus responded calmly, the dark crimson flames only blazing stronger. I don't think you're supposed to be resting. You should have a lot on your plate. Atticus gestured towards Victor's right shoulder, where a badge with a chevron-shaped insignia was etched, signifying the staff sergeant rank. You're a staff sergeant now. Victor's gaze widened as the memories came crashing down on him. Atticus was right. He had accepted the role. But will the colonel allow it? As he turned and met Atticus's eyes, the thought vanished from his mind. Every flicker of doubt disappeared. Atticus's entire being appeared absolute, as if he dared anyone to refute him. A slow smile formed on Victor's lips. I was wrong. He had been so wrong. Atticus's greatest gift wasn't his talent. It was his mind. Victor forced himself to stand. His back straightened before he saluted toward Atticus. General. There was no way Atticus was going to do something as cringe as saluting. He simply nodded, watching as Victor left the island with a determined expression. As soon as he left, Atticus focused back on Hell's Fire. Unlike normal crimson flames, it was darker and appeared even more lethal. Atticus stretched out his other palm, and another fire flickered to life, this time, a normal flame. There was a clear distinction. One bright crimson. The other dark. With a thought, they both shot toward two different trees, engulfing them. The Hell's Fire burns faster. Atticus observed the tree the Hell's Fire had engulfed. Before the flames had even made full contact, the tree had turned to ash. Meanwhile, the normal fire took time before the tree burned completely. Atticus noted the difference. Then, he used the tab-like device and summoned a training robot. This time, he didn't turn off the mana in the island. The instant it appeared, Atticus began his experiments. After a few minutes, Atticus confirmed that the information he had about Hell's Fire was true. Aside from burning, it could drain the stamina of opponents and weaken the wills of those it touched, filling them with fear. Atticus had been elated afterward and focused on improving his proficiency in it so there would be no lag in battle. Time passed quickly. A few days went by in the blink of an eye. As Atticus meditated in the middle of his island, Victor arrived, approaching his still form. General Atticus Ravenstein, he saluted. Atticus opened his eyes after a second, wondering why Victor had come. Atticus's eyes fixed themselves on Drill Sergeant Victor Halden, wondering why the demon had come. Well, he's a staff sergeant now. Atticus hadn't just been on the island meditating. He had made a few very brief journeys during the past few days. After demoting Voron and appointing Victor as the new staff sergeant, he had to make sure his order was followed. Even now, he hadn't called for nor met with Colonel Zenon. While training and leading the Alliance military wasn't even on the list of his goals, Atticus thought it was very important to establish his presence from the outset. The Alliance military could crumble for all he cared. Atticus only saw them as a means to an end, a flight of stairs he needed to ascend to reach his goal. Regardless, he had every intention of taking each step seriously. As a general, he outranked a colonel. His decision to ignore Zenon was meant to send a message to him and everyone else with a modicum of insight. He didn't need permission to do anything. To Atticus's order, Colonel Zenon hadn't objected. In fact, the Evolari had completely supported it, causing another wave of shock through the sergeant ranks. Voron, the former staff sergeant turned drill sergeant, had been royally pissed. After his unfavorable meeting with Zenon, he had stormed off and attempted to rile up the other sergeants, trying to get them on his side and file a petition against both Zenon and Atticus. That ended badly. If it had been just Atticus, some might have considered it. However, Zenon's power and influence were absolute. None supported the Nullite. Because of this, Voron ended up as a mere drill sergeant on one of the islands owned by a Nullite division. Looks like it turned out okay. Voron wasn't even someone Atticus had considered an enemy. If not for his near-perfect memory, he probably wouldn't have even remembered the nullity's name. Just like the military, Voron had been a means to an end, a scapegoat Atticus used to send a message. He had made it painfully clear to the other sergeants that he wasn't to be messed with. General Atticus Ravenstein, Victor saluted, his back straight. He looks better, Atticus noted. The gloomy aura surrounding Victor had disappeared, replaced by a more vibrant energy. He only nodded calmly in response, answering casually. What's up? Is there any problem? Victor maintained his salute, his posture firm and respectful. No, General. I came here personally to inform you about some upcoming changes. The way he addressed Atticus now compared to before was like heaven and earth. Atticus's brow lifted slightly. Changes? Victor nodded. Yes, General. As I mentioned earlier, the first 3 to 4 months are designated for basic training. That phase is now coming to an end. After this, we move on to the real training. Atticus's expression remained calm, but there was a slight glint of interest in his mismatched eyes. He remembered Victor mentioning this exact thing in the past. From this point forward, the focus will shift to simulated battles, scenarios that mimic real-world combat situations. The goal is to prepare you all for actual war. Survival, tactics, leadership, it will all be tested under battlefield conditions. Additionally, the military has decided to structure these battle teams differently. Instead of remaining in their normal divisions, recruits will now be grouped under each of the apexes. That made Atticus pause slightly. You mean each apex will lead a team? He didn't like the sound of that. It sounded like unnecessary and extra work Atticus didn't want. Yes, General. Each recruit will be given the choice of which apex's team to join. They will undergo training under that apex's leadership and be expected to function as a unit. Shit. It was obviously an order that came from the higher-ups. They want the apexes to play a major role in the war. That means, General, you should expect crowds here soon. Your island will no longer be just you. All those who choose to follow you will be stationed here. Atticus exhaled softly, glancing around at his peaceful surroundings. So his island of solitude was about to become a training ground. Unacceptable. A thunderous roar exploded in Atticus's mind, rattling his very thoughts. Stand your ground, Bond. We cannot allow this. Atticus sighed, already knowing where this was going. This island is ours, our sanctuary, a place of greatness. It is meant for kings, not to be sullied by the footsteps of the lesser. Ozeroth's indignant fury practically radiated through their bond, his voice shaking with outrage. To allow mere randoms to set foot on our holy land, no, our divine domain, is an insult beyond measure. I forbid it. Atticus rubbed his temple, already feeling a headache forming. Calm down. There's no choice. There's always a choice. Ozeroth snapped. We simply cast them out. Or better yet, obliterate whoever dares step foot here. Atticus sighed deeper, shaking his head. Okay. How about this? He said, adopting a more thoughtful tone. Think of them as servants. Ozeroth paused. Servants, he repeated, his tone suddenly intrigued. Atticus nodded. Yes. A whole group of people who will follow us. Who we can order around, make do whatever we want. There was a brief silence. Then, Ozeroth murmured thoughtfully. A moment later, his tone completely shifted. That doesn't sound bad. Atticus could practically feel the smug satisfaction radiating from Ozeroth as the spirit settled into the idea. He could never miss a chance to be dominant. Yes, they shall be our servants. They will labor, and they will bask in the mere honor of standing in our presence. Atticus rolled his eyes. Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night. After calming Ozeroth, Atticus excused Victor, though the latter didn't seem eager to leave without saying his piece. Victor hesitated for a brief moment, his hands curling slightly before he finally spoke. Thank you. His words were so genuine, so unfiltered, that Atticus paused, his mismatched eyes flicking back toward him. His eyes are clear. There was clarity in Victor's gaze, a look free of doubt, as if a weight had finally been lifted from his shoulders. For what? Atticus asked. You don't know what you've done for me, Victor continued. For years, I've been lost. Atticus remained silent, listening. I was once in charge of a squadron. They were my responsibility, my comrades, my brothers and sisters in arms. A shadow passed over his face. And they all died during a mission. The words were delivered calmly, but Atticus could hear the rawness buried underneath. I watched them die, and what I saw that day, it made me believe that everything we were fighting for was a lost cause. His fists clenched. What was the point of training, of fighting, of sacrificing, when in the end, we were just bodies to be used and discarded? For so long, I hesitated. I went through the motions, but I had no real drive, no real reason to push forward. I lost faith in this war. I lost faith in myself. He looked directly at Atticus. And for the first time, his eyes burned with something new. Then I saw you. Atticus didn't react, but Victor could see that he was listening. A child, Victor continued, but one with more will than warriors who have fought for centuries. More talent than the strongest among us. More drive than anyone I've ever known. His lips curled slightly, and he chuckled. And suddenly, every hesitation I had vanished. Because you reminded me why we fight. You reminded me what it means to be a warrior. And for that, I am grateful. Victor took a step back. His crimson eyes locked onto Atticus's intense gaze, and a small smirk played at his lips. I hope that fire in your eyes is never snuffed out, General. Victor saluted, his stance unwavering, filled with utmost respect. He didn't care that he was showing such reverence to a child. And without another word, he turned and left the island. Even moments after Victor left, Atticus's expression was still filled with intrigue. To think I actually inspired someone. It felt a bit surreal. He hadn't even done anything, and yet, somehow, he had helped a random demon get past his trauma. I wonder who else I inspired, Atticus thought, feeling a bit giddy. TCH. What a useless thing to feel good about, Ozeroth scoffed. It is only natural that the great inspire, Ozeroth continued. People should bow. They should worship. It is the proper order of things. Atticus sighed, shaking his head. Of course you'd say that. I speak only the truth. Right. Truth. Atticus rolled his eyes. So when are they supposed to start the worshipping part? Should I prepare a shrine? A throne, bond. A throne. And perhaps a grand temple. I'm ignoring you now. A golden throne, mind you. Ozeroth pressed on, preferably adorned with jewels and bathed in the eternal light of our greatness. Atticus tuned him out, shaking his head with a smirk as he returned to his thoughts. He had trained the Hell's Fire to an acceptable extent and could now use it effectively in battle. But it's not enough. Atticus wasn't satisfied. He still focused on increasing his proficiency, and as time passed, what he had dreaded finally happened. Multiple airships appeared in the skies above his island, and the instant their hatches opened, an army of recruits dropped down like ants, swarming the forests. Without another word, Each of the airships took off, leaving the island. Atticus sighed heavily, opening his eyes and standing up from his cross-legged position. Let's get this over with. With his body filled with reluctance, his figure blurred, crossing a large distance in an instant and appearing in front of the army of recruits. The recruits landed in waves, scattering across the landscape like ants swarming a new colony. Some immediately began murmuring, their gazes sweeping across their surroundings. OMG. This place, it's heaven compared to where we were. Fresh air, actual stable ground, and is that, clean water. Damn, we really suffered before coming here, huh? Even the Ravensteins at the front, who had been in occasional contact with Atticus, were looking around with intrigue. The air was the freshest they had inhaled in this training camp, crisp and rich with mana, unlike the oppressive, war-torn landscapes they had endured before. The forests were lush, the climate balanced, neither too hot nor too cold. Ideal conditions. In contrast to the brutal training camps many of them had endured for months, this place felt like a paradise. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Nate, standing near the front, shook his head, shocked beyond belief. And here I thought we were all suffering together. But no, our great leader was living the high life. He was ignored by most, who were used to his antics. And as the others calmly scanned their surroundings, suddenly, a weight unlike anything before descended. A vast, overwhelming aura crashed down, pressing against the recruits. It was as though gravity itself had shifted, locking them in place. None could move. Their gazes shot to the skies. And there, a lone figure floated high above them. Atticus stood in midair, his expression calm, akin to a god surveying his domain, a king gazing upon his subjects. And in that instant, the entire army fell into utter silence. They're all here. With a glance, Atticus had already scanned the millions gathered below him. Their numbers were truly staggering. But this was mostly because of the humans. Or at least, the majority of them. It seemed like nearly every human division had chosen him. He noted the smug expression on Aurora's face, the large grin on Kale's, and the intense stare of Zoe. They each had different reactions, but Atticus didn't dwell on them. Instead, his eyebrow rose slightly as he noticed something that almost made him burst into laughter. Many of the mid and lower race apexes had been killed during the Nexus competition. Because of this, and considering Atticus was basically the only lower race apex alive, the majority of the other lower races had decided to join his division. Along with some from the mid races. But this wasn't even what baffled him the most. Do these people think? Demensari, Vampiros, Nullite. These three races were already marked in Atticus's mind as active enemies. Their hatred for him was very much mutual. The hate for Atticus was shared among every member of their race. And yet, some of their members had still dared to show up on his island. It was obvious that the superior race members here were each spies. And if they weren't blatant enemies, Atticus might have let them be. However, he was not a person who entertained his enemies. No matter what. The Demensari, Vampiros, and Nullite race members stood on one side of the forest, their heads held high and their bodies radiating an aura of dominance. The other lower and mid-race members stood far from them, not willing to earn their ire. As Atticus's gaze settled upon them, it was as though the weight of the world had suddenly rested on their shoulders. The dominant aura they once exuded was instantly snuffed out. Not a single word left Atticus's lips. He did not even deem them worthy of a simple gesture. Just a slight thought, and then the earth beneath them shifted violently. The ground swirled like a vortex, churning and twisting until dozens of massive hands erupted from the soil. Before they could react, struggle, or resist. Whoosh! The earthen hands hurled them like javelins, sending them soaring through the skies at terrifying speeds. Wait. Stop. Their shouts of protest quickly turned into distant, fading screams, their figures becoming mere specks in the sky. And just like that, the island was cleansed. Atticus exhaled softly, calm as ever, as though he had merely brushed away specks of dust. Then, he focused his gaze on the rest of the recruits, who instantly flinched in fear, praying silently that he wouldn't do the same to them. TCH. I didn't think they'd be this useless, Ozeroth scoffed in his head, his disappointed tone evident. I highly doubt these ones can even function as proper servants. The servants of a king deserve to be nothing less than the best of the best. His voice grew even more dramatic, as if declaring a sacred truth. It is a position not just anyone can fill. Atticus sighed, shaking his head. Are you seriously making servant sound like a prestigious title now? Of course, Ozeroth huffed. Would you let mere peasants serve in the halls of the divine? No, they must be worthy. Atticus rolled his eyes and ignored Ozeroth completely. Then he focused on the recruits. Atticus let the silence stretch for a moment before he finally spoke, calm, blunt. My name is Atticus Ravenstein. You've all decided to join my team. Welcome. There was no warmth in his tone, just a matter-of-fact statement. It was clear he wasn't here to give any rousing speeches. I will expect absolute obedience from each of you. Any form of disobedience will get you kicked out instantly. There are no second chances. A chill ran through the recruits, many standing even straighter, not daring to speak. Besides the humans, who held deep reverence for Atticus, his aura was full. It was as though one of the paragons of their race was currently addressing them. Now, I will explain how we will move forward. Atticus continued. Each division will remain, but a few changes will be introduced. You will be informed of this at a later time. Then suddenly, with a flicker of his hand, a figure soared from below, appearing beside him in an instant. All eyes snapped to the new arrival. Aurora staggered slightly, her crimson gaze wide with surprise as she suddenly found herself hovering next to Atticus. She turned sharply toward him, baffled. Atticus, meanwhile, looked completely unbothered. If anything, he was trying hard to stifle his laughter. Her name is Aurora Ravenstein. And she will lead the collective divisions. You all report to her. Aurora's eyes widened further, her body going rigid. A beat of silence. Then, a flurry of hands shot into the air. Atticus could see that most of them belonged to mid-race recruits, their gazes determined. Atticus's next words were icy. In case you still haven't figured it out, this isn't a democracy. He shot them down without even hearing what they had to say. It was obvious they wanted to, respectfully, object to Aurora leading. Before anyone could even lower their hands, his arm moved. A single, fluid motion. A sharp, downward horizontal arc. Boom. The entire island trembled violently. The ground shook, cracked, and then a deep, jagged trench tore through the land, spanning the entire island and splitting it in two. Dust kicked into the air, and the sheer force of the movement left many recruits stumbling. A heavy silence followed. Then, Atticus's voice rang out again. That side is for you. He gestured toward the half of the island now separated by the trench. This side is for me. His gaze hardened. No one is allowed to cross into my territory. Consider it a simple rule, one you do not break. Atticus let that sink in for a moment before turning slightly, his tone remaining firm. Now, make your own shelters. Find your own food. I will send word when necessary. With that, he turned away, his figure blurring as he vanished, leaving them to process the reality of their situation. Atticus reappeared on the hard, flat platform in the middle of the island, standing calmly as if he hadn't just thrown a massive responsibility onto someone else. Aurora had also appeared beside him. She immediately exploded. Atticus, you fucking bastard. Why did you do that? Her crimson eyes blazed, her aura flaring. Atticus, on the other hand, remained completely unfazed, even smiling slightly. Come on, Aurora, what did we talk about? He said calmly, folding his arms as if gently scolding a misbehaving child. Language. Aurora's face twitched. I wish to find you a man soon, Atticus continued, shaking his head. How can we do that when you're so vulgar? Aurora froze, her entire body stiffening. What are you even yapping about? Man this, man that, who told you I want one? Atticus tilted his head, smirking. Are you into? No, hell no, Aurora shouted instantly, her face heating up. Atticus laughed, his body shaking in amusement. Aurora glared intensely at him, arms crossed, trying to stare him down. But Atticus only chuckled. Chill. Don't you enjoy leading, though? Aurora snapped back immediately. Don't make it look like you're doing me a favor. The only reason you gave me this is because you don't want to do it. Atticus cleared his throat. Damn, she was right. I don't know what you're talking about, he said smoothly, looking away as if avoiding eye contact would erase the truth. Aurora scoffed, narrowing her eyes. Lazy bitch. Atticus only laughed harder, thoroughly entertained. Then, before she could lash out again, poof. With a simple flicker of movement, Aurora vanished, teleported away. Have fun. Atticus called out, his laughter echoing through the air. As Aurora reappeared, she found herself standing among a large group, the Ravensteins and several other human divisions clustered together. Somehow, despite splitting the island in two, Atticus had ensured that the White Omen division and the rest of the human recruits had ended up on his side. The divide was unmistakable. On one side, the humans. On the other, the mixed races. Aurora's feet slammed against the ground, her frustration boiling over as she stomped back and forth, hurling insults into the air. That arrogant, manipulative bastard. Bam. She kicked a rock. He really just dumps everything on me and then teleports away laughing. Stomp. Oh no, Aurora, you should watch your language. Aurora, I need to find you a man. Who the hell asked him to find me a man? Bam. He has a whole damn island to himself, and what does he do? Oh, let's just shove all the responsibilities on Aurora. She won't mind. Lazy bitch. A few Ravensteins stifled chuckles, but none dared to actually respond. Only Aurora could talk about that monster like that. If the others tried it, they would be searching for nothing but a brutal end. The members of the White Omen division, on the other hand, were far more cautious. They watched from a safe distance, their instincts screaming at them not to antagonize the furious woman stomping holes into the ground. Is it safe to be near her right now? Nate whispered. Another Ravenstein youth slowly shook his head. Not even remotely. And so, they wisely stayed out of her way. From a distance, Zoe watched as Aurora hurled insult after insult at Atticus, her voice filled with anger. Yet, Zoe's focus wasn't on Aurora. Her gaze remained fixed on the point where the figure who had just vanished, Atticus, had been standing. And in her mind, a single thought echoed. He didn't even glance in my direction. A small, sharp ache settled in her chest. Don't think too much about that, Lumindra's voice sounded in her head. Zoe lowered her gaze, her fingers curling slightly. Considering what you did to him, this much was natural. Lumindra's tone remained matter of fact, but when she spoke again, there was a hint of irritation. A man has to have pride, after all, especially when he's bonded to that idiot. The moment Ozeroth's name was brought up, Lumindra's voice took on a hateful edge. Zoe bit her lip. But, she started, feeling hesitation creeping in. Lumindra cut her off instantly. But nothing. Zoe flinched slightly at the harshness of her words. Your focus should be on only one thing, apologizing and making your feelings known and clear. Nothing else. Even if he treats you like dirt, Lumindra continued, just let it out and free your conscience. Hold nothing back. Zoe hesitated before finally voicing the question lingering in her heart, the only thing she had been thinking about. Do you think he will accept? A brief silence. I have no idea. Lumindra's voice softened slightly. But I know one thing, nothing will change if you do nothing. Her tone grew gentler, but there was still an undeniable firmness beneath it. Be true to yourself, Zoe. Be real and see where it takes you. Zoe took in a deep breath, her fists tightening before she exhaled. A determined expression appeared on her face. Aside from Zoe, there were others who had been influenced by Atticus's appearance and speech. Kale looked as happy as ever, his battle intent high as he started toward the middle of the island as though he should head over and spar with Atticus. But those weren't the only division heads. Back in the academy, there were many other tier 1s that Atticus had put in their place. Among them, Seraphine Stellaris had his gaze fixed on Zoe from a distance. The last time Atticus had seen Seraphine was during the summit at the academy, where he had beaten up all the tier 1s from practically every year in Wan. It had been a day none of them would ever forget in their lives, and Seraphine himself had burst into tears, an action that still haunted him to this day. Many had been elated to find out that Atticus had left the academy, including Seraphine. But regardless, there was one thing that had never changed even after all these years, his feelings for Zoe. Seraphine clenched his fists as he watched her looking at where Atticus had been hovering before. Still, he had no idea what had happened between Atticus and Zoe. Yet, no matter how much he tried, she just wouldn't look in his direction. The divide between the humans and the other races had become even more apparent and blatant. Atticus didn't even bother to hide the fact that he was favoring humanity over the others. The humans on Atticus's side of the island wore smug expressions, some even going as far as to stick out their tongues at the lower and mid-race recruits across the trench. Here, especially with Atticus as their overlord, they were practically kings and queens. The other races could only grit their teeth, resentful but powerless. They had chosen Atticus's team for a reason, because if they had joined the other teams, they would have been treated as nothing more than dirt. For the lower races, there had been no choice but to stick together, forced to join teams run by someone on their level. For the mid-races, joining a team where they were supposedly stronger than the majority had seemed like the logical choice. But now, it was painfully clear who truly held power. As Aurora finished ranting, she turned sharply, her gaze locking onto the White Omen division. The moment her crimson eyes bore down on them, they flinched. "What are you all doing standing around?" she snapped. The recruits stiffened. "Get a move on. Build shelters, fetch food, start setting up camp." The entire division scrambled. Some ran into the forests, some began carving out shelters, while others hurriedly set up supply areas. Aurora's scream had jolted even the other human divisions awake, making them remember one very important thing. Aurora had been put in charge. And disobeying her meant disobeying Atticus. No one wanted to take that risk. Without hesitation, the remaining divisions quickly got to work, their movements swift and efficient. Even the other races, despite their earlier reluctance, followed suit, not wanting to fall behind in this new, unforgiving environment. Before coming to Atticus Island, the recruits had gone through this exact experience before. Thrust suddenly into an uninhabited island, they had been forced to create shelters and seek food for themselves. However, their situation couldn't be compared to now. Somehow, many had wide smiles on their faces as they built their shelters. The current environment, compared to the hell they had endured before, was like night and day. The air was clean, the water even cleaner. The forest wasn't trying to kill them, and the ground wasn't trying to swallow them whole. To many, it was heaven. Within minutes, shelters were built, and many scattered across the forest in search of food, only to regret it the next instant. A series of blood-curdling screams suddenly erupted from multiple directions. "Rune, what the hell is that? It's not supposed to move that fast. I swear it was just a tree a second ago. We picked the wrong team." From all corners of the island, recruits bolted back toward camp, their expressions filled with pure terror. Behind them, deep, guttural roars filled the air as beasts of varying sizes and horrors emerged from the forests, snarling in fury at the intruders who dared trespass on their territory. The forest trembled as different creatures charged forward, some breaking through trees, others leaping across the terrain with unnatural speed. Back at camp, many recruits who had yet to leave froze in place, their bodies going rigid with fear as they watched their comrades flee in absolute panic. Many of the people who had gone to hunt had been their best. If they were fleeing and screaming like this, no one could imagine what they had encountered. Even some of the Ravensteins stood unnervingly still, their faces pale as the monstrous roars rumbled through the island. Then, Nate burst into camp, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. His hair was a mess, his face flushed, and his entire body trembled as he pointed toward the forest. "Who the hell are these monsters here for?" he yelled, exasperated. Many recruits turned to look at him, some struggling not to laugh. The island had been designed for Atticus, and thus, most of the beasts that inhabited it were at the Grandmaster Plus rank. Just one of these beasts was enough to cause carnage through their ranks. Those beasts were born to kill. Lucas, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. "Stop exaggerating." Nate snapped his head toward him, his expression filled with outrage. "Exaggerating, exaggerating. Did you see those beasts? It looked as if." He paused, shaking his head. "If not for my quick feet, I'd have become beast food. Or worse, beast feces." A few recruits choked on laughter, but most were far too shaken to react. Nate, however, was not finished. He placed a hand on Lucas's shoulder, lowering his voice like a man delivering his final words. "You would have burst into tears, mourning your only bro." Lucas gave him an unamused stare. "If you're gone, at least it'll be quieter." Lucas turned away casually, as if dismissing the entire conversation. Nate's jaw dropped. "You don't mean that." Lucas, still walking away, gave a small shrug. Lucas walked across the camp and approached Aurora. "How do we get food?" Aurora, who had her arms crossed while surveying the whole camp, responded without hesitation. "I'll hunt with the other human leaders." Lucas raised an eyebrow. According to the others, the forest is filled with Grandmaster rank beasts. The highest rank they had was Master rank. Lucas couldn't imagine what kind of miracle they planned to pull off. I know. But look, who amongst us could survive an encounter with a Grandmaster rank beast? Aurora asked. Lucas's eyes widened before nodding, having understood her point. He's watching. Aurora nodded. He is. I know that bastard. Even if I inform him of our situation, he won't do anything and would probably ask me to get a man. The last words made her clench her fist, the air around her heating up. This is probably his way of helping. He's stopping the Grandmaster beasts from attacking us. As long as we don't enter their territory, we should be fine. As Aurora spoke, she turned and approached Kale and Zoe, who had been watching the situation unfold from a distance. As she reached them, she explained her observations before giving an order. We'll be foraging for food. Zoe and Kale gave her a firm nod. Although they were higher ranked than Aurora, Atticus had put her in charge. Which meant she was in charge. And Aurora, being Aurora, wasn't shy when it came to ordering people around, even if they outranked her. They gathered more human division leaders before setting out to hunt. Aurora's assumption had been correct. The group ran into multiple Grandmaster rank beasts, but as long as they avoided their territory, none of the beasts attacked them. Instead, they hunted the lower rank beasts in the forest, and after a few hours, they had been able to capture quite a number before deciding to call it a day and head back to camp. By the time they returned, the human camp had already been built. A staggering number of buildings littered the once lush forest, the trees having been cleared. Aurora had gone far, making sure their camp was nothing short of perfect. Paved roads, sturdy buildings, supply depots, training grounds, watchtowers, medical buildings, and much more. The humans had gathered together to form one massive camp. Many of the other races across the trench threw envious glances in their direction. The Ravensteins were elementalists, which made construction, especially for Earth elementalists, very easy. Just like the humans, the divisions of the other races also joined together to build camps with their respective races. Aside from the humans, only the dwarves, whose entire race was centered around construction, could compare. In fact, many would argue that their camp was even better than the humans. Aurora had also informed the other race division leaders of her assumptions, enabling them to go hunting for themselves. Luckily, Atticus wasn't heartless enough to offer protection only to the humans. By nightfall, the camp was ready, and many of the recruits sat around massive campfires, roasting the meats of the beasts they had captured earlier.